Good morning, Chair. We have 41 attendees in the virtual audience.
Where do we get these people from? Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this morning's Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment meeting. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board members, Michael Johns.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Kaya Wynn.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Layla Beebe.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Lynn Reuter-Huber, our executive director, Ian Haggerty, and our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation, whether in person or on Zoom. If you're called to speak, please state and spell your name, then wait to be sworn in. After you've been sworn in, state your name before testifying each time you testify. To enter your appearance, indicate the property address on the Zoom webinar, speak with a staff member, call the ZBA office by the close of business tomorrow, 215-686-2429, and provide your name, your email, and the address of the case address. Remote participation, raise your virtual hand when directed so that we call on you to speak. When we call on you, please ensure that you click the Join as a Panelist button. Use the Q&A only for procedural questions, nothing to do with the case. If you are joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. In-person attendance. If testifying, get close to the microphone so that all attendees and the court reporter can hear you. No talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. In an emergency, follow staff instructions. The main exit is the 2 double doors at the rear, and to the left outside is the stairwell. If we have an evacuation, go to Love Park, and please remain there so that we can account for you at a later time. Let's look at today's schedule. Number 1, MI 2024-006-090, 2038 Haines Street. This case is continued until 10/14 at 2 p.m.
Sorry, Chair, this is Ian Haggerty. That's October 4th at 2 p.m.
Oh, okay. October 4th at 2 p.m. Number 3, MI 2026-000-304, 3323 Ashfield Lane. This case is continued until 12/2 at 2 p.m. Number 5, MI 2026-000-317, 5317 Wayne Avenue. This case is continued on 12/2 at 2 p.m. Number 6, MI 2026-003 000-349 6829 Chew Avenue. Sanista Williams is the listed owner. This is the second listing. We have no exhibits.
There are no hands at this time, Chair.
So number 6, MI 2026-000-349 6829 Chew Avenue. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Brian McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
Layla Beebe, my vote is to dismiss.
Number 7, MI 2026 447 2548 Diamond Street. This case has been withdrawn. Number 9, MI 2026 001075 1134 Sampson Street. There's an attorney needed in this case. MFG Sampson is the owner and LLC.
There are no hands at this time, Chair.
Okay, so this case is going to be continued until 8/26 at 2 p.m. Mark must be heard. Number 11, MI 2026 001 100 2817 Hutchison Street. This case is continued until 12/2 at 2 p.m. Number 18, MI 2026 001 666 2826 Amber Street. Joseph Consul is the attorney.
No hands at this time, Chair. Oh, Chair, a hand just went up from Joseph Consul. I'm promoting him to panelist.
Right.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Counsel. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Joseph Consul, JOSEPH
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you give us an update on this case?
Yeah, we heard from the board attorney last night that while we came in for just a use approval and we've got all of that, we need to resubmit the renovation plans, and there's some concern that that will potentially generate another refusal. So we're going to handle them both at the same time with a continuance.
Sure. So this case is going to be continued until 1/13/27 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Consul. And number 19, MI 2026 002 901 1804 North 22nd Street. This case is continued until 12/2/26 at 2 p.m. Are there any other requests for continuances?
There are no hands at this time, Chair.
Thank you. We're going to go to our add-on list. Number 1, MI 2024 007 291 4005 Brown Street. I vote yes. A certificate of proviso, certificate of occupancy to be obtained.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 2.
Hold on one second. Cheryl, I'm sorry.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I certify that I'm sorry. I certify that I reviewed the hearing on, I'm sorry, what was the date?
Okay, I think you're going to certify that you watched the video recording of the July 28th, 2020 26 resumption hearing in this matter. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you-
I so certify.
great. So you certify and then your vote was again?
My vote was yes with proviso.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Number 2, MI 2025-006127, 5011 D Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Senator Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is no.
I don't think I did.
Number 3, MI 2026-002973, 4723 Sheldon Street. The vote on this has been moved to Wednesday, August 26 at 9:30 a.m. And number 4, MI 2026-002875, 4725 Sheldon Street. The vote on this has been moved to August 26 at 9:30 a.m. We're going to go to our regular list. We're going to start with number 10. MI 2026-001097, 1852 Hart Lane. We have a Spanish interpreter for this.
Chair, we have a hand up from Reynoso Salinas.
Okay.
They're promoted to panelists.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, are you the interpreter?
No, I'm sorry. I'm the constructor. He's trying to log in through his computer. He
All
having
right, so
trouble
hold
logging
on.
in.
Do we have our interpreter, please?
Yes, the interpreter is on the line, Chair.
Good morning. Good morning. Could you
Good morning,
please
sir.
state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Juan, Juan, last name Diaz, Diaz. I'm the Spanish interpreter, ID number
right.
J as in Juliet, as in India, 803.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English?
Yes.
Could you please call for us Martin Palenco?
Por favor, el señor Martín Polanco, levante la mano.
He's trying to log in through his computer. He's having trouble logging in.
Chair, this is Ian Hegarty. I recommend that we move on to the next case so that we can keep things moving.
Thank you. So let me explain to the interpreter. We're going to call this back in about a half hour. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Thank you
for the
very
interpreter
much.
is fine. Van a volver a llamar el caso en media hora.
Thank you. Let's see here, number 15. Number 15, MI 2026-001170, 2639 Bainbridge Street. Clay and Mary Gruber are the owner, and it's a pro se.
They're being promoted to panelists, Chair.
Yes, hello.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Clay Gruber, ClayGruber.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
Okay. And you understand that your application is, you have an addition that you are trying to get approved? Is that correct?
Yes, it's
Okay,
a dimensional variance on addition.
Yep, and because you've been refused because your understanding is that there's a setback that's required. And that's what you're trying to get a
Yes.
variance for, correct? Okay, all right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed to tell us about your case.
Okay. All right. Can you see my screen? Oh,
We do not. It's coming up right now. It should come up any minute.
okay. How about now?
We see 2639 Bainbridge Street,
Okay, great.
first page.
Okay, well, thank you for your time this morning. Our project is a personal project. It's my wife and my personal home in Graduate Hospital. We're planning to live here for a long time. The existing condition of the building, it's an old 1925 row home, two-story row home, approximately 1,026 square feet. The previous owner had owned it since the 1950s, and it requires significant upgrades. The interior is currently demoed. So on the left, you see the first floor interior, and on the second floor, you see the interior looking towards the front. Um, Essentially, what we're proposing is an interior renovation, which has been approved, a rear extension of a number of feet, which has been approved, and a third floor addition, which has been approved. What we're requesting today is is for the limit of the required 8-foot front setback to be to receive relief. So the only request is just relief from the 8-foot setback required. So currently the section on the left is by right. You'll see the 8-foot setback on the third floor. And just the dimensional variance on the right is what we're proposing, which is just aligning that third floor with the front facade of the first and second floor. So currently the existing physical constraints is this is a 14 foot wide lot, which approximately gives us just about 12 and a half feet of interior width. The vertical stairs are fixed and have attached party walls. So there's very limited, ability to, or we're already constrained by the size of the existing conditions. The effect of these conditions with a compliance to the setback is on the left, you see the third floor plan, which is a compressed usable third floor area, limited by the stairs for what we can really do circulation wise, and then a disproportionate functional limitation of space. On the right is what we're hoping to have approved, which is more generous space for a coherent, usable floor plate. This does not, increase the building height more than necessary, and this does not increase the depth of the dwelling unit. So again, our limited relief request is this is a single family home. We'll have no changes. It's a one dwelling unit, no changes. Our permitted height is 38 feet. We're not trying to maximize this home. We're just trying to make it usable for our family. So we're coming in at about just over 32 feet in height. We're within the lot, the permitted lot coverage. The building footprint and rear yard will not change. Again, just front facade alignment is our only request. Within the neighborhood context, you can see the top image, which is a Google image. There are 3 existing third-story homes on the block and adjacent, each with front facade alignment. What we're hoping to do is stick within the cadence of the precedent set on our block while maintaining the historic context of the block. So our impact to the neighborhood, as mentioned, we're not trying to maximize the allowed what's allowed height wise. As mentioned, 38 feet is our allowable height. We're coming in at just over 32 feet. We're not encroaching on other dwellings, and there's no significant impairment to neighboring light or air. Just stating again, our physical constraints being the 14-foot attached row home and the requested relief from the 8-foot setback. This went to our community review to SOSNA on April 15th. We received unanimous support from both the zoning committee of SOSNA and the community at large. There were 10 supporters, including 4 nearby neighbors, 0 opposition and 0 abstentions. So in summary, we're respectfully requesting approval of dimensional variance for the required 8-foot third-story front setback to allow the third 4-story facade to align with the existing front facade below.
Mr. Gruber, how are your next door neighbors on either side? Are they for it?
Yeah, we've had discussions with them, and they're on board.
All right, questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question about the roof. I know Sosna has some roof guidelines for when people do the third floor mansard roof.
Yep.
And did you guys comply with those standards in your design?
Yeah. So I'm an architect by training. When we went through the design of this, I wanted a mansard roof just because I think it's a very handsome solution to a third-story roof in the neighborhood. So Sosna, when they saw that, they were very pleased, and they mentioned that is what their preferred model is.
Yeah, but they have an actual design standard. I just want to know, did your roof, because it doesn't look like it did, and it doesn't look like any of the other ones on your block actually complied with that typical standard for the way that they do the incline for the mansard roof. And while I understand and appreciate your presentation was very great, 2 of the 3 examples that you show are corner conditions, which I think are very different than your mid-block situation where you're on a street that's majority 2-story on your side of the street outside of the corners. That 2633 Bainbridge is sort of the one exception for looks like about 3 or 4 blocks. And I do think that their addition at 2633 Bainbridge is very visible from the street. And I would like to see a better mansard. Just a suggestion. I think it would look better with a true mansard condition at the roof.
Sure. Yeah, as mentioned in our discussions with Sosna, they didn't raise any concerns about this as they were pleased with the design. But yes, I'll definitely take that into consideration.
Okay, other questions?
Chair, we have a hand.
Oh,
Oh,
sure.
sorry, Chair. We have a hand up from Murray Spencer,
Sure.
promoting on the panel.
Thank you. Don't I usually go to the lawyer for
Hello?
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer, sir?
Murray Spencer, Murray, Spencer.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, sir.
I am the chair of the zoning committee and the member of the architectural review committee. And Mr. Gruber did meet with the committee and the zoning meeting. And we find that, I appreciate Tyler's question about the mansard roof. It may be with regard to the slope of the mansard, but he has generally complied with the mansard that we like to see on third floor addition. And we supported the master as drawn at our architecture review committee meeting. That basically my comment.
Thank you very much for taking the time to call us. We appreciate it. Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions from the virtual audience?
No further hands at this time, Chair.
For 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 some reason, I can't. Can you hear? I can't hear anything.
I can't either.
This is the reporter. I am not getting any audio.
Oh, somebody else try it. Am I?
Now
I'm not
I
getting
can.
any audio.
Okay.
I heard
You
that.
hear it now?
Yes.
I hear you now. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm
Mike.
sorry,
Yes,
Chair.
sir.
We're gonna have to take the planning commission's testimony again because I don't think
Sure.
that made it through through the audio. Sorry
All
about
right,
that.
thank you. David?
Let's try this again. Uh, uh, Good morning, Chair David Vector with the City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city changed the zoning in this neighborhood in 1978 and a council-supported map change. The appellant has not shown that they would suffer an economic detriment if forced to comply with the third-story setback requirement in the zoning code. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the proposed dimensional variance.
Thank you. MI
Excuse me,
2026.
Chair, pardon me. I'm sorry. This is the court reporter. Mr. Fecto's swearing in did not appear in the audio. Could we please swear him in again?
So why don't we did swear him in, but we'll do it. Just go ahead. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. So MI 2026 001 170 2639 Bainbridge Street, I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Layla Beebe, my vote is yes.
Okay, Chair. This is Ian Hegarty again. Mr. Martin Polanco from the first case is now available in the virtual audience. Let's
All right, why don't we
return
bring
to
him
that
up?
one, please. Thank you.
Okay. Number 10, MI 2026 001097. Could the interpreter come on, please? Interpreter?
Chair, we're asking him to unmute.
He's in here. It's
All right, hold
he
on.
just logged in like 10 minutes ago.
Okay, hold on. Has it been a half hour? Maybe he's not coming back for a half hour. And we told the interpreter a half hour. It might be a little short.
Spanish interpreter, are you available now? All right, Chair, we'll take that as a no. We'll come back to that one in a minute.
All right. Okay, so number 2 here. Number 2, MI 2025-005, 051, 3523 North 23rd Street. Joseph Consul is the attorney.
They're being promoted to panelists.
Sure.
Hello again.
Hi, Mr. Consul, you've already been sworn. Could you just state your name for the record?
Joseph Consul.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is Chevelle Gourdine, and she is tenant at the property.
All right, our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and you have a referral and a use refusal, so do you waive the reading of them and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
All right, I should be sharing my screen now. Again, Joseph Consul, Consul Madison, with Chevelle Gourdine, who should be on this call. Here for 3523 North 24th Street. This is request for approval of a small personal care home in an existing residential structure zoned RSA 5. We have a refusal and a referral because, as you know, that's required for personal care homes. I'll note that we're only seeking and we'll get to it, the RCO's request, a maximum of 4 individuals, which is one more than would be allowed by right anyway. So we're not suggesting this is by right. We know why we're here. This particular use in this building, we believe with the operational limits we're going to propose will satisfy the criteria for the special exception and for the parking variance. So we submitted floor plans and pictures showing the layout. The basement is non-living space. The first floor contains ordinary living areas, living room, dining room, kitchen, laundry, and powder room. Second floor contains 4 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The plans also show an evacuation route. The building will not change from what it has always been. The operation is intentionally limited, as you would see in the RCO support letter from Swamp Poodle. They support it with 3 provisos. That's first, trash and recycling stored indoors, except for collection times.
Okay, so we get 3 with him.
Second, occupancy is limited to a maximum of 4 veterans, and I'll get my client to explain her vision here. That's 1 per room, and third, no living in the basement. And those are all accepted. Chevelle Gourdine is not proposing a high intensity facility. This would be small, non-medical, veterans only personal care home, each with a private bedroom, as mentioned. Quiet long-term housing consistent with the residential neighborhood. She'll explain briefly the intake process. There's no walk-in or emergency placements. This is not a shelter, traditional housing. This is not a treatment program or a medical institution. It's supervised in a home-like setting for veterans who can live safely in their environment. The applicant proposed and discussed with the RCO real operations. She calls a good neighbor plan, house rules, quiet hours, limited and scheduled visitor access, no large gatherings. And again, we agree to the trash storage and put out only at collection day. We included in our packet, where is it at? The neighborhood petition for support with signatures from nearby North 24th Street addresses. So we have documented neighborhood support for this specific proposal. We believe this will be compatible with the residential character of the property. Regarding the parking, the relief is modest. There's requirement for, I believe, 1/10 of a space per each permanent bed under the rules. And while we're not able to provide that, we don't believe that 4 individuals living in this property will create any kind of issues in terms of parking. So for these reasons, we respectfully request the board grant the special exception and the parking relief variance. I'll have my client raise her hand and explain herself a bit and her vision for the space, which again was included in our submission.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question before we start?
You most certainly can.
Thank you. Attorney Counsel, this is Lynn Weidel, Huber Board Counsel.
Hi.
You keep referring to a she, so that prompts me to ask. The owner of the property is a he. It's he.
Matthew
That's right.
Foster.
Matthew Foster, excuse me. So I assume you're referring to Chevelle Gordon, who
Yes.
is not the owner.
That's correct.
So she cannot adopt the testimony. She can testify as a witness, but you need the owner.
Even in the event that we have a lease.
You did not produce a lease. No lease was attached. All we have is the deed. You did not produce a lease.
All right,
And the deed that you provided was for the owner.
let me figure out. Well, can I call Ms. Gordine about that?
Sure. As a witness.
Sure, but as a witness, we
Yes.
don't have, you didn't provide anything though as a lease though.
That's fine. I think she raised her hand.
I have a hand up from Matthew Foster, but they
good.
keep declining. They keep declining to become a panelist.
Looks like I've got the owner too.
Mr. Foster.
And just to clarify, Mr. Consul, are you representing the owner or are you representing the tenant?
I'm going to go with both right this second, if he's on the call.
Mr. Foster.
Hello.
I don't
Hi,
I
Mr.
don't see.
Foster. Mr.
Yes.
Foster, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Matthew Foster, capital Matthew, capital Foster.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Good morning, Mr. Foster. This is Joseph Consul. I might have mischaracterized your relationship with Chevelle. Could you please explain to the board your ownership of the property and your relationship to this project?
Basically, I've been friends with Ms. Gordine for some time. The property's been sitting. I've been asked to rent it out. I did not want to really get into renting it out. I just had some friends that had bad experiences with the renting stuff, so I was kind of the house had just been sitting. Me and Chevelle had a conversation. She said, her vision of using it for veterans. I had veterans in my family, my aunt, uncle, cousins. So I told her, I said, if that's what she's going to use it for, I would have a problem with her doing that, with her doing so. So here we are. That's basically the custom.
All right, do you adopt my testimony then, what I gave earlier and offer it up as your
Yes,
own?
I do. Yes, I do. Mhm.
All right, now I'll call my second witness.
Sure.
Ms. Chevelle?
Excuse me. Yes, good morning.
Hi.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Chevelle Gordine, SHAVELLGORDINE.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed, counsel.
Ms. Gordine, would you explain your vision for this project and your experience in this area?
All right. So the vision is to, my goal is to allow veterans to live in a family resident, like environment. Just to live like you or I would live. Just, a home where cook meals and they have peace. Because I have seen in the past, a lot of veterans, they're displaced. Some of them are being released from the hospital and have nowhere to go, or they may have homes, but they're alone. So the goal is to just provide them a home-like, loving environment with structure.
And what's your experience working with these types of people in this sort of environment?
So I've been in the human service field for over 22 years. I've worked with veterans in the residential atmosphere. I have, been the one that provide the doctor's appointments, but of course, under other companies, working for corporations, provide the doctor's appointments and that structure that I speak of, and being the companion and making sure they do, their daily living and making sure they stay, compliant with doctor's appointments and outings and activities.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Questions from the board?
So is there any, have you had conversations with the VA, or how are you planning to get the residents?
So that is my goal. I have a list of referral agencies that I would like to build. Well, I'm working on building relationships with, as well as Friends Hospital. But the VA grant and per diem program is one that I'm interested in, as well as the supportive service for veterans families. The VA aid, what did I write? VA aid and the VA pension benefits program in the Philadelphia Regional Benefits Office. So my goal is to build those relationships so that I can be a referral source for them.
And how's the supervision going to work?
So I will be available at all times. I mean, not necessarily on site. I will work some site hours, but I will have at least one staff available every shift.
What's the shifts?
So the intentions are like the 8 to 4, 4 to 12, and then 12 to 8.
I have a question. I did see in the petition that one of the neighbors did sign it. Do you have agreement from the other neighbor? I think I saw 20, 35, 25 on the petition. I didn't see the other side. Do you have the support of both neighbors on either side of you?
So off the top of my head, I can't remember. I know someone wasn't home. Oh, he doesn't live there. Okay, that's what that one was. No one lives there right now.
Any other questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
Yes, I just wanted to follow up if council could submit the lease. He indicated that there was a lease between Ms. Gordine and Matthew Foster. If he can submit that for the record. Thank you.
That was an error. There isn't a lease between Mr. Foster and I.
I'm just allowing the usage of it.
He's just allowing me the usage, and we'll visit some things. He told me give me a couple years to get my business started, and he's just allowing me the use of the property because it has been sitting. He's been sitting for over 3 years, 3-4 years.
Sorry, Lynn Riedel-Huber again. I think it should be clarified on the record that there is no lease, and the applicant in this, it has to be Mr. Foster then as the owner, correct?
Agreed.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission. I'm shocked.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2006 and a council requested map change. The appellant has shown that the proposed use would not cause detrimental impacts beyond what would reasonably be expected, and off-street accessory parking is not a common condition in this block face, with only one 2-car garage present. So off-street accessory parking would be out of character with the homes on this block face. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested special exception for personal care home use and the proposed use variance for not including the required parking spaces.
MI 2025-005-051, 33523 North 24th Street. I vote yes with proviso. Interior trash storage, no household living in basement.
Can I add a proviso to that and for a limited
You
3
most
years or
certainly can.
something?
Go ahead.
For like a limited 3 years or something like that, a
Okay.
time frame?
Okay. Temporary variance to expire. Today's date is 3/29, so it would be 8/20, no. 8/12/29 would be the proviso, including also interior trash storage and no household living in basement.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Layla Beebe, my vote is yes with proviso.
Mr. Counsel, we're going to get back to you shortly. We're going to go back to number one, see if we can take care of that because we
Okay.
have an interpreter.
No problem.
Thank you all.
Oh, good luck with your project.
Thank you.
1852 Hart Lane. Right. He's on.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we do have the Spanish interpreter available.
Okay.
However, the expediter has indicated that the client may not be available. So if we could just try to call up Mr. Martin Polanco, if you're in the virtual audience, Mr. Polanco, please raise your hand.
Okay. Hi,
Señor
Mr.
Polanco, si usted está en la audiencia, por favor, levante la mano.
I'm the expediter. He having trouble with his Zoom, so we're just gonna have to reschedule so he can just come by the office next time.
Okay, Chair, I'm going to recommend a continuance date of January 13th at 9:30 a.m.
January 13th at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Counsel, come back, please.
It's like I never left.
We need the interpreter.
Interpreter, thank you very much.
Your Honor, I was told to be here as well for Jennifer Gargous at 5011 D Street.
That case was over, right? We already voted that.
Yeah.
Okay, interpreter's
Thank
going to
you.
go ahead. Thank you for using our services.
Hold on. The interpreter should interpret what you said, the continuance date too.
I can.
Ok. Entonces, la continuación va a ser para el 13 de enero a las 9 de la mañana.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Consul is number 8, right? Number 8, MI 2026-000-858-1901 to 39 Calla Street. Mr. Consul.
Good morning again, Joseph Consul for 1901 to 39 Callow Hill Street. With me on the call is Howard Nelson, who is the owner of Doggy Style Pets. Doggy Style Pets has several locations in Pennsylvania and in New Jersey. It is a popular dog and cat and pet retail store. We're here today for.
Our vice chair has just a few questions.
Yep.
Okay?
I'm sorry. I just started rocking and rolling.
We
Good
like
morning.
that, Joe.
Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. Now you can begin.
All right. So, Howard Nelson, owner of Doggy Style Pets. He's got several locations. It's a popular retail pet store. This property is zoned CMX4. 1901 Callow Hill Street. It's in the Granary Building. It is a open and operating retail location that has been operating for several months now. However, we're here because we're seeking approval for animal services, boarding, and other services, which is prohibited pretty much everywhere in the city. And so, we have to bring these requests in front of the zoning board. We're not asking for a broad animal services approval. The request is limited to allowing doggy style to have 2 dogs on site at any given time for adoption purposes. They're not a kennel business or anything like that. This is a situation where my client can, the store can show off 2 dogs that the general public can come in and meet and potentially adopt. I'll note, and my client could testify, that this initiative has been extremely successful and is very popular for doggy style pets. It's not something that generates income and things like that. It's something that they do because they believe in this as an additional piece of the puzzle for what they do. So we met with the Logan Square Neighborhood Association. We got 18 in favor of non-opposition and no opposed. Same thing from their development committee. Basically, they came up with the practical framework. They want it, they want the variance limited to adoption-related animals, no commercial boarding, and no higher impact animal use with a maximum of 2 dogs on site at any given time. We fully accept those conditions. I'll go to the pictures. Here's some of the interior shots. Guy on the top kind of looks like me if I had a beard. Just a little bit we included in these packets a little bit of information about their store and their process. I thought I had some exterior. Okay. Showing the postings and showing the store as it looks now from the outside in this space. Yeah, that's it for me. I'm going to call Howard to adopt my testimony and answer any questions that the board might have about the process.
Thank you.
Chair, that person is being promoted to.
Thank you. What's your client's name?
Howard Nelson.
Mr. Nelson?
Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. Oh, let me turn on my video.
Okay, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Howard Nelson, HOWARDNELSON.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Good morning, Howard. Did you hear my testimony just now regarding your location at 19th and Callow Hill?
I did.
Do you adopt it as your own?
I do.
Okay.
All
right. I'll leave it at that unless there's any questions.
Questions from the board?
Yes, where will the dogs stay? Are they going to stay in the window overnight?
No, they thank you, but that's a good question. But they don't stay in the windows overnight because they sleep in special cages in the back of the store. And in this particular store, we had the space to build a special room behind our grooming facility where the dogs sleep. And it's video monitored, and because the dogs are in the store all day long, they get a lot of activity. They're awake all day, and they go in the back and they sleep at night. And the store's video and motion monitored as well.
And then is the store open 7 days a week?
It is open 7 days a week, and the staff and volunteers arrive 1 hour before we open and stay 1 hour after we close to exercise the dogs, feed them, and put them to bed or wake them up and get them ready in the morning.
Okay, and then what's the typical length of time that a dog is with you all before it's
No.
adopted?
So we've been doing this at almost all of our locations for 15 years, and we're just crossing 15,000 dogs adopted without incident. But we currently partner with Animal Care and Control in the city, and all the funds go back to ACT. So ACT selects the dogs for us and brings them to us. We have dogs that are adopted in an hour and dogs that take 3 months, 4 months, but the average is running around 10 days right now.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission, Chairman and board members. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX4 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2011, and a council-supported map change. The proposed use is in harmony with the mixed-use character of the surrounding area and will have minimal impact on surrounding properties. City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for animal services.
Thank you. So MI 2026 000-858 1901 to 39 Calla Hill Street. I vote yes with proviso. Use limited to retail space number 2.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Owen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Layla Bibi, my vote is yes with proviso.
And Mr. Consul, thank you, sir. Mr. Consul, you have one more, am I correct?
You're correct until 5 o'clock. Till
MI
5 o'clock tonight.
2026 001102 144 Schurz Lane. Mr. Consul, just for the record, state your name.
Joseph Consul.
And Mr. Consul, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, I have Heather and Eric Exley, and they're the owners of 144 Schurz Lane.
Right, and there is a letter of opposition from the RCO. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
All right, my screen should be up. We're here with Heather and Eric Exley, the owners of 144 Schurz Lane. We're here on one use refusal. Property is zoned RSA 5, and we have a request for a visitor accommodations variance, which, as you all know, is prohibited in the RSA 5 district. We're asking here for a narrow property-specific use variance, potentially with a temporary proviso should the board deem that appropriate for this particular house and for these particular operators who we believe present a good case for approval. Get an exterior shot. This is a very small Manayunk property. City records show a parcel of roughly 608 to 617 square feet. The building itself, we believe, is about the floor space. We're getting up to around 660 square feet for how the building sits on the lot. It's an end of row Manayunk house built, we believe, around 1900 on Schurz Lane. The hardship here is tied to the property itself. It's a very small lot, small improvement area, the age and the condition at purchase. This was not a large building being converted. This was a small property that was purchased at an estate sale that needed renovation. My clients bought it with the specific intent to rehab it, furnish it, and maintain it and operate it professionally as a short-term rental in Manayunk. Which brings me to Heather and Eric. Flip through a few more pictures here. Heather and Eric are not new to this process. They have a history and a strategy in Manayunk and parts of Roxborough of taking smaller, unloved homes, investing in them, rehabbing them back into beautiful condition, and then operating them responsibly as short-term rentals. The board has seen them 3 times before. There are other properties in the immediate vicinity include 4421 St. David Street, 4423 St. David Street, and 367 Schurz Lane. These were equally historical and sort of similarly sized properties, all being very small. And to note, in those prior cases, the RCO also opposed. The board granted temporary relief. Since that time, there have been no complaints or anything like that, and tons of positive reviews of my client's operation of the properties. So we're sort of asking for a practical approach. We understand that there's opposition, but as in the past with this RCO, the opposition we believe is not, well, not what we believe, but it's not based on any specific complaints about my clients or this property. There's nothing on record that would suggest otherwise. And they note in their letter, it's a philosophical opposition to the use of a single family home as a short-term rental. And of course, I respect that position, but it's more of a general policy objection and not specific to my clients who we believe, and they can speak in a moment, have proven to be good operators in this space. Let me get to the end here. We have a couple of pages of neighborhood petitions very close to the property. So we're hoping direct neighbor support helps influence a decision this morning. These people live on Schurz Lane and Tower Street. We believe this has a broader Manayunk benefit. There's lots of things in Manayunk, and I don't believe that there are hotels and things like that that you can walk to and from those things. And part of what my clients hope to do is be able to provide a way for you to visit Manayunk in the way that you might visit other parts of the city. And in addition to that, there's lots of colleges in the surrounding area, and being able to have parents and things like that stay close by in these well-loved homes is, we believe, beneficial. So for those reasons, we're requesting an approval of the variance and are open to any temporary strictures, provisos the boards wish to put on it. With that, I'll call the Exleys to raise their virtual hand.
They're being promoted to panelists, Chair.
Thank you very much.
You there, Heather?
Good morning, sir.
That was me. Sorry.
Eric Exley, present.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Eric Exley, ERICEXLEY.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Consul.
Good morning, Eric. Did you hear my testimony just now regarding your property at 144 Schurz Lane?
I did. Thank you, Joe.
Do you adopt what I said as your own?
Quite clearly stated. Thank you.
Thanks. And I know you're passionate about this, but briefly, would you just give the board your thoughts on this property and your, sort of how you think of these properties in Manayunk?
We live nearby and found this house for sale, just like anybody else would, just driving down the street, and toured it and said, this is a nice little place. We like houses with particular interests that in Manayunk neighborhood need to be maintained and loved, not torn down and replaced, which is also a common practice. So we have recently redone the finishes inside the house, as the pictures will show, and prepare it for wonderful rental.
I know at one point I had the pre-photos, but I can't find them right now to show the kind of love you put into it. But the photos speak for themselves, I believe. Regarding your other properties, Eric, have you ever had any issues with those? Any complaints or anything of that nature?
The short-term rentals that we also own in the neighborhood represent a fantastic opportunity, as you mentioned, for people to visit this fantastic section of the city. And a nice place to stay as opposed to kind of a common hotel room. There are no hotels in Manayunk. So again, this is a fabulous way to appreciate the wonderful things that happen in and around Manayunk by the river, on Main Street, and the golf course. And it's been a great model. Heather has the highest ratings from the renters that anyone would appreciate.
Thank you, Eric.
Questions
I've
from the
nothing further.
board?
Yes. How many bedrooms are in the house?
There are 3 bedrooms in this little house, believe it or not.
And bathrooms?
There are it's 1 bathroom.
Okay, and the folks who rent it out will have access to all 3 floors, all rooms?
Yes, they have access to the entire house.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah. Like you're targeting fixer-upper properties in the Manayunk. Sorry, I have a question. I realized my mic wasn't on. I realize that you've been targeting fixer-upper properties in the Manayunk area. And could you walk us through the decision to not rent them out as single-family homes and just get long-term tenants in them versus doing visitor accommodations?
So Heather, I think you need to state your name and spell for the stenographer because we've switched from your husband to you.
Okay, my name is Heather Exley, HeatherExley.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please answer the question.
So I think the question is, why are we using these houses as short-term rental versus a long-term rental? Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
We just like this model. We like to meet people from other places, in the world, really, in, the United States. And it's a good way to just stay on top of the property. I'd like to put local artwork in the houses. So those kinds of things I can't do in a long-term rental, but I can do them in a short-term rental.
Okay, and then do you have any in other parts of the city?
No, we just have properties in Manayunk. We don't have them anywhere else.
And then how are you managing the properties on your own, or do you have a property management company?
We manage the properties on our own, and we have one man who cleans the properties, and he has been with us since the beginning. But other than that, Eric does the handiwork, thank goodness, and I deal with the people who stay in the properties.
And then, so what's your protocol if something happens at one of the properties when one of your short-term renters is in?
If there's a problem, I contact them on the phone. I work closely with Airbnb. I go over to the property immediately. I live about 10 minutes away. We work to, maintain our positive and really excellent reviews by Airbnb. So I do all things to make the people happy, keep them safe, keep our property safe. We follow the rules closely, Airbnb rules closely. There are no parties, no gatherings. I don't want situations that can get out of hand and that are unsafe. So we follow and work closely with Airbnb.
And then how many days a month do you typically have a tenant in one of the 3 units that you have in the neighborhood, or one of the 2 that you already have in the neighborhood?
It's seasonal, so in the summertime, we might book 25 days out of 30, and in the winter, it's less, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks out of the 30 days.
And then did you purchase all of the other homes that you're operating out of?
Yes,
And were they purchased cash or financed?
they're financed.
Financed. Okay, I have no further questions.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
No questions at the time.
Questions or
of the hearing.
comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city changed the zoning in this neighborhood in 1979 in a council-supported map change. A 2020 zoning ordinance passed by City Council, which regulated short-term rentals, did not change the basic rule prohibiting full-time use of a dwelling unit as a short-term rental. This type of absentee management, where the owner does not live in the unit, has been illegal since the first short-term rental zoning regulations became effective in 2015. What's changed since the passage of the 2020 ordinance is that there is now a licensing and enforcement mechanism. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the proposed use variance for visitor accommodations.
MI 2026 001 102 144 Shores Lane. I vote yes with proviso. Temporary variance that will expire 8/13/29.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Diane Whitten, my vote is no.
Layla Beebe, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, board. I'll see you tonight.
All right. We've got another one tonight. Wow, how about that? MI 2026 000 316 315 Winona Street. Darwin Beauvais is the attorney. Good morning, Mr. Beauvais.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Darwin Beauvais. I'm from the law firm of Obermeyer, Redmond, Maxwell, and Hippel.
I know that most people know you, but just for the record, could you spell your name?
Yes, that's Darwin, Darwin, last name Beauvais, Beauv as in victory, AIS as in Saint.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Counsel, could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
yes. 315 Winona Street is owned by Canaan Baptist Church. I have with me Mr. Herbert Bird from the Board of Trustees. Also with me, Ms. Perry, who is the Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you, counsel.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
yes.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay. Understood. I'm trying to share my screen. I do not see
Okay.
where I can share my screen. There it is.
He's coming in as a panelist.
Okay, you're coming in now.
Go.
Mr. Bouvet, you have to accept the invite. You decline it.
It looks like I'm in. Nope, I was declined. Huh. Let's try it again. Mhm. Looks like I can share, right? All right. I got it. Thanks. I'm not as technically inclined as some other people, but I can.
Well, we're not sure about that, but go ahead. We think you are. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Darwin Beauvais again, and I'm here to present 315 Winona Street. I'm here on behalf of Canaan Baptist Church, and as I mentioned, I have the Board of Trustees, the leadership here to speak in support. Canaan Baptist Church has served the Germantown area for over 118 years. Part of its mission is to provide housing and community service to this neighborhood. The church acquired 315 Winona Street in 1995. At that time of purchase, the building was already configured and operating as 2 dwelling units. It has been that way for decades. And the church only later discovered that the use has never been formally legalized in the city records approximately 5 years ago. The church didn't create this issue, it inherited this issue. Now, if you look to our exhibits, I submitted exhibits 1 through 14 plus an additional exhibit 15, but 1 through 14 includes photograph of the property, a refusal, certificate of tax clearance, deed, zoning appeal application, and the PIF form, aerial views of the property, our zoning map, zoning code, a memorandum of law, letters of support from the Democratic Ward lead, the 12th Ward the Democratic 12th Ward, as well as petitions of support and support from a local school. We also have a zoning notice and photographs of the property. Let's start with the last exhibit, number 14. Okay. So here's the property without the awning. Next to the property is Canaan Baptist Church. You can see the red door on the side. Here's from a different angle. You can see the separate entrance. Here's the side yard and the rear of the property. Here is the kitchen. It's currently occupied by a tenant. This is the first floor. And then we go upstairs to the second floor, which is not occupied, which is the gist of our presentation today. You can see there's the restrooms, and here's how the rest of the street looks. The property is on the left of the screen. As you can see, towards the upper left of the screen is the church. Across the street are residential units. And further down the street, till we get to the cul-de-sac area. There's our posting. And copy of our posting that includes our refusal. Now, for the boards, just to rehash why we're here, we received a refusal for being RS3, sitting in an RS3 zoning classification district while we're having this multifamily presentation, this multifamily application. Now, with that, we believe and we submit that we did not create this hardship. It is the uniqueness of this property that leads us here today. Now, members of the board, 1315 Winona Street is not your typical parcel. It was constructed in 1892, and upon reviewing the zoning records, we discovered that since 1946, LNI has recognized this building as a 2-family structure. Given this, we submit that the building was built long before the modern Philadelphia zoning code existed, and it was designed and physically configured from the ground up as a 2-family building. It has separate entrances, separate kitchens, separate bathrooms, separate utilities, all distinct living for 2 families. This is not a choice that the current owner made. This is the physical reality of the building that's existed for almost a century. Now, with that, we also realized that when we looked at the zoning files for this property, we realized that the lot is also unique. The parcel is only 19, just a little bit over 19 feet wide and 154 feet deep. It is too small to make it a single-family home, and we believe under the RSA lot configurations, we will still have a variance that we will have to come before the board with. So with that, we submit that the physical traits of the property creates this uniqueness, creates this catch-22, if you will. We are already existing as a two-family home. If we try to convert to a one-family home, we will still end up in a variance situation. So with that, we believe that because of the uniqueness, we satisfy the conditions under 14-303-8E and mainly because our hardship is not self-created. Now, with that, we also submit that our variance won't harm the neighborhood. What we did discover, and it is part of our Exhibit 15, which I discovered this morning, which I do not have an electronic version, but I did send it to the board. I would like the board to take notice of .308 Winona Street, 310 Winona Street, 312 Winona Street. All of these properties are multifamily right now. I believe 310 is actually three family. Now, upon investigation, when we looked at their zoning files, they too have been in existence for well over 50 years. I'm over 50, so since the 1940s. There's actually one, I believe, 310 from 1938. So we believe we do not create this is the least amount of variance that we can present to the board, and we think it makes sense because we are in the midst of other structures that were built around the same time and also carry a multifamily set of uses. With that, I would like to show the board our letters of support. First and foremost, we did get petitions of support from the surrounding area, including, if you look at the last four, people on the block itself. Again, we did receive a letter of non-opposition from the official RCO, the 12th Ward Democratic RCO. And we also received a letter of support from the local school. Now, with that, I would like to call my witness, Mr. Herbert Bird.
Sure. Why don't you come over there?
Come right here.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state and spell your name for the stenographer?
Herbert Bird, Herbert, H-E-R-B-E-R-T, Bird, B-Y-R-D.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel.
Mr. Bird, you heard everything, all the statements that I made before the board today?
Yes.
Would you adopt that as your testimony in your role as trustee for the owner?
Yes.
That said, is there anything else you would like to add?
I think you covered everything.
All right. Well, considering I covered everything, Mr. Chairman, I would like to.
And Darwin, this is right next to the church, am I correct?
right next to the church.
Questions from the board?
Yes, so where, in terms of managing your trash, where would the tenants store their trash?
The trash cans are actually outside the building. Um,
Can you show a picture of the building while you do that? Like, is there space on the side?
uh,
what you're saying?
yes, yeah, there's a side yard. And in the front as well. But, the, trash cans are covered.
Not on the porch, right?
No, not on the
Okay.
porch, no.
So as you can
And
see,
I think
On
you
the side?
see one of the trash cans.
Oh, okay. I see.
it's on the
I see the
first
perimeter.
floor.
Okay.
Do both tenants use the same door?
I'm sorry?
Do both tenants use the same primary entrance to the
Well,
property?
the second floor, I guess, what would be the third floor, it has its own individual door, but both tenants would use we have one front door.
One front, yeah, that's right. And then both have access to the rear yard, but only the first floor tenant would have access to the basement, correct?
Right.
Where are the utility connections for both units?
I believe that's in the rear.
Well, some
I
should have
ju-
been in the base, like where's the hot water
Oh,
tank?
I thought you meant like Pico.
Yeah, where's the hot water tank for the upstairs unit?
It's in the basement.
It's in the basement. So, does that tenant would not have access in case of servicing, correct?
I'm sorry?
For servicing, like how are you handling servicing for the second floor unit if their utility hookups are in the basement and only the first floor tenant has access to the basement?
Okay, well, they would contact me, I would contact the contractor.
Okay, so the church is still managing, like dealing with it
Yes.
and managing property, okay.
They screen their tenants, they manage, he manages.
Other questions from the board?
So is this currently occupied or just occupied? Is one unit occupied or both units occupied?
Just one, just the first floor.
Okay. Um, and, uh, what's the plan for the front of the house? Is
No,
there,
there's
the
no
porch,
anticipated construction.
the porch roof is gone, what are you planning to put the roof back or?
The porch roof, you mean the awning that's on the other side?
Well, there's a green awning on the house next door, right?
Yes,
Right, and you're to the right of that, right?
yes.
So that's my question. Is there any plans for the front of to put the roof back or anything?
I guess he's asking, would you consider putting an awning? I was just conferring with him so he can answer. Would you consider doing that?
Yeah, we definitely could.
Well, why don't you go back and talk to the mic? In other words, and I think he asked roof, you're saying you'd put an awning in. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So you're gonna match the awning next door?
Well, I mean, we would
Hopefully,
definitely
if you're gonna do something on the front, you'd kind of match the historic character of the rest of
yes,
the block. So that would be.
we would do our best, make our best effort to match the awning.
Okay.
Questions from our attorney?
No question, but I did want to indicate that it does look like after 10, it looks like at 10:07 a.m. that you did submit the documentation concerning the zonings with regard to the properties at Winona at 308, 310, 312, 313, and 329.
That's correct.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 3 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1971 in a council-supported map change. At that time, this block had been zoned single-family since 1933. This appears to be a legalization of a long-term use. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for 2 dwelling units.
Thank you. MI 2026-000-316-315 Winona Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Layla Beebe, my vote is yes.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy your day.
Okay.
God bless you. Thank you.
Well, I need that. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so we're number 13, yeah. Number 13, MI 2023 001 142 646 West Huntington Street. Zen Jin is the attorney.
They're being promoted to panelist, Chair.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Zen Jin, Z-H-E-N, last name J-I-N.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is Mr. Slavik Leshko for Reed Street LLC, the property owner.
All right. And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you
Good morning.
submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
Thank you. I'm going to share with the board what was previously submitted as exhibits. Can the board see my exhibit on their screen?
We can.
Thank you. So good morning. This is an application for 646 West Huntington Street. This is an application for a variance from the existing CMX2 zoning, which, as the refusal indicates, in this district, the first floor residential must contain a use other than residential. And our proposal in this case is to allow the use of that first floor as a residential unit, in addition to the existing by right setup, which was 2 residential units and a commercial unit. This building is already in existence. It's not a new construction at this point. The photos will show that you can see that the first floor was set up originally as a commercial use with the 2 residents above. My client has had some difficulty over recent times to try to get a tenant for this spot. This area is actually predominantly zoned RM1, residential multifamily. There's an existing Chinese takeout restaurant across the street. The other 2 corners looks like they are in fact part of residential building districts and are used as multifamilies. Or straight across being a large development that is part of an I2 district that has been converted to multifamily dwellings. The community actually supported our request. They understand, in fact, the member of the RCO, the leader of the RCO walked by the location. They understand that it has been vacant as a commercial property for over a year. And my client has been actively trying to lease the space as a commercial space for that time without success. So at this point, his proposal is to make it a residential unit, which would actually be consistent with other uses in the neighborhood. As far as the actual proposal, the plans will show that the building itself has an existing rear yard that does allow trash to be stored by all units, and it's currently used for the upstairs units, as well as if there was a commercial unit, they would all have access to the rear yard and put their trash. The proposed unit on the first floor. The current structure of the first floor is that the first floor itself is basically a open office slash vacant space for any commercial use that wants to go in. The basement's also an open space. The progress set that the architect prepared proposes the living room and kitchen and bath on the first floor with the bedroom in the back and also 2 bedrooms in the basement. Because this property was CMX2, the entire property is actually sprinklered, including the basement. So it is sprinklered throughout the building. However, my client and I did have discussion, and he understands that there's generally a reservation for allowing bedrooms in basements of properties due to safety reasons. This property's second floor has more detailed already. These are existing residential plans for the second and third floor and the roof deck that already exist. So again, we're here to ask the board's favorable discretion in allowing the first floor and basement to be converted into one additional residential unit rather than having it sit vacant as a commercial unit that has not had a tenant within it for some time. Having the residential unit active would put eyes on the street, would actually be a better situation for the property, which is actually a corner property, than to have a vacant space on the first floor. Again, the surrounding area is predominantly residential, multifamily in zoning. So again, the community had no opposition to our request of adding this unit into a residential unit. We believe that the residential use would not detrimentally impact the neighborhood in the sense that it is actually not adding to the density in a substantial form. A commercial use could potentially actually bring more traffic and facility burdens than a single residential unit. Again, we're flexible on the board's ultimate discretion as to how we can lay out the residential unit, despite the proposal having the bedrooms in the basement. My client should be available to verify my testimony, and I'm certainly happy to answer the board's questions.
Bring your client on.
Sure. Slavik, can you raise your hand virtually to be identified so you can be added as a panelist?
They're being promoted to panel.
Thank you. Have they accepted the?
Aye, sir. What's your client's name again, Zen?
Slavik.
Yes, do you hear me?
Leshko.
Yeah, Slavik, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Slavik Leshko, Slavik, and Leshko, Leshko.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Leshko, did you hear my representations to the board and see my presentation on your screen?
Yes.
Can you verify what I have represented to be true and correct and adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Can you also verify that you have been actively trying to rent this space as a commercial and that you have not had any success in the past year?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Zen, why don't you bring up the basement before I open
Sure.
it up for questions?
Sure.
Questions from the board?
Let me. Right
Yes,
here.
where's trash stored for all of the units?
So-
Currently in for the commercial, if it's granted, the residential unit on the first floor.
So the way the building is situated on the street, it actually has a rear yard area. I know it's not shown. Let me see if it's shown on the site plan. There's a fenced-in rear yard here. Here we go. There's a fenced-in rear yard with a gate access from the side that all 3 units would have access to for storage of trash in the back, behind the fence until pickup time.
And is the idea is, there was a ramp on one of the diagrams that I'm seeing. Is there still a ramp on that first level? The idea is to keep that?
Yes, there's still a ramp there that was built as part of the commercial property, and there's no
Right.
plan to remove it.
Okay.
Well, what precludes you from making the first floor a one-bedroom unit, accessible unit?
The basement and the first floor is currently connected. It doesn't preclude that particular proposal. There is actually a bedroom proposed so the first floor is essentially set up on the proposal as a one-bedroom unit. Except we would have to redesign the bathroom to include a shower on the first floor, which can be done. But that is currently set up, but then there's access also directly to the basement, which is why the proposal was to have the additional rooms in the basement so that it's not simply left as a vacant space.
Other questions? Our attorney,
No questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX2 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. This neighborhood still carries its original 1933 zoning. This is a new two-family dwelling with a ground floor vacant storefront built in 2025. There is no unique physical condition or circumstance of this property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the proposed use variance for not including ground floor commercial space and the proposed use variance for an additional dwelling unit.
MI 2026-001-142, 642 West Huntington Street. I vote yes with proviso. No household living in basement.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Senator Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Win, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
All right, number 14, MI 2026-001-149, 6019 to 25 Baltimore Avenue. Nixon Canna is the attorney.
They're being promoted to panelists.
Mr. Canna?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair, how you doing?
I'm good. Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Nixon Connor, NixonKannah.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Sure. My client is Damon Neal, and he's a tenant at the property.
All right, our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits
Good
5
morning.
days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay. Okay. This is 6019-25 Baltimore Avenue. my client has a business at their location, Damon Neal. His business is Neal Tires and Auto Repair. He is currently in a 5-year lease with the property owner for this property, for him to operate his business. These are drawings that we received from the property owner as far as renovations that were done to the property. Just by way of history, this property goes back to, I believe, 1925. It started out as a garage, auto body shop, as a gas station. And it operated as a gas station up until 1986 or 89. And the zoning was changed from an auto body shop to, I believe, an attempt to operate it as a produce shop. So basically that's what changed the zoning in this case. What we're seeking is a variance to go back to operate this location as an auto body shop. Based on these drawings, it's not going to be any change to the structure. I'm going to show you. These are more photographs of the exterior. This is the condition of the property that my client received when he leased the property. Again, he's on a 5-year lease. And we submitted a letter from the property owner, and he's not available, but he has no objection to the zoning. He actually purchased this property as an auto body shop. I'm going to show you the interior of the property when he purchased it, with the lift and everything that was in the property. This is basically the interior of the property. It's the workstation. Again, my client signed his lease back in September of 2025. He was operating his business until L&I showed up in, I believe, June 6th, and basically told him that this location, quote, was no longer zoned as an auto body shop, given the previous rezoning that was done in I believe it was 1989. No, I'm sorry, 2012, I believe. It should be in the package. I'll show you the history of the property. It should be on there. Give me a minute. Okay, this is the application that it was rezoned back in 20.
Could you flip your screen a minute for us?
Okay. I'm not sharing.
Well, it's sideways.
I'm sorry?
It's sideways. You gotta.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Commissioner. Okay. You're right. Okay, so this is the zoning application back in 2017, trying to rezone this property for a produce shop. And when my client attended the community meeting, it was unclear whether they ever actually operated the produce shop at this location, notwithstanding the rezoning. At the community meeting, the issues that was raised was parking. Again, my client has ample parking in front of his building, that there will be no issue with parking. My client's going to be, some of his business going to be changing tires. There was an issue as to the tires. We have a contract with a tire removal company that was part of the package. I believe it was A15, that a tire removal company would basically come to my client's property every month and remove the tires. Prior to the tire removal company arriving, another concern that was shared was where would the tires be stored while we wait for pickup. My client took it upon himself to basically build. This was actually an issue that came up. So what we did was we built a storage shed in the back of the property. We have 2 of these in the back that will basically store the tires. We'll store the tires until pickup. Again, my client is here with me, Mr. Neal. He's been a auto mechanic for about over 44 years. He has a location. He has a business in Delaware County. He has another location in Philadelphia. This will be his 3rd location. And as indicated from the community meeting, we're not trying to bring a commercial destination into a residential. This has always been commercial. It was commercial as a mechanic shop for several years until somebody attempted to operate a produce shop, and it was changed from mechanic shop to a produce shop, and we're just seeking a variance to take it back to an auto mechanic shop.
So why don't you bring your client on?
Okay. My client is here with me in my office.
Okay. Sir, could you please put him on the screen there a minute? Could you please
Sure.
state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Damon Neal, DAMON, Neal, NEAL.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Neal, you heard my testimony and my presentation to the board this morning.
Yes.
Will you adapt that as your own?
Yes.
Any questions from the board?
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
Just one second. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Lynn Ryder, Huber Board Counsel. I just wanted to clarify, your request was for commercial vehicle repair and maintenance, but it seems like you're doing personal vehicle repair and maintenance, correct? Or is that incorrect?
I'm sorry?
Are you
Well,
doing
no, just as an auto mechanic shop. It's not commercial vehicles like buses or limousines, if that's what you're referring to. No.
Also, you mentioned about parking.
Correct.
That wasn't part of your application though, correct?
No, I believe it was an issue that was raised at the community meeting as to if our business would impact the neighborhood as far as parking. And from the exterior photograph that I showed, we have parking on site for at least 8 to 10 vehicles. So there will be no need for street parking.
Okay. Just for the parking, you should probably look in to see if it had been legalized, had it been prior, had it been approved prior to this time, because it's not included in your application.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What was that question?
The question, my statement was that you did not put in your application any mention of parking. So that my suggestion is please look into the history to see if parking had been legalized at that location previously. Yeah.
Okay.
If it hasn't, you're going to have to submit an application
As far
for
as
parking.
Well, let me just.
You can reach
So
out
this-
to council, off the record, but I'm just
Yeah,
letting you know.
we're going to only vote on the building today. You may have to
Okay.
come back for parking. What you
Okay,
should do
but-
is call down here to the council's office and they would give you the instructions.
Correct. Well, what I was, Mr. Chairman, what I was saying is, parking was not an issue for my client's business. The concern was if
Right.
individuals bring their vehicles to the repair shop, would they have ample parking or would they be parking on the side street? I believe the side street was Edgewood Street. We're on the corner of
Right.
Edgewood and Baltimore. So the concern was
Okay.
they don't want anyone parking on Edgewood Street, which we're not going to park on Edgewood.
Okay. Council?
I do have another comment. There should be a proviso, given what council indicated concerning the vehicles. It should be a proviso is the approved use is personal vehicle and repair maintenance only.
Correct.
Yeah.
Reviews, personal, say that again.
Personal vehicle repair and maintenance only. Because his application was for commercial.
Okay. All right. Questions, comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fector with the City Planning Commission, Chairman and board members. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX1 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1970 and a council-supported map change. Let me pivot here because I had testimony for the
Take
other
your time.
use. Since the appellant has clarified that the use is for personal vehicle repair and maintenance, then City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed use variance.
All right. MI 2026-001-149, 6019 to 25 Baltimore Avenue. I vote yes for proviso. Approval, personal vehicle use and maintenance only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Layla Beebe, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, members
Mr.
of the board. We have
Patterson.
your excuse.
Yes, you can, sir.
Thank you.
Sure. Take your time. Good morning, Mr. Patterson.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, thank you. Ronald Patterson, Patterson, Claire, Klehr, Harrison Law Firm, 1835 Market Street.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure, my client is the owner of the property, Salvatore Gorbisi.
And our vice chair has a few questions, and just a note, we do have a few letters of support here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals to stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
I think I have to be promoted. See it.
You should be coming back as a panelist shortly.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Okay, so this application regards a home at 3190 South 17th Street. Right here, it's in the Packer Park neighborhood. It's the end of a block. You'll notice that this is a city street, 17th Street. And behind these homes, on all of them in Packer Park, there's a private driveway. It's not a HOA, any type of an arrangement. I would call them
an orphan alley, orphan driveways that we see throughout the city. No one owns them, but we're required to maintain them. I live nearby, so I'm in the same situation. So the application regards a shed that Mr. Garbasi put in behind his house. And I show the aerial because you'll see the character and the context in the Packer Park areas. Everyone has sheds and behind their house in the driveway. The houses don't have basements. The posting, there's a view from the street. Again, it's a double wide lot house, and then he has a lot here that's undeveloped, just grassy area. Poster view, here's the shed in the rear. To give you some context. So we purchased the property in 2019 and put the shed, since storage is a commodity. An inspector came earlier in the year and found that there was no permit for it, and it was measured and it exceeded the allowable 130 square feet for a shed. Yes, it does. And again, as I mentioned, we have double wide lots, so he did a double wide shed here. It's used for storage. The houses have no garages anymore. They may have been built with garages, but they're long removed. Is that correct? I'll ask you questions. Okay. Here's a side view with all the sheds along the backs of the rear property. Just a picture from across the street. The board has asked for interior photographs. Here's interior photographs of example of what's stored in there. This is the side of one of the sheds, so it's another access door to get in. There's no access for a car. It's the side of the shed. Here's examples of what's stored in the shed, as well as other things. Display areas, since he has this wide area here. We did meet with the Packer Park Civic Association, disclosed that I am a member of the board, and we did vote in favor of the application. We believe that, yes, although it exceeds the allowable, that the fact that the property is double wide should be taken into consideration. And there's no adverse impacts on this area, since it's within the character and the context. Everyone has sheds there along that rear private driveway. So with that said, I'd like to
Hi, sir,
introduce.
could you please state your name and
Sure.
spell it for the stenographer?
Salvatore Garbisi, Salvatore, and last name is Garbisi, Garbesi.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Sal, you've heard what I've said. Do you agree it's true and accurate?
Yes.
And would you adopt it if it was your own?
Yes.
Is it accurate that what you do is you put storage in there, it's not used as an occupancy type of shed?
Yes, it is correct. My wife's, yeah,
Okay. Do you have a basement,
I do.
but it's not below grade? It's not a cellar?
No.
Okay. Anything you'd like to add to the shed story?
No, the reason for the size is just the vastness of the lot and the decorations. He showed you some pictures,
Yeah.
but there's a lot more
Okay.
decorations than that.
Okay, you got a big Christmas ground, and put a lot of Christmas in there too, I think.
Yeah, well,
They got me carried. My wife's got.
You should come down for Halloween and walk the neighborhood, so it's.
Questions from the board?
Yes, who built the shed?
I'm sorry?
Who built the shed?
The Amish. They
Oh,
dropped it
yeah.
off on wheels.
Okay.
It was
so-
ordered.
Okay, so you had it like prefab?
Yes.
Okay.
He
got
put
it.
in the foundation, cement foundation.
Yes.
And there's no other like electric connections or whatever?
We did run a line.
Okay.
For
The
lights.
line for like lakes and stuff like that, yeah.
And what are you doing with the stormwater runoff or the runoff for the shed? Is
It goes into the yard.
It goes, okay,
It's pitched towards the yard, yeah.
okay, thank you.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Vector with the City Planning Commission, Chairman and Board members. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1990 in a council-supported map change. The appellant appears to have built an accessory structure without the benefit of permits. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny both variances.
MI 2026-001, 236, 3190 South 17th Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Ty Owen, my vote is yes.
Layla Beebe, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council.
Great, thank you.
We noticed that you got this plan down straight, like when your case is called, you walk through the door.
I'm watching until it's ready. I'm not used to being here in the morning. No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Number 17, MI 2026-001, 362, 3531 Frankfurt Avenue. Frank Turner is the attorney.
They're being promoted to panelists.
Okay.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning, Council. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Certainly. My name is Frank Turner, FRANKTURNER.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Council, could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
Certainly. My client is Frank Volpe, member of JTP Rents, the owner of the property.
Our Vice Chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. Right one. No. No. Sorry, bear with me 1 sec. Trying to find my screen.
We see you. No, we do not.
Okay. And so here are my screens. Can everyone see the screen?
No, we do not, sir.
Or you do not?
No, we do not.
Okay.
We see you.
Okay, hold on.
You should be coming up any minute.
Here we go. There we go. One more button. Should be coming up. I'm trying to fill the screen here. There we go.
Okay.
So so everyone can see the screen now.
I see Harrogate Civic Association.
Great. So this week, if we start here, this is the letter of support from Harrogate Civic Association. My client presented to them previously back in May. As you can see, that they received the support of 18 members. There's one member that did not oppose it, and 0 members opposed it. They did ask that my client install security cameras. Sorry, back up a little bit. What we have here is a rooming house that's been zoned since 2002, I believe, or 2008. Let's see here. That for 22 people in a rooming house in a CMX 2 district. And we were denied because my client wants to put a 5-family residential building there, and which is what the property was zoned for until since 2002 at least, and then before it was changed to a rooming house. My client purchased the property in 2023.
Council, I think it'd be helpful if you put the pictures of the location up.
Absolutely. Oops, property. And let's see here, we have photos of the. So I'll show the outside a little bit better. It's also our posting. This is the property here. And so it was zoned for a rooming house. It's currently vacant, as you can see. It's a corner property, very large. And you can also see the postings there as well. Also some photos of the interior of the property, where the renovations have started. There's no change to the exterior and no demolitions being done. My client is only putting in permanent doors where they were removed previously when the property was changed from a 5-family unit to a rooming house. And there's some just work on the stucco being done there. And my client's building permits were denied because of the zoning, the missing zoning variance, but because the property is not zoned for residential and it's in the CMX district. And but there are other. There's a property directly across the street.
Council, do you have plans? Do you have plans?
I do have
architectural
plans as well.
Council, do you have architectural plans?
I do have architectural plans.
When do you put them up?
And so here, this is the basement floor plan. It's just used for storage. There are no additional walls inside the basement. It's the first floor plan where they have 2 studio units with separate entrances. There's the second floor where we have 2 additional studio units. And the third floor with a 1-bedroom. That's the 5 units that are being proposed there. And as I said, the property is currently zoned as a rooming house. My client didn't think that would be the kind of thing he wanted to manage. And also there are other 5-unit properties in the area. There's one directly across the street. And so we believe it is actually in line with the uses on that block. And and so we believe that the variance should be granted. We also think that it would be an improvement to the neighborhood, considering the condition of the property when a client purchased it, and also the neighbors like the idea of 5 individuals, unit occupants rather than 22 people in a large building.
Council, could you bring your client on and have your
Certainly.
testimony adopted?
Mr. Volpe, can you raise your hand so the board can bring you on?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Frank Volpe, Frankvolpe.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Council?
Thank you. Mr. Volpe, you heard my testimony just now?
Yes.
Do you adopt that testimony as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, I'm looking at your occupancy and unit area, and I'm
Mhm.
just wondering how you got to the decision of 3 people in a one-bedroom apartment on the third floor walk-up.
That's what it was originally framed out as, and I'm not adding on to the structure. I'm keeping the same framing, same layout, and
So
just remodeling basically.
So all of like the existing walls that you're showing in the level 9 plans, are you saying they exist already? The
No, they
bathrooms
were
and
already
kitchens?
framed. It's new sheetrock and all, but the framing was the same layout.
They're not.
Everything's new, electric, plumbing. There's going to be a sprinkler system. There's 3 different exits. The only issue there might be is that the trash is going to have to be outside in the yard. If you can see, there's pictures across the street. The guy has like a boxed out area with a lock on it for the trash. I'm going to be doing that in the yard.
You're talking about the
Minimum,
multifamily property across the street?
yes.
Okay,
He has 5 units as well, same size.
Sorry, right here.
yeah, well, his building's also bigger than yours.
It's the same size except for a garage.
Which building are you referring to? Because I'm looking at a building, are you talking about, what is it, 35, 36?
Let me look.
It's
I think I
definitely.
uploaded, I think I submitted that photograph, but I don't have it pulled up right now.
He's talking about
35, 33.
directly across the street on the side street.
Correct.
What is the use in the basement?
What is what?
What is going to be the use in the basement?
Storage and utilities. It's going to have all the hot water heaters and just storage. Each
all
unit's going to have
tenants
its own washer and dryer, kitchen, bathroom. Everyone's going to have their own stuff.
Are all units going to have, are all tenants going to have access to that basement, or is it going to be sealed for you and your management?
Nah, it's going to be sealed just for me for access whenever I have to work on hot water heaters and the utilities, the
Is the
heat
only
unit.
access to the basement through the Bilco doors at the front?
Yes, that's going to be steps eventually with a door.
Okay. And then all tenants will have access to the rear yard.
Huh?
Are you going to maintain access for all tenants to the rear yard?
Yes.
And you said that's where they're going to store their trash in the rear yard?
Yes, unless I could do it on a payment like the neighbor did across the street and box it out and put a lock on it.
We don't.
Don't do it on the payment. Not
Okay.
the rear yard.
Yes.
Can you go back to the plans quickly?
Sure.
And it's like I keep seeing the same 3 pictures, so it's hard to kind of see what.
That's the basement.
Basement. This is the first floor.
Okay.
Yep.
With 2
So
studios, one in the back, one in the front, one in the back.
One entrance through the front, one entrance through the back. They have their own entrance.
So the back unit on the first floor is going to enter through the backyard.
Back. Yes.
Okay. And the unit up front is going to have, it's from this door towards the front. Gotcha. Okay. And then the Bilco door is the one that has DN on it. Okay. Then you come in the stairway and you go upstairs. Can you go to the second floor?
Sure.
Will all tenants have
That's the
access
third.
to the entrance
Oh,
that
so-
goes to the second floor?
Well, what?
Will all tenants have access to the entrance that goes to the second floor?
All tenants.
No, just the people that live on the second and third floor will have entrance
What's
to.
your mail plan for the first floor tenants?
There's going to be 5 separate boxes on the front.
What are you defining as the front? Where the first? Where
The
front-
middle doors on Atlantic Street.
Okay, but what about like Amazon packages? Because they won't fit in the mailboxes. And the only protected vestibule now is only for 3 tenants or 3 units.
No, a lot of people have the drop off boxes now in front of the houses. I can get one of them for
People
Amazon
do,
packs.
but that also, I mean, you got to check with streets. You're now encroaching
Yeah.
into the right of way.
Other questions?
More of a comment. I think your third floor bedroom is a little small. And I think it's the designers knew that because they did not show a bed in that room. I question how
They
much
didn't show
space you
what?
have in there. You might need to rethink that layout.
This third floor bedroom is too small, I think.
Not too small, it's just doesn't really fit a bed. Technically,
Understood.
it meets code, but
When you don't show furniture, it's,
it's
it
less
reeks
than
of,
8 feet wide.
it's
So
Right.
questionable. Anytime, you have a plan that doesn't show furniture,
I understand.
it reeks of questionableness.
Other questions from our attorneys? Our attorney has something to say here.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Lynn Ridelhuber, Board Counsel. I just wanted to clarify, I don't know if it was said on the record and I missed it, but what is the relationship between Mr. Volpe and JTP Rent LLC?
Mr. Volpe is a member of
Sole
GTP
owner.
Rent and also it's the sole owner and also is the listed as the organizer. I have the
Okay, that's fine.
Public
I don't
plan
believe
info.
you put that on the record, though.
oh, thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Effecto with the City Planning Commission, Chairman and board members. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX1 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2017 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan and in a community-initiated public process. We are aware of 8 duplexes on the 3500 block of Frankfurt Avenue. And traditionally, these large corner properties had between 3 and 5 units with ground floor commercial space. So the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed use variance for 5 dwelling units.
MI 2026-001-362, 3531 Frankfurt Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Trash stored in rear yard.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ty Owen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Layla Bibi, my vote is yes with proviso.
Council, thank you.
Thank you,
Is there
board.
anyone, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience whose case from 9:30 has not been called?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. We have 22 people in the virtual audience.
We're ready, Bill, we're ready. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this afternoon's ZBA hearing. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board members, Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Ty Wynn,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Ryan McAdams,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Layla Bibi.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Lynn Reuter Huber, Our Executive Director, Ian Haggerty. Also, here is Lakeisha Dandy. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consider to be you agree to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation. Whether in person or remote, if you're called to speak, please state and spell your name, then wait to be sworn in. After you've been sworn in, state your name and each time before you testify to enter an appearance. Indicate the property address on your Zoom webinar. Speak with a staff member. Call the ZBA office by the close of business tomorrow, 215-669-2429, and provide your name, email, and the case address. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand to get you to, before you speak. When we call on you, make sure you click the join as a panelist button. Use the Q&A for procedural questions only, nothing to do with the case. If you are joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. In-person participation. If testifying, get close to the mic so that all attendees and the court reporter can hear you. No talking, eating, or drinking during the hearing. Aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. In an emergency, follow staff instructions. The main exit is the double doors at the rear. The nearest stairwell is to the left. If we evacuate, please go to Love Park, which is directly across Arch Street. Remain there so we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 4. Hold on a minute. Number 4, MI 2026-001-076, 547 East Chelton Avenue. This case has been withdrawn. Number 7, MI 2026-001-779, 39 Wolf Street. Mr. Goldberg, when do you come up with it? This is the one we need to know where they stand with this case. Am I correct? Right. So, if you would state your name and spell for the stenographer.
Alex Goldberg, ALEX, GOLDBERG.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Number 39 Wolf Street. We're ready to withdraw this. There was an indication you may have another.
We were advised this morning that there was an error on the refusal and the permit was going to be issued by right. I'd prefer, if it's possible, that we have the permit before the case is withdrawn. If that's not like logistically possible because of the order of operations, that's fine.
Go
Hi,
ahead.
Mr. Goldberg. This is Executive Director Haggerty. Sorry, Chair Bergman, do you mind if I?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we intend to cancel this appeal in Eclipse, which should allow LNI to issue the appeal. We'll preserve this without you having to withdraw it right now, so that that preserves your right to continue in case something goes wrong with that process for one reason or another. So I think that's how we're going to handle that, if that's okay with you.
That's perfectly
Okay.
fine.
All right.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
Good timing.
You have several cases, so we'll see you soon. Number 10, MI 2026-002-050, 6639 Yoakum Street. Donna Hamilton is the appellant. This is the first listing. We have no exhibits. Anything in the audience?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for the session. Craig Magadosian has his hand up. I have promoted him.
Okay. Craig?
Mr. Magadosian, if you're still in the virtual audience, please unmute and wait to be sworn in.
I'm here, Board Chairman.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Good afternoon. Craig, C-R-A-I-G, last name Melidosian, M-E-L-I-D-O-S-I-A-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Chair
I
Bergman.
just, as you know, called 6639 Yoakum Street.
Yes, and I got kicked out and I got back in.
Okay.
We understand that there will be a continuance, and we need a continuance. There's some technical issues with this. The property is owned in a father's name. The son made application, does not have a lease, and his operating company is an LLC. So we told him he needs to speak with board counsel to get these issues straightened out. He didn't disrespect the board. I simply told him in that this is going to be a continuance. He should go to his day job. I'll appear for all of us.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
6639 Yoakum Street, that will be continued until 11/18 at 2 p.m. Number 13. Number 13, MI 2026-002-207, 1332 East Hunting Park Avenue. This is the first listing, no exhibits. Vern Anastasio is the attorney.
Mr. Anastasio, if you're in the virtual audience, please raise your hand. Chair, I do not see them in the virtual audience.
Okay, 1332 East Hunting Park Avenue, that will be continued until 11/18 at 2 p.m. Mark must be heard. Is there any other requests for continuance?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any further hands.
We're going to go to our add-on list. Number 1, MI 2026-001-541, 11,003 Lindsay Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Number 2, MI 2026-001-010, 2000 East Cumberland Street. I vote yes with proviso, maximum 5 dwelling units.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes, with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
And number 3, MI 2025-004-134, 3813 Folsom Street. The vote on this matter has been rescheduled to Wednesday, August 18th at 9:30 a.m. We're going to go to our first a regular list. Number 1, MI 2025-004-380, 4370 to 74 Main Street. Henry Clinton is the attorney.
Just a note, August 18th is a Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait.
let's-
Chairman, I was just notified, the one that you, we were going to vote on resumption, I think you announced it as a vote.
what are we talking about?
Yeah, hold on.
So number 3?
Yes.
Yeah, but are we doing it on Tuesday?
What day is it?
Wednesday?
Wednesday, but it,
Okay, so, so what are you just going to resumptive hearing?
yes.
And that's going to be August 19th?
No, August 18th.
So Tuesday.
That's a Tuesday?
Tuesday.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's what, that's,
Wednesday, August 18th.
We have zoning both days.
we do.
I'm gonna assume that it's Tuesday, August 18th. Okay, we'll go with that. So resumptive hearing.
All right, so we're going to have a resumptive hearing for 3813 Folsom Street on Tuesday, August 18th at 9:30 a.m. Okay? Number 1, MI 2025-004-380, 4370 to 74 Main Street. Henry Clinton is the attorney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Hi, Mr. Clinton. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, my name is Henry Clinton, capital Henry, Clinton, Clinton.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure, the client is Brazilian Wax and Spa by Claudia, Pennsylvania Corporation, a rather long name, but Claudia Rosardi is here on the call. It's Claudia Rosardi, Ryssardi, along with Analia Williams, Analia Williams, Williams. Both are on the call.
Okay, and Mr. Clinton, I understand this is going to be here and hold, am I correct?
Correct, because we're waiting for amended refusal.
Yep, our vice chair has a few questions.
Actually, I'm sorry, it's gonna be here and resume.
I didn't hear what that was said.
Sorry, because of probably the,
Here and resume.
yes.
A resumptive hearing?
Yes, so we're gonna hear it, but then it's gonna be resumed because of what he's being submitted.
Okay. 11:17.
Sounds good. Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Yeah, Ms. Graham, I submitted one revision this morning. It's an attachment to the proviso, so that was something I admitted.
Thank you.
We have that, thank you.
Is that visible, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Again, thanks for hearing this case. This is a request on behalf of a business that is owned and operated the subject building 4370 to 74 Main Street for the last 6 years. It's a request to add 5 apartments above the existing structure. Part of the structure is designated by the historical commission. So we had some nuances to play with before we got to this point. In fact, we were going to have a hearing back in July, and we had to request an amended refusal. And during the interim, the examiner asked us for additional information. So I don't really know when we'll get that amended refusal, but hopefully it'll be soon. So these are the exhibits A1 through A10, as well as some past zoning records. The refusal, pretty clear. It's in the CMX 2.5 zoning district, a pretty broad zoning district. We requested 6 dwelling units. We have reduced that to 5. So we've eliminated this one refusal. And the second refusal has to do with the minimum rear yard depth. You'll see from the photographs that this building has 2 fronts, one on Main Street and one on the Schuylkill River, the footpath behind it. So the building is already 100% occupied. We cannot have a rear yard whatsoever. So we do have overwhelming support by the 2 RCOs in Manayunk, both the Manayunk Neighborhood Council, as well as the Manayunk Development Corporation. So this is the photograph of the existing building. So where it says Brazilian wax, that entire span, which has a white clapboard on the second floor and some detailed open windows on the first floor, that's the designated part. And 4374, which is a one-story building, currently attached to the main building, but that has not been designated. And then to the left, I want to point this out. This is a walkway that connects Main Street with Venice Island. It actually goes over the canal and then connects with some apartment buildings and the Venice Performing Arts Center back on Venice Island. And I have aerial photographs, but I'm just trying to set the stage for you. So the idea is to add 2 stories above this, I'm going to call it a billboard. And that's where we have had issues with getting historical approval. They wanted us to maintain this billboard, which we have, and that required us to set the building back a little bit. But that's a separate issue that we will address with the Historical Commission. Just another view. So this is the bridge. You know, it's a footbridge, again, leading over to Venice Island. And there's a door here, which you can see a handle. That is access that we have to the side of the building for trash storage. And we also have a door in the rear of the building to store trash on the rear, on the side of the building. So this is an aerial view looking north. Again, the building is here, the 2-story building that's existing. Actually, it's 1 story, but it falls off. There's a grade drop from Main Street back to the footpath along the canal of 7 feet. So the back looks like it's 2 stories, but it's really 1 story with a lower level. And then here's the other building that is legitimately 1 story. Just another closer view showing you Main Street and the footbridge to Venice Island. This is the stairway that leads from the path, the Schuylkill River Trail path up, and then you walk up these steps and you would go to that door here that I showed you in the first photograph to exit onto Main Street. This is just a closer view of that walkway with the access to the side door. And right here, you can see some trash cans, and closer view, that's where the trash is stored outdoors. Just another view looking the other way. This is our zoning notices that have been posted properly. And on the call with me is Joe Serrator. Joe is the architect, and I think I'm going to have him explain some of the floor plan because it's kind of unique. Joe wanted to have access, view access from both the front and the rear of the dwellings. So what he did was he has switchback stairs where some of the bedrooms are on the canal side, but their living area and kitchens are on the Main Street side. So you really get 2 good views, and Joe will walk through that with you. We've made a number of changes since the first time that we presented this project with regard to bays, front and rear, setbacks, and height. And we're actually waiting on 2 refusals. One has to do with height. We expect that to come back. We're about 42 feet average. If you take the height of the 4 corners of the building, the height is at 42.2. And we expect number 8, a refusal having to do with the waterfront setback. After we were here in July, the examiner, I guess, took a closer look at the application and said, well, you don't have a survey explaining whether or not you're within 50 feet from the top bank of the rear-facing canal. And we said, well, no one's ever mentioned that. So we had to hire an engineer. He's in the process of doing that. But frankly, no matter what his results of that survey are, whether within 50 feet or outside 50 feet, the building's already there. We can't move the building. The addition is on top of the existing building, and it'll result in a refusal, but every building along the canal there is the same depth off of Main Street. So that's a little backdrop to that. So these are the revised plans. And Mr. Chairman, can Joe Serrator come on board?
Sure.
They'll be coming back in as a panelist shortly.
Thank you very much.
So while Joe's waiting to come on, I can at least go through the site plan. So this is the existing building. The addition will be the 2-story above the front. And then there's a little drop down or above the second floor building. Again, Joe is trying to maintain the historical nature of the front elevations, which both Manioc groups were overjoyed with. We're a little bit below the height of the building next door by about 2 to 3 feet. And then to the right of the non-designated building, there's an existing 1-story building. So I think I would like to have Joe go through
Joe?
the floor plan after you swear him in, Mr. Chairman.
Hello. Hi, Joe. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Joe Serrator, Joeserratoire. I'm the architect for this application.
Sure. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
All right, so Joe, I'm just going to go over the existing plans, and when I get to proposed, then you
Sure.
can chime in. So again, this is the designated building, the basement. Both buildings have basements. It's a spa right now. It's been in business, as I said, for 6 years. And the the right side is really just for storage. So Joe, let's start with the elevation. Can you just, in a short fashion, go through a little bit of the changes that are happening here on the front of the building?
Sure. We originally had, of course, the proposal for 3 stories going straight across, and after some initial reviews with the Historic Commission, we had took recommendations to have the and it's same thing with John Hunter recommendations from the RCO to emphasize the existing contributing building where you see the Brazilian wax sign, as it was originally an old bank, and they wanted to sort of maintain the verticality look of that. So in doing so, we kept the 2-floor addition to minimal heights of 8 feet interior and have it set back 30 inches from the front parapet board, or that signboard, if you will. And the other end, the right side there, which is non-contributing, we've kept that, since that is at a lower elevation for the first floor, we maintained that and stepped it down so it would allow the addition above the contributing to maintain itself there with a separation. You see the sort of that dark line in the middle. That's a recess there that maintains that as a separate building in appearance. And we introduced 2 bays that are very typical to Manioc Street, the Main Street, which is a 2nd floor bay only. And then with a brick front, and then putting back the storefronts that are down there now. If you saw from the earlier photograph, there was the bank building did an extension there with a rather bland brick front with 2 punch square openings. So we're reintroducing the storefronts there on the right side, and maintain, of course, the existing left side entryway into the salon. The far right building, if you will, it has the 2 entries. One would be for the other one that Mr. Clinton pointed out as the storage area, which is also a viable commercial space that they have rented out before. And then the right side is the entry. The far door is the entry to the apartments above. And again, that building is approximately 36 to 42 inches lower than the main building.
All right, Joe, now I'm showing the rear elevations.
Yes. So this is the rear elevations that we worked with the RCO. They really want to really have an identifiable presence along that rear facades of these buildings, fronting that rear walk. And we're showing 3 bays at the top that are highly needed, because we needed the square footage with this building being entered with a center hallway, so that we had some extra square footage we needed. So there's 3 bays proposed back there. And then there's also adjoining terraces that are in line with those bays to have some outdoor space for all the units that can look out over onto the Schuylkill River. This is some the wall sections. This is the right side is the section that is going through the right side, the smaller part of the building. And then the left side is the over top of the bank building, the salon building, the historical contributing building. And yeah. This was a diagrammatic sketch we did for the Historic Commission.
All right, Joe, so I think what we should do for the board is maybe walk through the floor plans and give them an idea of what you've done so that you could have views on both. If you're a tenant in this building, you'll have views in both the front and back. I thought it was pretty novel.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, so we were seeing these are the floor plans.
Well, let me get back. Let me go back.
Yeah, so you have the three plans here. The first one on the right side one is the first floor plan that has the existing wax and spa salon there, and it shows the addition of the entryway to the apartments on the far right that would come through there. So they're maintaining the entryway in the front, and there's a stair that goes down to their basement on the far left there. And then you can see that the back stair is still going down around the back, down to the back area, a 3-foot section that's before the Schuylkill River Trail itself, the boardwalk back there. And there's a entry door there that's proposed that is a second means of egress for the units on the second floor. So if we start at the far right and come in off of Main Street, the far right door, we're going to be coming into the apartments. And then if you see on the first floor, we're going to be coming up where the cursor is there. You'll be coming up, and let's see, this is the yes. You enter in the center corridor there, right there. That's where you come up, and you're now on the second floor. And this is a center corridor that goes back to the rear egress stair that I just mentioned that goes out to the back. And from here is all the living and kitchen units of the 5 units. So right where the cursor is there, you come in, that's unit 1. And that is, of course, living and kitchen, and has a terrace. And from there, they go up to their second floor level, and they cross over to the front. So they basically comes out right there, right where the cursor is, a little bit higher there, Hank. Yeah, right there. That's where you come out, and you're on the Main Street side. So now you have a little of both. Your living room is looking out over the river and the canal, and your bedrooms are now up along Main Street. Likewise, this happens with each unit all the way down, except for the center unit. The center unit has a full floor, which I can go over. Yeah, so you come down, and as you're coming down the hallway there, you'll see there's another set of stairs straight down. Yeah, come into the hallway, Hank, there, back in the hallway, right there. Yes, those stairs now go up to the next level, above the bank building, the historical commission, historical designated building below. So it's a higher section. Those are 12-foot ceilings in there, so this is a little higher, this building. And then from here you have the other 3 units of the living and kitchens. Each one has their own trash storage, and they each have access. In this case, the 3 units in the back, the living areas look out to the canal and the river, and the 2 in the front are looking out. The living rooms are looking on the Main Street. And on the 3rd floor, where Hank is now, these are all bedrooms. So whatever unit you had below, you're on the opposite side from the switchback stair. It crosses over, and this allowed the center hallway to work, and also allowed the stairs to not run as much and take up a lot of space, as if your bedrooms were right above your own living space, which would have taken out a lot of room, circulation space.
And Joe, each of these apartments are 2 bedrooms, and about what we had.
There are 2 bedrooms, and yeah, the average is about 650 square feet. The largest one is the center one, which is at 700 and I think it was 767 square feet.
Yeah, 767, correct.
Yeah, 70, right. So you see that's the only unit then it's the 5th unit. So it's the one in the middle on the 3rd floor that goes front and back. Whereas the other ones have whereas on that one level, whereas the other ones just have their bedrooms are either at the back or the front. So it affords visibility no matter where you are there. The 2 means of egress. And again, they're 8-foot high ceilings, 2-bedroom units.
All right.
And, yeah.
I think this is more of the same here. So you have streets approval for the bays, Joe?
Yes, we have streets, yes.
All right. The rest of the documents are what you would see in a presentation like this: tax clearance, or actually proof that no real estate taxes are owed. Zoning map, again, showing the canal, the Venice Island over here, CMX2 zoning district. The deed indicating ownership, as I indicated at the outset, from 2023. And then I have some historical, well, this is the zoning notice. Then I have some historical documents indicating that this was a bank and a real estate office in 1985. Also maintained as a bank in 86. And then there was a prior owner in there using the building as personal services. And these are the backup documents in support of that summary that I just went over. So that would be the conclusion of the presentation. I could have my client come on and
Why do you have your client come on?
Claudia, can you unmute yourself, please?
Counsel, what is the client's name?
Claudia Rosardi, Ryssardi, or Anelia, Analia Williams. Both of them are on the call. I think they were here via telephone.
Say Claudia Rosardi in the virtual audience. Claudia Rosardi, please raise your virtual hand. Wait to be sworn in.
Claudia, are you there?
They'll be coming back in, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hand.
Understood.
Claudia.
Yeah,
Hi, can you hear?
Hi, yes. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Claudia. Rissardi. Rissardi.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel.
Mr. Sardi, good afternoon to you.
Hey, good afternoon.
Were you on the call when I presented your project for your spa on Main Street?
Yes, you do.
And if you had the opportunity to testify, would you adopt my testimony as your own and as true and correct?
For sure.
Thank you very much, Claudia.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, I just want to confirm because the plans were hard to read the labels, but all 5 apartments you enter on the new second floor, and they all have internal stairs to get to the bedrooms on the new 3rd floor.
Correct.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so, are there any, concerns here about, floodplain issues?
I mean, along the canal, I think Ms. Gatson, there's always concerns, but it's been an existing building. We're going to the 2nd and 3rd floor, and if I went back to my photographs and showed you all the buildings that are constructed on Venice Island, we're certainly above their grade. I can do that. So, we're here. Here's Venice Island. I know there was a lot of discussion about having buildings on the island, but there's hundreds of people living there. So while there's always a concern, I think it's less concerning with our building than others that are already there.
Well, I think we were around when the initial issues about Venice Island came up.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. And then you said that the property, the lower level is that locally designated because of it being a bank in the past?
Only the main building, 43, 70 to 72 are designated. The one story next door is not, because this, where it says Brazilian wax, where the clapboard is, that was the front of the bank.
Okay. And then you said that all the units were 2-bedroom units. Did you say how many baths, or did I miss that?
I don't think I said, but I can go back. I believe each has,
Each has 2 bedrooms.
yeah, each has
The
2
architect just
bedrooms.
said each has 2 bedrooms.
But I think the question was how many baths,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
There's 1 bath per
One
unit.
bath. Yeah, I just want to make sure.
One full bath. It's a shared bath.
Okay. And that's even for the larger unit?
That's correct. Yes.
Yes.
All right. And then just asking, why do we want to do this?
Why do we want to do?
The addition.
Because the ability to have more rental income for the business owner below, bring more residents, more foot traffic. Both Manayunk groups were ecstatic that more people will be coming to the avenue.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions? Questions for our attorney?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, the revised plans that you submitted to the board, are these the same plans that are being reviewed as part of the amended refusal?
Yeah, well, the amended, yes, answer is yes.
Okay, we just didn't know if there were any further changes that had been made, that's all.
No, because these are the plans we submitted to the L&I examiner, and that's what she's looking over.
Okay, the same plans that we have. The revised
Correct.
plans. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience, for the current audience here?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Is planning taking a position now? Go ahead.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission, MICHAELGALL.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I so affirm.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change from the existing CMX 2.5 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The proposed deviation from the rear yard setback is an existing.
I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
No, it went out. Yeah.
Yeah, the sound went out.
You're muted.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change from the existing CMX 2.5 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The proposed deviation from the rear yard setback is an existing condition of the property, and the proposal should cause no undue detriment to the location beyond what might otherwise be expected. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed variance for rear yard setback.
We're going to have a resumptive hearing on 11/17 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Number 2. MI 2025-004, 546, 216 South 42nd Street, Meredith Furliger is the attorney. Good afternoon, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. Meredith Ferliger, Ferleger.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Of course I can. My client is 216-218 LLC, represented here today by Gabe Buda-Levin.
And I'm sure you're aware there is a letter of opposition.
I am,
All right?
yes.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do. There has been a change in the number of units requested, and I'll address that in the presentation.
Okay. All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. I will, and I do also, I know it's very unusual nowadays to have an actual physical visual, but I do think it's going to be really helpful to the board in this case. Can I hand you up, just for, they don't have to be part of the record. They're in the exhibits.
Counsel?
Is that okay?
Sure. Why?
I think it's already part of the record. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Wow. Make sure on the record there. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. And again, just for the record, I did just hand up a physical exhibit that is already a part of the exhibits today, but I think it's going to just be helpful to you as I go through the presentation to actually have it in front of you to reference. And I think you'll understand why. All right. The request before you today concerns 216 and 218 North 42nd Street in Spruce Hill. The exhibit packet that's in front of you contains 17 exhibits. Just to briefly summarize the basis of today's request, this application requests one use variance to permit the use of this almost 12,000 square foot building as 12 dwelling units, which is an expansion beyond the 6 that currently exist. As I mentioned briefly, that number of units is a reduction from the number that was originally requested to L&I. As you can see, originally 15 units was requested. That has now been cut down to 12. As we expect you're going to see today, this building is remarkably complicated and subject to a significant hardship. I'm going to try and walk through some of the background information quickly because I do want to spend a little bit more time on the photographic walkthrough that I have.
So let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So we have your presentation, 30, 35 minutes, and then we're going to go to the, try to see if we can't get the audience in it.
No problem. And I think I think my presentation should be just about that, if not even a little bit less.
Thank you.
No problem. And again, I do want to spend some time on that photographic walkthrough because I think it's going to help you understand how the unit layout here is truly driven by the structural characteristics of this building, which were each built in either 1890 or 1930. So just very briefly, the deed conveying this property to my client is shown at Exhibit 3, and tax clearance is shown at Exhibit 2 for each of the lots. Starting first with the zoning map at Exhibit 4, you can see that this block is zoned RSA 3, which is entirely inconsistent, as you'll see, with the solitary, dense multifamily use of this particular block of South 42nd Street. This particular property, these two properties combined, sit right at the corner of South 42nd Street and Locust Street. And then if I turn to the aerials here at Exhibit 8, zoom in a little bit, you'll see from the east view here that this is a fairly historically characteristic block, although it does not have any form of formal historic designation at this time. I did at Exhibit 11 include a map that shows the newly established Southeast Spruce Hill Historic District, which stopped just one block south of this property. I include this because it is relevant to the request, since had the district actually continued a block or two north, this building itself would have been able to utilize that historic exception in the code to permit all forms of CMX3 uses, including multifamily. The photographs at Exhibit 17 are of the exterior and will provide you a little bit more useful insight into the property and the neighborhood itself. So the first photograph that you have here is of the building frontage, where you can see the two adjoining existing buildings at 216 and 218 North 42nd Street. As you can see here, these doors are at grade level, which is also effectively the basement, but is also the street level. And you'll see in the photographs and on the plans that although it's labeled as a basement, it is effectively the street level of the property. My client is proposing to combine the properties via a unity of use, as they are already physically joined on the inside. And again, you can hopefully start to gather some of that unique historical character that my client is seeking to restore. The next photograph that I have here shows immediately to the right of the building, showing one of the alleys that separates this building from its adjoining neighbor. And then as you'll see in the plans in a moment, there is a door that is on this side of the building that will provide egress from the lower level. And then if we flip back to the other side of the building on Locust Street, again, you can start to gather the mass of this building itself and the significant change of grade as you move along Locust Street that renders that nearly that entire lower level above grade at street level. And then if I zoom out a little bit, this is just a view from the intersection of South 42nd and Locust. Now, if we move back on Locust and flip in the opposite direction, you'll see here that the property has an existing garage, which is not proposed to be altered or changed with this application. And then from a more direct side view, you can see the 3 existing egress doors, which are again at the street lower level of the building. For ease of reference, we did label it on the plans as the basement, but you'll see again, as you can start to see here, that it's not actually truly a basement. And then in the next photograph here, you can see the large 7-foot wide rear alley that leads towards the back of this property. And then I did also include some photographs of the rear yard, which will be open and accessible to all of the residents of this building. And I did include just a couple of photographs. And again, you can see that there is an additional egress door on the back of the building. And again, this door is from that lower level basement, if you will. And then in the next photograph, and as you'll see on the inside, this building was historically used as the photography studio for renowned photographer Armstrong Roberts. And you can see his plaque is still on the side of the building. And then just in terms of some context photos, I'll move through these quickly. This is a view across the street from the property. And then looking up South 42nd Street towards Walnut Street, you can see in this image here. And then you can see here, this is a view of the intersection. And then again, if you look across the street, you can see the school. I believe this is a part of the Penn Alexander School across Locust Street. And then we did also include photographs of the zoning posters, which were timely posted. In your exhibits, at exhibits 5 and 6, you do have several plans, and I did hand up a visual representation that more directly compares these just for your own purposes. So exhibit 5 is the existing conditions floor plan showing how the building is laid out today. And then at exhibit 6, you will find the proposed floor plans, which were prepared by our architect, Chris Blakelock, who should be on the Zoom to answer any questions that you might have. We did include 2 versions of the proposed plans, one with dimensions and one without dimensions. The one with dimensions is obviously a little bit busy, so we included both versions just to make it a little easier to reference. I will briefly introduce you to the existing conditions plans, but I do have snapshots of these floor plans with the interior photographs to reference as well. So I do want to give you a sense of the proposal so that when you see the interior, you can hopefully understand how this proposal is truly the best and most viable option for this remarkably complex building. So as you can see here at Exhibit 5, the building is currently 4 stories, including that lower level. There are breaches at the street level, the first floor, as well as the 3rd floor. Everything that you see indicated in green was historically used as a part of that photography studio. And that is the area that is proposed to be converted into additional residential units. As you know, RSA 3 does not permit commercial use, nor does it permit multifamily living. However, with multifamily living already existing in this building, that now leaves a significant portion of this building without any legal use whatsoever. So as you can see, Unit 1 currently extends from the street level all the way up to the top floor. Unit 2 is currently on that 1st floor. Unit 3 and 4 are on the 2nd floor, and Units 5 and 6 are on the 3rd floor. As you can see, as you compare the existing to the proposed, there are no material changes proposed to those existing units, except to Unit 1, which will no longer have any portion at the top floor. So that unit is going to be reduced in size. Exhibit 10 shows all of the permit history for the building itself, showing that the permit history here shows that the building was historically used between 5 and 6 units, depending on which permit you look at, and then a photography studio dating all the way back to the 1930s. So this property existed in its current state for almost 100 years, just under.
Both together.
Both together, that's correct. Yes, they have breaches at 3 different levels. So now if we turn to Exhibit 6, you'll see the layouts of the proposed units. All of the existing units have maintained the same color indications. Again, just so you can clearly see what is existing, what is to remain, versus what is now newly proposed in that former photography studio. On the ground level, street level, Unit 1 will have its kitchen and bathroom. On the 1st floor, Unit 1 will have the living room, dining room, and 1 bedroom and bathroom. And then on the 2nd floor, Unit 1 will have 2 more bedrooms and bathrooms for Unit 1. This Unit 1 is over 3,000 square feet and is specifically being designed for Gabe to live in this building. If we then move back down to the street level, you'll see that Unit 7 will have direct access from Locust Street. It's indicated in blue, and is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath unit of nearly 1,000 square feet. Unit 8 is on the other side and has direct access from the side alley off of South 42nd Street, and will be a 2-bedroom, 2.5-bath unit of almost 1,400 square feet. The street level will also have a designated trash storage area, mailroom, as well as some utilities areas. The entrance to the 1st floor is either through the front on South 42nd Street or off of Locust Street. So you can see there's entrances along the side, and then there are entrances at that front. On the 1st floor are 4 units, including a part of Unit 1. Unit 9 is in the back and is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath unit of 540 square feet. And then Unit 10 is also a 1-bedroom, 1-bath unit of 500 square feet. And then Unit 2 is one of the existing units that is 650 square feet that will be renovated but otherwise materially unmodified. And then the 1st floor also has an additional trash storage area in the back. At the 2nd floor, you'll find a Unit 11 in the back, which is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath unit of 840 square feet. Unit 3 is another existing unit to remain, which is a studio unit of 335 square feet. And then you can see here, and you'll see even better in the interior photographs, that this unit cannot be modified or otherwise incorporated into any of the other units, as there is a level change that you'll be able to see in a moment. And then unit 4 is also an existing unit, which is also to be renovated, but otherwise the envelope is to be unchanged. And that unit is 655 square feet. And then finally, at the 3rd floor is one new unit that is labeled as Unit 12, which will be over 1,100 square feet and a 1-bedroom, 1-bath with den. The other 2 units on this floor, which are units 5 and 6, are also 2 of the existing units that are to remain. Unit 5 is the purple unit, which is a studio unit of 320 square feet. And then unit 6 is a 1-bedroom unit of 665 square feet. And this particular unit is the unit where the former owner of this property lives and will continue to live post-renovation. And as you can see here, and as you'll see in the photographs, there is another level change between Unit 5 and Unit 6, making any physical change there virtually impossible. All of the units have interior trash storage, which is supplemented with the storage areas that you saw at the 1st floor and the lower level. Since Gabe will be living here, there's no better eyes on the street management to ensure that the property will be well maintained. In addition to trash management for this property and all of his other properties, Gabe and his team pick up trash weekly in the neighborhood in which all of his properties sit. Now, at this point, and I will reserve a lot of the legal argument for the memo of law just in the interest of time, I do want to spend some minutes walking you through the photographs so you can truly visualize the existing conditions in relation to the renovations that you have now seen. So at Exhibit 7, I have included a very detailed photographic walkthrough of this building. I am going to walk through it as quickly as possible, but please stop me if any questions come up as I'm walking through it. The one thing I do want to have the board take particular note of is the number of interior stairs that exist not only in the building, but between floors and within units. And you'll see here, and I think this is why it's also helpful for you to have the plans in front of you, I did try and include snapshots of the floor plans so you can get a better sense of where these pictures are actually taken. So starting here, what I did is these are broken down between side. So the 218 side is the corner, the 216 side is the interior. So I'm going to show you the 218 side, and then we'll flip over to the other side. So this first image here, you can see the street level entrance, which as you walk in, you then can step down to that lower area, which is going to become a part of Unit 1 and the Unit 1 kitchen. So there's not only steps that come up from the street, but then there's immediately steps that go down onto that lower level. The photograph here also shows a very good representation of the grade of that lower level, which even at the front of the building is technically a basement, but is truly at grade. This is a photograph of the bathroom that will remain in Unit 1, and again, this is that lower level again. On the left here, moving to the next photograph at page 15, the left photo here is entering the rear portion of the former commercial area, and you can see that would be entering that door into the back there. And then on the right-hand side, this would be as you come in that front door and go upstairs into Unit 1. There is then an additional step up onto a platform that exists within Unit 1. And you can see that set of stairs a little bit better here. So this is that platform. So the photographs here at page 16 are just some additional photographs of Unit 1. And then this photograph on the right here also shows you that breach that currently exists between the 2 buildings on the 1st floor. Moving on to page 17, on the left-hand side are the stairs that lead to the 2nd floor. as well as a view of the portion of the first floor commercial space, which is going to be incorporated into the renovated Unit 1. And then moving to page 18, this is as you move a little bit farther back into that previous commercial space. And you can see here some of the really unique historical features of this building that Gabe is seeking to retain. So just by way of example, the fire doors that just have really unique historical character. These areas will become a part of Unit 1, but the separation in the back will be sealed off because there will then be another unit in the back. So moving to page 19, this now moves all the way to the back of that first floor where you can see the photography studio, which is to become Unit 9. So again, you can see here that there are not only stairs that lead down to that lower level at grade, but there's also another interior set of stairs which leads to the second floor of the photography studio. So if you're standing in the photography studio here on the left, just off the left here is another set of stairs that lead up. This middle photograph of the stairs leading down will provide a second means of egress for the entire building, which leads out to the street. And then the stairs that lead up will only provide access to future Unit 11. And you can see that indicated in your proposed floor plans. It's actually colorized, so you can see that. And then again here on page 20, more photographs of the studio itself, and then that internal set of stairs that I mentioned that leads up to the second floor. Page 21, this jumps to the second floor of the photography studio, which is to become Unit 11. So again, you can see here some of the spectacular features that Gabe is intent on preserving in this building. And then on page 22, as you move out of that second floor photography studio, you now enter that second floor area of Unit 1, which is going to be retained as a part of Unit 1. And then on page 23, if you exit Unit 1 on the second floor, you'll see one of the common features of this building, which really does add a lot of complication to it, where there are additional sets of stairs between levels within units themselves. And you can really kind of see that here. So this interior set of stairs here actually leads to other areas of Unit 1, which you'll see on the next page, which are proposed to remain. And then again, as you can see here from the next page, not only are there stairs separating units, but there are stairs within units themselves. So this is a set of stairs that is interior to Unit 1, and you can really see that on the floor plans here, stepping down into the bathroom. So this was really a fascinating way that they built buildings back in the 1800s and early 1900s. Page 25 are some additional photographs of the second floor of Unit 1, which again will remain for Units 1's use, but will of course be renovated. Page 26 are the stairs that then lead up to that third floor, which again is currently a part of Unit 1, but will become Unit 12. And then on the next page are some additional views from some of the rooms in that unit. And then on page 28, again, you can see here the additional set of internal stairs within this unit that lead to its existing kitchen and bedroom. And this, again, you can see here that portions of that kitchen as well. And then finally for Unit 1 is, this is now at the front of the building, and this is on the third floor, one of the existing bedrooms. So again, all of this will be converted into that Unit 12. Now at page 31, if we drop all the way back down to street level, you can now move back again towards the rear frontage along Locust Street, which are currently storage areas and dark rooms for the former photography studio. So you can again see here, this is clearly at grade. And then if we just move back, these are all of the areas here that will become a part of Unit 7. And then the next photographs on page 33, again, are as you are continuing towards the rear along Locust Street, where you can see one of the side entrances. And then moving further back at page 34, you can see some of the other areas that were utilized by the studio, including the former film vault. Moving to page 35, you can see another one of the main entrances from the side. And this is the one that will be the main entrance, the main common entrance to the building from Locust Street, that will provide access to both trash and mail, as well as providing one of the several means of egress through the rear common stairs. So now, rounding back on the 218 side, you can now again see that set of stairs that leads up into that photography studio that you saw a few pages back. Now, if we flip to the 216 side, again, you'll see here the other half of the commercial space. And then this is that side door that I mentioned that leads to the alley. And this is the area that's going to become a part of Unit 8. So page 37, again, you can see some other views from this area as well along the side and interior to some of those former storage areas. And then the next photographs on page 38, you can see these are just moving further back on that ground level. And again, this particular area will be predominantly used for mechanicals. And then a final view of this is all the way in the back. You saw this door from the backyard. And again, this will only provide access into those mechanical areas. So then if we flip back to the front, you'll see again the front of the building. So this is now the entrance on the other side, where again, you can see the street level that leads up to the main hallway at the first floor. And then on the right-hand side, just from the other view, you can see that first floor separation that you saw in an earlier photograph. And then you can see that here on page 41, just with a little bit more context. Looking in, you can see that raised platform in Unit 1 that you saw earlier. And then page 42, this shows the existing Unit 2, which again is one of the units that will materially remain in terms of its envelope. Again, you can see here more interior stairs within rooms, which again really complicates how this building will operate in the future and in terms of the unit layouts themselves. I did provide a couple of additional photographs of this existing Unit 2 on this next page 43. And then on page 44 is, again, you can see here some additional views of Unit 2. And this is essentially up those stairs that you saw in a previous photograph. So if you're in Unit 2, you have to walk up some stairs to get to this front room. And then if you leave Unit 2 on the first floor, these photographs will show you some of the portions of the photography studio that utilized the 216 side of the building. And this is what will become Unit 10. So if you then move upstairs, these photographs now lead into the existing Unit 3, which is one of the existing studios to remain. And then the next page on 47, you can see some additional views of that existing unit. Again, all of this will be renovated into modern standards. And then page 48, excuse me, just outside of this unit, you'll see the level change to Unit 4. And this is essentially what separates Unit 3 from Unit 4 and from any other area of the building. And then page 49 are just some additional photographs of Unit 4, which again is one of the existing units that will remain. And then on page 50, This now moves up to the third floor on the 216 side and enters into Unit 5, which again is very similar in its isolation to Unit 3. So this is the other studio that will remain. And essentially you walk up the stairs and that unit is there. So there's nothing else that surrounds it. And then the next 2 pages just have a couple of additional views of this existing unit as well. And then finally, once you walk up another set of internal stairs, this page 52 are just some other photographs of Unit 5. And then on page 53, once you again walk up another set of internal stairs, you enter into Unit 6, which is the unit occupied by the former owner, who again will continue to live here after the building is renovated. And then the final views are just some other views of this particular unit. And he has continued to live in this unit since the building was sold. So in the interest of time and in the hopes that the hardship here is abundantly clear, just based on the physical conditions of the building alone, I will defer the bulk of my legal argument to the memo of law I included at Exhibit 13. Of course, I'm happy to expand on any point, but I will just give you a few quick bullet points.
Why don't we just figure out where we stand, right? So you're about 31, 32 minutes into the presentation.
Got it.
How much longer do you think you need? Because
30
if-
seconds?
30 seconds?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm almost done. Maybe 60, but I'm very close. I promise. First, as you saw today, this proposal is only seeking to convert the formerly permitted commercial use into additional dwellings. Since neither commercial use or multifamily are permitted in RSA 3, permitting additional dwelling units is clearly the least minimum deviation from the code, given the 6 longstanding units that have existed. Second, as I mentioned, had the building been captured by the historic district, the building would have been permitted an unrestricted number of units. The code recognizes that large historic buildings like this one are extremely difficult to utilize in accordance with modern code standards, and that is precisely why the code provides for exceptions to normal use restrictions. Finally, as I alluded to earlier, this entire block, every single property, is densely multifamily. At Exhibit 12, you can see here all of the buildings that surround this one, which contain between 6 and 12 units, and these are all half the size. Aside from the clear hardship imposed by the physical condition, the number of units proposed is the least minimum and, quite frankly, the most logical based on the conditions that we presented to you today. If those physical conditions are not sufficient to establish this, we did also include a density comparison at Exhibit 16, which shows that the density per unit here, per square foot of the property, per square foot of the building, is significantly less dense than nearly every single one of its neighbors. I will defer the rest of my legal argument to the memo of law. Obviously, I'll expand if necessary on any particular point, but I think that's the highlights.
Right, so why don't you have your testimony adopted?
Yep.
Right?
Gabe, swear
Hi,
to
could you
them.
please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Gabriel Budel-Levin, GABRIEL BUDA-LEVIN.
Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Gabe, have you been present and heard all the testimony and evidence that was offered in front of the board today?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that testimony was true and accurate, and would you adopt it as if you had provided it to the board yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And then just very briefly, can you just share with the board the importance of this project to you in terms of what it means to you and its history?
So I grew up in the neighborhood. I've been working in basically Victorian buildings in the neighborhood for over 20 years. This is probably the most intact, nicest example of a historic West Philly Victorian property. that's has so much of its character left, but it is already moved away from being a single family home, which is really, really rare. Usually they're pretty butchered up once they get turned into apartments, and pretty much fell in love with the property the first time I walked through it. Tim was very, very nice and let me bug him. I probably walked through it 4 or 5 times before I stopped getting lost. But it's pretty much a passion project for me, and we're really excited, me and my team, to basically restore it because it is long overdue for quite a bit of work.
Okay.
Thank you.
So council, we just had 48 pages given to us, right?
Yeah.
I don't know that I can get the board through this in time.
Do you want to do resumption?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to do a
That's fine.
presumptive hearing, simply because we took a lot in,
Understand.
right? And I would think we're another 20 minutes, then whoever may be in the audience and things of that nature. So we're going to have a resumptive hearing. We're going to bring this back on 11/17 at 9:30 a.m. Okay? And then thank you for your presentation, and thank you for bearing with us. I mean, this was a large presentation. And
Under-
Gotta admit, you did get through it as quick as you could.
Understood, and I think
Okay.
it was important. Do you want me to take those back so I can bring them back the next
You
meeting?
could have mine back, sure. Yeah. Okay, so, we're gonna move on to number 3. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so MI 2026-000810, 200 block of North 58th Street. Eric Carroll is the attorney. And then what we do is after that, we wind up going to, we could have been questioning that for 20 minutes. But we don't know how many are in. And I think at least we're, you know, we're done with her. Right, so, all right, Mr. Carroll?
Good afternoon, Mr. Bergman, board members.
Oh, how are you? Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Eric, ERIC, Carroll, CARROLL.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
Yes, on the Zoom are Moniketta Cokes, who's the business manager, as well as the owner of this daycare, the Big Handprint LLC.
Okay, our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
And counsel, we don't have an RCO letter, am I correct?
Yes, that's an issue I wanted to see if you wanted to address. I'm sorry?
No, we don't have one.
But there's a reason why it's all.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Mr. Bergman, do you want me to address that issue, or is that, will the board let us proceed without addressing it? I've had some back and forth with board
No,
counsel about.
we'll start your presentation, we'll work through it.
Okay. Okay, thank you. As I said, my client in this case is the Big Handprint LLC, which is a group child care center presently. You can see the referral in front of you. My client applied to go from a group child care facility to a child care center. Just to recap the distinction under the zoning code, a group child care facility, you can have between 6 and 12 kids in your facility at any time. When you move up to a child care center, you can have 13 or more. This property is 200 North 58th Street. That is at the corner of 58th and Race in West Philadelphia. It is zoned CMX1. Under CMX1, you cannot have a child care center, so you can't have more than 13 kids. We are seeking a variance so that we can have use of a child care center. This is a little bit unusual in that my client doesn't actually want to have 13 or more kids. She's okay with the 6 to 12. However, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, if you're designated as a child care center, you have access to much more funding, many more programs that you can use in the care of the kids. So again, we're just seeking this strictly for the classification on paper, so we can go back to the state and get the funding and programs that my client needs. We're not trying to increase the number of kids beyond the capacity of 12. This is the front of the building. There's a corner entrance, 58th Street to the right of the photo and Race Street to the left. As you can see, it's a two-story building. It's about, the whole building itself is about 2,096 square feet. My client is the commercial tenant on the first floor. There are some residential tenants above us that don't have anything to do with this application. You walk in the front, there's a reception area. And then that little area in the back that's just one story, that is the indoor play area. Another picture of the front door. These are photos of the windows showing the zoning posters. This was actually from the prior listing where this hearing was scheduled for July. We do have updated photos my client reposted showing the August listing. This is a photo of the interior. This is a pretty nice facility, very clean. Everything you would see in a proper daycare, books, toys, activities. This is the rear play area, as you can see. That's that covered one-story section in the back. In my exhibits, sorry, let me just play with the zoom here. I submitted a copy of the commercial lease, again, showing that my client, the big handprint, is the tenant. This is the zoning application, which the zoning application, the ZBA appeal, it does list the reason. We're not seeking to exceed 12 children. We just want the child care center classification for funding purposes with the Commonwealth. So nothing is actually changing. We're not changing the use. It's been in use for a year or two. It's as I said, it's really only the paperwork that is changing. Here are the plans. When you walk in from the corner of 58th and Race, you walk in, there's a little reception area where the parents can drop off their kids, pick them up, sign them in, sign them out. And then you go back into the education station. These are some of those first photos that you showed. This is where most of the day-to-day operations with the children take place. Going back a little further, you got your bathrooms, your kitchen areas, and then going all the way back, there's that indoor play area, which is 170 square feet. The usable space for the kids is 477 square feet. But as I said, the whole floor and then a little bit of the basement for some storage is 1,000 square feet or so. This is the side. We have the front corner entrance and then a side egress. We had some issues getting the tax clearance certificate, but I did print out tax balance of zero, as well as commercial trash fees, L&I. There's nothing showing. There's no judgment liens against this entity. Would you like me at this point to address the RCO issue?
Why don't you do that?
Okay, so this is the third listing for this hearing. My client had been trying to get an RCO hearing for quite some time. For the first two listings in June and July, they were not able to get anything from the RCO prior to the hearings. At the last hearing in July, Mr. Bergman and the board, you agreed to a continuance. We immediately went to the RCO, which is the for that area at 58th and Race. We were scheduled for July 9th, and my client sent out all the notices on July 17th. Here's the notice that was sent out. My client sent out the notices to all the addresses that were required, listing a hearing at July 29th at 6:30 p.m. Before achievability. That is the RCO. On the day of July 29th, somebody from the RCO reached out to them and told them that, oh, I'm sorry, you didn't submit any documents to us in advance. We're going to have to cancel your hearing. That alleged requirement was never communicated to my client in advance. We do have a letter from who my client was dealing with at achievability, a Hassan Abdul Rahim. He's the business and youth engagement manager. This is an email from him to my client dated August 5th, 2026. Again, we were scheduled for July 29th. Third paragraph, I was notified we did not have sufficient time to properly review the application materials prior to the meeting. Concerns regarding whether the application included the required community signature support were also printed out. Without adequate time to complete that review, we did not feel it would have been appropriate to proceed. This situation was a result from an internal communication breakdown during a transition in our staffing. During that transition, I was unaware that the application materials needed to be submitted in advance. So again, that was not communicated to my client. We should not be prejudiced for their failure to do this and then canceling at literally the day of the RCO meeting. The applicant, I am providing this explanation so that the record accurately reflects what occurred. The applicant made an effort to schedule and participate in the required community meeting. The inability to hold the meeting before the hearing was due to our internal scheduling and review process, not because of any lack of effort by the applicant. So given that explanation and given my client's efforts to actually schedule the RCO meeting, we ask that the board just disregard the lack of an RCO letter in this case. They made the effort. The RCO was not letting it happen. And given what we're actually asking for, which is not going to change anything in the neighborhood and is really not a substantial, should not be a substantial issue before the neighbors, I ask that this RCO issue be waived for today's purposes.
All right, so why don't you finish your presentation? We'll see where we stand.
Okay, that's all I have really. I'd be happy to bring.
Your client.
Okay, Ms. Jones, are you in the audience? Could you raise your hand, please?
Please raise your virtual hand. Wait to be sworn in.
Soneka Jones? We also have Monica Coates, the business manager, on as well.
So whoever you want to bring to.
Okay, Monica, if you could raise your hand, please.
But Mr. Chairman, that person can't adopt the testimony.
Pardon me?
That person can't adopt the testimony. Only the owner, the tenant can adopt the
Yeah,
testimony.
but he could bring her on, right, and ask her questions.
Oh, as a witness,
Right,
yes.
yeah.
Of course.
Monica Coates has their hand raised. Do I promote them? I'll go and promote them right now.
Either person there.
Yeah, Monica Coates is there. I promoted them.
We can't hear you, Jace.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Monica
you don't have
Coates
to be
is
sorry.
promoted.
Okay.
Yeah. Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm sorry.
Hi. And who is this now?
My name is Monica Coates.
Okay, and with respect to the
Works
Big
there?
Handprint LLC, you are their business manager, and you've been handling this referral through the
Yes.
ZBA on their behalf.
Yes, the business manager and the applicant.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Monica, Moniquetta, last name Coates, Coats.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Okay. Monica, you are the business manager for the Big Handprint LLC?
Yes.
Okay, and you were the one that actually filed this appeal to the ZBA?
Yes.
Were you the individual that was attempting to schedule a hearing before the RCO achievability?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present on the Zoom when I gave my presentation?
Yes, I was.
Was everything I said accurate and truthful to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Well, counsel, you're also an officer of the court. We'll accept your testimony. Questions from the board?
Yes, with this designation, understanding that you are saying you're not intending to have more than 12, but how many children would you legally be allowed to have based on the size of your property?
So based on the size, they will only legally give us 14, but whatever the CO says is what they'll stop at. So right now, being as though the certificate of occupancy says group childcare, they won't let us go above 12. But also, I just want to state that with a group childcare, you only need a 8th grade education to run, own, and operate a group childcare. You don't need a director, which we have a a clinically master degree director and owner, and we want to be able to use our director to her fullest potential, where with a group childcare setting we cannot.
Okay, no, I understand that this wasn't necessarily about your current business, but since
Mhm.
this designation runs with the property, should this business not exist, I just wanted to be clear what the density could be, even if your business doesn't operate it, a future business could. So that's why.
So yeah, the certificate of occupancy will state no more than 12 children. So the state won't allow more than what the certificate.
Currently, but if you get approval, you're saying it's 14.
No, what I'm saying is with our application, we're still asking to be at 12 children. So if you guys give us the zoning
You
approval,
are, understood it, but you are, but a future business could get up to 14 based on the square footage.
No, that has to stay
the
at 12.
certificate of occupancy will state 12 regardless of who owns the business. So they will only allow 12 because it's a group.
If you look, I could show you the plans, which lays out the certificate of occupancy, because there's 477 square
Understand its
feet.
current condition. I'm not talking about the current condition.
Right, so now it's
I'm
talking about the
talking
current.
about if you
the
are
future,
approved
the future.
as a child care center, your square footage would allow 14 children in a child care center,
Yes.
which is what I was asking. So thank you.
Okay.
I have a question. So just curious, is there any outdoor space?
There's no outdoor. We have indoor play.
So what do you do for outdoor space for the children?
We take them on walks and take them to the local playground.
How far is that away?
It's not even a block.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
I just want to clarify, is there space for more than 12 children at this location?
Per state measurements, there is, but we don't want more than 12, but there is. So for the state, they require 45 square feet per child.
And that includes the indoor play also, or just education?
No, just the education space.
And then
Indoor
there's
play space is measured separately.
50 square feet.
Yes, exactly. Mhm.
So you have a designated indoor play space? Or
Yes,
no?
sir. If my attorney can pull up the plans, the indoor play is in the back, the rear of the building.
That was 125 square feet. Do I remember that, Eric?
The indoor play area, 170.
How big was it?
The indoor play area, 170
Yeah, in
square
the
feet.
back there.
Yep. And the Shepherd Recreation Center is a block to the north at 58th and Vine.
Okay.
All right, so
I have one more question. What are you doing? Oh, sorry, Mike, go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was gonna ask, what are you doing for safety measures for for your, I guess, your clients? Just understanding that like there's a SEPTA bus depot very close by. That's a pretty busy and active corner. What are sort of the provisions for the youth?
When we're transporting them to the playground, so
Or
we have
even
the
coming
6.
in and out, like without, like, are they always being dropped off by a parent inside? I'm just trying to wonder, like.
Yes, so they have to park. They cannot double park on any of the streets. They have to find a parking space and park in a legal parking spot, and they have to walk their children in and sign them in daily, as well as pick up. They have to come into the building, sign the children out, and pick them up. They can't. We don't bring children outside the door. We don't allow children to exit on their own. They have to have a parent present at all times.
And then what are the ages that you're currently supporting?
We support ages 6 weeks to 5 years old.
Okay, and is the plan to keep that age range in the future as well?
Yes.
Any other questions? I'm doing that.
Oh,
She's
okay.
gonna do it in order. I already talked. Counsel?
I comfortable.
You know,
We're gonna hold it.
we can't hear it. We can't, I
We're
couldn't
gonna
hear.
hold it, Michael. The
All right.
council feels comfortable too to hold this and just try to figure it out ourselves.
Okay.
Questions from the virtual audience?
I do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing CMX1 neighborhood commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. Though this property has a documented history of variances for commercial uses going back to 1952 and was remapped to a commercial mixed use in 1971 in a council-supported action. The proposed use as a child care center would not cause undue detriment to the neighboring properties beyond what might otherwise be expected at this location. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested special exception for child care center use.
All right, thank you. Council, we're going to hold this till next Wednesday. We're in an executive session. We're going to have a conversation, just try to figure out some of the things that we need to go through, okay?
Okay,
So
is there any?
next Wednesday at 9:30 a.m., we will vote.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Number 5, Mr. Knockomson. I think we're going to see you a few times today, correct?
Yeah, well, we'll split between me and Mr. Goldberg. I would ask for your indulgence. My architect, Rich Villa, who's here with me for 7340 Oxford Avenue, he's celebrating his birthday today, and he's going to Longwood Gardens, and he has a dinner reservation his wife made at 5 o'clock.
So which one's this?
That's 7340. I probably gave too much, 7040 Oxford Avenue. Probably gave too much information, but I don't want him to be late for his dinner reservation.
Okay. We always want to, well, Tanetta just said, can he celebrate his birthday here? All right, well, number 11. We're going to move this to number 11. So, Alan, you always do find a way to get something like kind of different to come in here. So
I am different.
So,
Sorry, council, just so you know, we're going to hear but do a resumption.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes.
so
Not hear and hold, but hear and resume.
That's right.
Okay.
MI 2026 002 054 7040 Oxford Avenue. Mr. Knockomson is the attorney. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Alan Knockomson, Alan, the last name Knockomson, Nochumson.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is 7052 Oxford LLC, and in the virtual audience is Josh Matthew, one of its members. And to my left is Rich Villa, the project architect.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And did you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
To the extent that we will be receiving an updated refusal after the hearing.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Share your screen and proceed with the case.
All right, thank you. I just need to be promoted as a panelist, please.
Please.
Thank you.
You're welcome, counsel.
You okay?
Yeah,
It's coming up now.
Yeah. All right, here we go. So what we have here at 7040 Oxford Street is a rather significant lot, which in totality is over 116,000 square feet. Currently on this lot is a senior living facility of 57 units. We're looking to put an additional 49 units by subdividing the property. And by doing so, we're changing up the landscaping a little bit, and that's why I have Rich here. And we're increasing the amount of collective parking spots from 22 to 29 parking spots. We will be, seeking a resumption of this hearing because we're waiting for an updated refusal. So we have 14 exhibits here. I do have Mr. Matthew in the virtual audience, who's the owner's representative and who's also the operator of the senior living facility. I'll have him testify, just giving you what the day-to-day operations are like. And I have Mr. Villa here as the architect's representative. He can answer any questions about this project. So it seems a lot worse than it is from a variance standpoint. It really is not. But like I said, we have one large lot. We're subdividing it. Lot 1, just think of that as the existing lot of 57 units. And we'll have 29 parking spaces. That's why we had to do some cleanup. I noticed when I was presenting this matter, and I was saying 29 parking spaces, but there's only 22 showed on the refusal. And then lot 2 is the new structure, or the new building that will be placed on there, and that has 49 units on here. So let's just go quickly through the refusals. For lot 2, we have a roof access structure that's a little bit larger than is allowed under the code. If you think about it, we have people who are, senior citizens who may have, issues with mobility, wheelchairs, walkers, such. We don't want to have a cramped pilot house. We wanted to give a little bit more expansion to that. I believe there's an elevator, going up there. And so obviously we wanted to have a little bit larger. No harm, no foul. There's no light and air issues to nearby properties. The next few have to do with landscaping. I'll have Rich show you about like the extensive landscaping that we're adding to lots, and and also keeping within the lots as well. The next refusal has to deal with the 49 dwelling units. So this is an RSA 3 property, I think in name only. Again, we're surrounded by rather large apartment buildings. The property itself has a 57 unit structure on it. We're just adding a 49 unit structure, not out of character. The next refusal has to deal with the vacant commercial space. That was something we had to clean up. We have no commercial space on here. So, again, that would be eliminated by way of the new refusal. The next refusal has to deal with the height. Again, we're asking for 39 feet 9 inches. There is a building structure right behind us, our property, that's 5 stories high. So again, and we're set back in all directions. And also there's apartment buildings in every single direction. So we're not affecting anyone's light and air and not out of character. The next one talks about the off-street parking spaces. So this is a senior living facility. Mr. Matthew, whose company has owned this property for some time, will testify that there's no parking problem even with the 57 units. There's ample parking. Again, these people are staying in the facility. There's public transportation to get other places. They also have family members, so that's not an issue in terms of a variance. The next refusal, again, also has to deal with parking, but for the quote-unquote vacant commercial space, there is none. So we'll get rid of that refusal by way of the updated refusal. And then the final refusal has to deal with the fact that we're providing additional dwelling units. We're required to have 17 bicycle spaces. We proposed 15. We added some bicycle spaces for the senior citizens who can move around still. So that's that. And so we'll address some of them. The refusals that are going to be in place still, based on the updated one that we should expect in the next couple of weeks. So we met with the Longcrest Community Association. As you can see, it was overwhelming support. It was 20 in favor, 2 and against, and they asked a lot of questions, a lot of tough questions, I would have to say. And I think that's a pretty knowledgeable group, and we got overwhelming support there. The difference between our senior living facility and the ones that you see around, and I'll have Josh talk about that, is that it's focused on affordable living for senior citizens. The biggest issue we have as a nation is affordability, and especially for the people who are growing older who unfortunately have been unable to save because of how expensive we are as a country. They have nowhere else to go. So this gives an opportunity and an outlet for those individuals so to keep it affordable. And again, past performance leads to future performance as well. And they've done this at the lot number 1 with 57 units. It's been so popular, that's why they're expanding an additional 49 units. So it just is basically a blow-by-blow of what we talked about at the community meeting. We also have a letter of support from State Representative Anthony Belmont, and we also have a letter of support from Council Member Anthony Phillips. And I believe, I can't remember, I think Council Member Phillips, he definitely attended the community meeting. And I know he spoke about other things. I can't remember if he spoke glowingly about this, but I know that my client has a great relationship with the council member. He was very positive about this project. And then again, just to show you, what we're not adding 150 and 6 units to these two properties. We're only adding 49 units. And then I just wanted to give you examples of this is an assisted living facility that's right behind us, 466 units. There's another apartment building at 800 Cottman Avenue, which is 116 units. Another apartment building at 7012-24 Rising Sun Avenue, 88 units. So what we're proposing is not really out of character. I would ask that Mr. Matthew be
Sure.
virtually.
Mr. Matthews,
promoted.
please.
They will be rejoining as a
Thank
panelist
you.
shortly.
Hello,
Hi, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
it's Josh Matthew,
Could you spell it, please?
JOSHUAMATHEW, Joshua Matthew.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Could you turn your video on, please?
I'm actually somewhere where I don't have that much light, but I can.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'll
Go
have to
on,
continue.
Council.
Yeah, Josh. So we're at the part of the presentation where I'm going to talk a little bit, or I want you to talk a little bit about the senior housing apartment facility. We can talk about zoning matters, with Rich and development. But why don't you tell us a little bit about Oasis Manor now and how you envision it in the future, hopefully with this variance being approved?
Sure. So Oasis Manor is the current, call it phase one, is a 57 unit apartment facility designed for seniors that are 62 and old. Um, the the building was formerly an assisted living building, so it has a lot of features that help seniors with mobility and accessibility needs. So we converted it when we acquired the facility. It was completely vacant. This is approximately 2 years ago, and we converted it into independent senior living without any direct services like PT, OT, medication management, nursing care. None of those services are attached to this phase one building. However, what we wanted to deliver, which we did, was what we like to call kind of middle income senior housing, which is really a space that just does not exist for people that are 55 or 62 and older. Many of the senior retirement communities that are in our region, or even just in the Northeast Philadelphia area, they generally charge what's called an initiation or entrance fee, and that entrance fee starts anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000, and they go well north of $100,000. That's in addition to your monthly rent. So you'll pay initiation fee or entrance fee to have the privilege of living in the building, and then you pay ongoing rent. So that's a big ticket for a lot of seniors that um, are on fixed incomes. So what we were able to do is basically provide what we like to call affordable living for the seniors without that upfront cost. So our average rents or our rents range from $900 to $1,800 a month. We have a mix of studios, ones, and two bedrooms in our current phase one facility, and this phase two facility is more or less a continuation of that, where we're really kind of designing around this affordable senior living campus, we like to call it.
Yeah, and what's on your screen, what's on everyone's screen is the current campus and the current living facilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and then we have an aerial view too of what the current facilities look like. So these are essentially the campus here with the buildings. This is the parking lot. This is Oxford Avenue, and ultimately this essentially this part of this will become lot 2 over here, which my cursor is, and you're going to move over the curb cut you're going to create more parking here. Get rid of the parking in the back over here, which is further away from the Lot 1 building. Move it closer to over here to Lot 1, but also keep it, accessible for Lot 2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're going to put a lot of landscaping in the front and along the side as a buffer with that nearby property on Oxford, right?
That's correct.
All right. And then that's just from a street view perspective, seeing the current facility here. And just in terms of Lot 1 and the building facility with this 57 units, in the short period of time you've owned that facility, you put a decent amount of money improving the interior of the facilities. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, and I think I have some, and here's the zoning map showing this is a regular shaped lot, and it's a rather large lot of almost 120,000 square feet. But we have some pictures here of this. So this is the driveway that we were talking about, the current driveway to go to the current facility, right?
Josh, you got on mute. Josh.
Yeah, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is the driveway that is for the current facility, for what's, the 57 unit apartment building. Is that right? I'm circling here.
Correct.
All right, and
Yes.
we're just moving that curb cut a little bit over, and we're adding a lot more landscaping in the front, as I said, and we'll go over that. And then this is just another angle of the facility right now. You can see it's well paved, newly paved. Landscaping is very nice. This is our orange notice poster. This is Oxford from different directions. As you can see, there's some apartment buildings. By the way, I think if you go back, there's the huge apartment building behind us you can see too. Let me just go back. It's this huge apartment building here. I think there's a picture of it. Like it's right here. It hovers over us right there. But I think I also have some interior photographs that Josh can kind of walk you through. But these are some of the interior photographs. So this is the current facility. As you can see, it's like, I don't know, I don't think we have before photos, but we definitely have the after photos. And Josh, this is some of the work product you did on the, on the current facility, right?
Yeah, so just to give you a little background on that. So the facility is basically a phase 1 facility, 57 units. Originally, it's kind of 3 buildings. It's technically 2 buildings. They're connected by a building in the center. The 4-story building is called a 1970s vintage building. And then the 2-story building is, call it early 2000s vintage. In 2009, they constructed a building in the middle, kind of what's currently like our lobby, and that connected the early 2000s and the 1970s buildings together. And in 2009, when they built that middle building connecting the two, they did a full renovation. The previous assisted living company did a full renovation of the facility to bring it to 2009 standard. When we acquired the building on or around 2024, we did another renovation to just basically bringing it up to more of today's standards. Upgrading the pretty much everything in the facility and bringing it to where it is today.
Yeah, and your partner, Tim, is the general contractor for this property, right?
That's correct.
All right, well, thank you. If we have any further questions about the management of the facility, we'll definitely ask you some questions. Can you swear in Rich, please?
Sure. Rich, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Richard Villa, Richard Villa.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Chair. This is the.
Wait. I know what you're going to say. Try to get to closer. Thank you. Try it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, great. All right, so what's the first photograph we're looking at, Rich?
This is the proposed rendering of of parcel B, the proposed 4-story building.
And this is where the increased parking is?
Yes.
And then this is the increased landscaping from the front and then in the rear to a degree?
Some of those trees in the rear are that tall, so they're not on our property, but they are there.
All right, and then let's just walk over the site plan. And, it looks like from the site plan, there's some trees that are existing that are going to stay. Right. There's some trees that are new, right? And, you will be taking, this is so annoying. All right, sorry. I always do that. All right. I don't know why it does that, but all right. And then these are the trees we were talking about here that we're adding, right?
Yes. So we're trying to meet as much of the landscape requirement that we can. So there are existing trees on the north property line. Some are remaining and some are being replanted or replaced. There are new shrubs on the south side against the parking lot. There are new shrubs on the Oxford Avenue side, on the east side, and then on the west side, we have shrubs that line the new drive aisle, and there is a trellis in the back as an outdoor amenity. And then there is, if you can point to that, just to the west of the trellis is garbage that is accessible for the tenants from the trellis side, and then from the garbage collection from the drive side.
All right, great. Let me just, oh geez. All right, hold on, just, all right, is there anything, and then this is obviously some of where the increased parking is, right?
Correct. And the ADA spot is located, there are two ADA spots that flank a landing zone that's located right by the front door, so it's easily accessible. And then each of the units, as you can see, has a deck, and so every unit has an outdoor space.
All right.
And I do a lot of units. These are really nice units.
All right, let's go to the next thing. Hold on, I'm just trying to get to the next. All right. So this is, I guess, the current site plan for the property.
Correct.
And this, as you can see, is the current parking configuration as well as the current drive aisle, right?
Correct.
All right. And then this is the new and improved drive aisle with increased parking to 29 parking spaces.
That's correct.
Is there anything else on here that's noteworthy?
The curb cut is moving south on Oxford Avenue.
Okay.
Something like that.
All right. But no effect, obviously.
Yeah, no.
All right. And then here is some, I guess, elevations from an illustrative point of view. I think it goes to what you were saying, that all the units will have outdoor space through these patio balconies.
They're decks. According to
Deck.
the zoning code, they are decks.
Oh. Is there anything else that's noteworthy? Oh, and this is the roof deck access structure, or is this the one? Which one?
The center is the elevator override, and there is one access structure. We're going to have no roof deck anymore. It's just going to be mechanicals.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So there's actually the reason why it has nothing to do with access. Okay. All right. All right. All right.
This is the basement. There's central washer and dryer facilities. All the mechanicals. Our basement has the bicycle parking that's accessible through the elevator. And then there are a bunch of storage units that are available.
Yeah. So there's no outdoor living. Excuse me,
we-
no basement living.
No basement units.
All right. All right. And then this is the first floor, right? So you go through this common lobby.
Common lobby, there's an office, a management office, package room, mailboxes, there's a meeting room, and then there's an amenity room. That amenity room leads outside to the outdoor trellis. Then there are ground floor units that each have outdoor space.
And obviously here's the two elevators, right? So one obviously dedicated, for, people going up and down, and then probably like more of like a freight elevator when necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, for moving in and out, right? And then here's just more showing of those additional trees and landscaping, right? Okay.
Correct.
All right. And we have 40, I believe, according to my calculations, 41 one-bedrooms and 8 studios. Does that sound about right?
That is correct.
Okay. Can we just go through like maybe just a general?
But do me a favor, Alan, the time's really.
Oh, yeah,
quick
that's
enough.
fine.
So if you would you?
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right. All right, thank you so much for your time.
No, I'm serious. No, I'm just,
That's fine.
I just want to make sure that we
I-
still have 8 cases in the
Yeah.
2 o'clock list.
No, I hear you. I think this is a straightforward case. I think we have full community support. We're also going to be representing based on
I understand.
the refusal. So I'm
Right.
mindful of the
Yep.
the ZBA's time. We have the other exhibits, which includes the meeting notice, proof of mailing that notice, the deed
Right,
to the
we have all
property,
that.
and tax clearance certificate. I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board?
Was this a tax credit deal or no? How,
I don't think so, but I'm gonna defer to Josh on that. Josh?
Was it previously? It may have been many years ago. We were not involved at that point in time.
Okay, so when you mention affordable all units, are you targeting a certain AMI?
So we do have, I mean, generally speaking, I'd say our residents are somewhere in that 50-60% AMI range. I'd say our average incomes are somewhere in like the anywhere from 30,000 or 25,000 annually all the way up to 50,000 or so. We have some voucher tenants, but I'd say broadly speaking, maybe out of the 57 current units, maybe two are hold vouchers.
Questions?
Yeah, so you took the rooftop deck off, right? Is there any other outdoor space that you have for the new building? And my second question is, are you viewing this as a campus where it's free flowing for both buildings so that both buildings can share whatever amenities are on the campus?
Yeah, well, Rich answered the question about the outdoor space. I'll have Josh answer the
The
question.
there is a nice outdoor trellis space at grade so that everyone can use it. And that's not restricted to the buildings. You could just walk freely to it.
Yeah, and then there's outdoor decks for each of the,
Yeah, each of the units have their own outdoor space
yeah.
that no one can touch.
Yeah, and Josh, board member Graham had a question about how you see the amenity space in the new building. Will the occupants of Lot 1 have access to that additional amenity space, and vice versa?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So we do plan on having basically like a cross-use agreement between both properties. As it stands right now, it's approximately a 3-acre size site. So there's just a lot of movement between buildings that we envision. Our phase 1 building has a lot of programmable spaces. We have a big lobby, we have a cafe, we have a big hall, we have private walking trail, a lot of greenery, a gazebo, and there's definitely ways to share those resources between buildings. So we're looking forward to doing that.
Other questions?
What does your on-site property management look like?
So we have a live-in super, and then we have a management office that's there, as well as area in the basement that stores a lot of our materials and supplies for the building.
I'm thinking more so for this to be a senior living community, you have to pre-qualify all your tenants. So are you working with a property management company, or are you guys managing that process on site?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, so we self-manage. So we manage it on site. We have a resident coordinator who kind of handles the leasing aspect of it, as well as the different event programming that we do for our tenants.
Okay, and then what's the long-term plan for the vacant commercial space?
That's what I'm saying.
That's been
No, that was
completely
that was a complete mistake
Okay.
on the refusal.
Okay.
I think that they looked at the kitchen and thought that may be a restaurant.
Got it, but that's the amenity.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
multi-purpose
yeah.
room. Okay.
Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time.
Questions from the audience? Could you please come up? Could you please let him sit there,
Yeah.
sir? Yeah, come on. Hi, sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. Paul Canty, that's C-A-N-T-Y.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Okay. Here's what's happening with this. Here they had a community meeting for this development, but they didn't have it in our community. They had it in Longcrest. In Longcrest, it's at 62. They had it at 6200 Rising Sun Avenue. Where this project is at is 7040 Oxford Avenue. This is in Burham. And I'm the person who sent, get my petitions, and I sent like
Right, we
last
have it.
Monday.
We have it.
So here, that's the people that live across the street from this. When I told them this, they're all like shocked. Like, they're gonna do what?
Right.
And so we'd like to have a community meeting with the community, not with Ward, 35th Ward.
Yep.
RCO, it's Borough Home Civic Association. So that's why I sent in the paperwork. And that's what this is basically about. When I told the people they want to have 49 units with no parking, I said, you got to be kidding me. Everybody that signed the petition. And there's an apartment complex right next door to this one. They're, want to put up. It's called Penn Manor Apartments. It's got 62 units, and it's got parking for 40 cars, right? And here in the community, the people in the neighborhood, I mean, they were just shocked how many 49 units with the 7040 Oxford Avenue development. That, and plus the height of the building. In other words, it should be only 3 stories, not 4. And in the end, they would like a community meeting in the community, not, like a couple miles away. So if that's what the community would like to happen, have a community meeting.
All right. Thank you for your input. We're taking everything you said under consideration. All right. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Can I see if there's anybody else?
Yeah.
Is there anyone in the virtual audience that you could do at all? Yes.
No. Mr. Chair, I do not see any hands raised.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is the first time I'm hearing anything about, the fact that we didn't meet with, any members of the community. My information is, now, you can find my information. I have not received any outreach from any other community groups. And as the board knows, we meet with whomever is the coordinating RCO,
I understand.
and we send our notice out. But honestly, I haven't even received any petitions or anything else.
It was submitted to the board. I don't know if you received.
Yeah, so I mean,
Okay.
I would like to get a copy of that just to see what's going on here,
Sure.
but I'm actually a little surprised.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Planning Commission, do you want to make a?
Planning Commission is going to hold its testimony pending a review of their minute refusal.
Sure. Okay, so we're going to have a resumptive hearing, 11/17 at 9:30 a.m.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for coming in on your birthday. We appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
So we're back to number 5, am I correct?
Yes,
All
Mr.
right.
Chair.
Did I swear you in for this already? And
You swore me in for the
okay,
previous
so,
one.
all right, so I don't have to swear you in. So we're going to 905 Shell Street, right?
Yep.
Could you just state your name and spell it for the stenographer? No, you
Al.
don't have to do that.
Alan Knockhamson.
Right. And could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is RMV Development LLC, and to the left of me is Raphael Vital,
Okay.
the owner.
All right, and our vice chair has a few questions, sir.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, we do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with this case.
All right, so this board or the ZBA has seen this matter 2 other times. My client was involved a few years ago with a partner, and they're no longer working together, and unfortunately the approvals lapsed. So we have 13 exhibits here. At the conclusion of my presentation, I'll ask Raphael to be sworn in, and I'll have a few questions for him. And I have Mr. Weckerly, who's the architect's representative, who is online for any questions regarding architecture. Pretty straightforward project, 905 South Shell Street. It's a single-family structure. I've never seen a lot so shallow in my life. 22 feet and 7.5 inches. That's the depth of the lot. All we're asking for is full lot size, full lot coverage here. Everyone else has it. So, we met with the Bella Vista Neighbors Association. Actually, Alex did. Move this thing down. And they, while there was some noted opposition from some nearby community members, those members actually have exactly what we're asking for, full lot coverage. So this is a private street. Their concern was with stormwater management. They're like, well, we don't want you to build anything here because this is going to affect stormwater management for this private street. And we're like, okay, but that means you want nothing here because this is a single family lot. We're trying to put a single family here. We're asking for we're putting a building structure here that everyone else has. And we'd be more than happy to work with you in terms of stormwater management for the private street as a whole. We never heard anything back after the community meeting. But, you know, the Bella Vista Neighbors Association, which is, again, another sophisticated group, whose head of that group is an architect himself and who asks, trust me, a lot of tough questions, you know, saw that this is a reasonable ask for a variance. And there is a undue hardship here. But, you know, the group itself voted 7 in non-opposition. And, you know, there were 4 neighbors, 2 nearby and 2 not nearby, who voted against it. But I just think if they would vote against anything that would be built there. We're not asking for anything that's out of the ordinary. We did make a change to our plan. So if the board feels so inclined, yeah, that was asked of us by the community group. So that's what we did, you know, to shorten the depth of the bay window. And then the property history, again, in 2012, these same plans were produced. You see all these refusals. The board granted that request. You see, by way of zoning permit. A few years later, Raphael was a part of this. You see there's a little bit less refusals, but it's the same plan. The zoning code is just changing on us. And now you see there's only 1 refusal, and that's, you know, again, the full lot coverage. And you can see a zoning permit was there. Unfortunately, he didn't build it.
Have you showed us photos yet?
No, I'm going to show you photos.
Yeah.
All right.
You're setting the tone for us for the photos, right?
Yeah. Well, how about this?
Yeah.
Just take a look at this. These are all the other buildings on that block.
I got it.
All right, let's do it. Aerial view, same thing. Zoning map, we don't need to worry about. Photographs, this is our property, front of the property, notice posting. This is to the right of the property, to the left of the property. Our plans and drawings. Again, we're doing full lot coverage, so does everyone else have full lot coverage. I can go over the floor plans, but they're pretty straightforward in that it's just a single family lot. I actually had my architect put together what a by right option would be. It's just not like you have an entryway. As soon as you get in the entryway, you're in the kitchen. There is really no living room. And you go up a flight of steps and you have a bathroom and a laundry facility, but no bedroom. And then you have 1 bedroom on the 3rd floor. That's what a by right option would be. It would be completely unreasonable.
I got it.
We met with the community July 7th, proof of mailing, you know, our application for appeal, and our deed to the property showing RMV Development LLC is the owner, and our certificate of tax clearance. We are on a payment plan. With that being said, I would just ask that Raphael be sworn in.
Sir, could you please get close to the mic? Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, it's Raphael Vital, Rafael Vital.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Raphael, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes,
Is it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony? Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Is there an alley behind the property? I mean, if this is going from property line to property line, how are you accomplishing fenestrations at the property line?
Yeah, I don't know if Mr. Weckerly is on. I would ask him to be promoted as a panelist. He's the architect.
Yeah, but don't you have photos? I thought you showed
I
photos.
did. I don't know. Let me take a look.
You showed them all together,
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, let me see if I have that. Hold on a second.
Site plan that shows alleyway. I mean, or do you just
hold on a second. Let me just
somebody's
do that.
backyard? How is this?
Yeah. Let's see. Trying to get through.
That there.
Yeah. I would have to probably get on the deed page of the city's. Let's see if the site plan That's what the site plan has.
Do you have you don't have a site plan for
Looks
the?
like-
No, we do. That's
Oh.
what I'm saying. Let me take a look at the site plan. Is this the site plan? Zoning plan. Okay. So I don't know.
It says something 5 foot wide plus or minus, not on city plans. Was that I don't know what we're looking at though.
This is our property, right?
That's right. So that's the street. But then it doesn't really say that there's an alley behind it.
Yeah, let me stop sharing my screen and just go on Atlas and let me just see for a sec.
I mean, clearly I see where it's consistent with the adjacent properties. I'm just trying to
Yeah, get an
understand
idea what it looks like.
anything is sort of.
Yeah, I'm gonna reshare my screen. I don't think there's an alley back there. At least
Well, what's it against?
it's
Somebody behind you shaking their
yeah.
head.
Let's see. Is someone? I thought it was.
The other,
Yeah.
the other side.
I thought it was Mr. Goldberg who was shaking his head.
All right. No. He's shaking his head too.
He always shakes. All right, let's see.
It's the rear of the Darien Street properties.
Yeah, is this Darien right here?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I just think it butts up against it, like every other property on Shell Street.
So it's the.
Are you proposing windows on that side?
Are we proposing windows? No, we can't. I just want to make sure.
So there are no windows on that side.
No,
Okay.
There's only windows on the front facade for the
That-
whole building.
that is correct.
With no.
Everyone else has this. Everyone else has the same thing. I mean, we
Wait a
have.
minute, wait a minute, your partner's coming up.
Right. Wait, hold on. Yes, you do.
I think it was sworn in before.
I did swear him in earlier today.
Alex Goldberg, for the
Yeah.
record.
But
My
please-
understanding, speaking with the architect, is that the way that these homes, which are all designed the same way, accomplish a secondary means of egress, as far as my understanding of the building code, is the egress well that's at the front of the property from the basement.
Okay.
Which is the same condition of all the other properties. None of them have access to any alley, except for, I guess, the ones on the end, 915, but that's a party wall anyway.
And there's no deck proposed, no roof deck proposed or anything. So no outdoor space.
There is a roof deck proposed.
There is a roof.
That's the only outdoor space.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yeah, I guess just two things. One, how many of the other properties on this alley deck? It doesn't look like it's most of them. Egress. The base.
Are you going to testify, man? Yeah, there's somebody in the audience that testify.
So at least for sure, the two properties to the left of us, because these properties were originally all approved together, 905, 903, and 901. So those two have roof decks. If Alan can share the aerial
like the
photo.
two that
I believe the majority have roof decks. There are several older homes on the block, I think 3 or 4. Those don't have roof decks, but all of the new construction on the block, as far as I can tell, and I would imagine the neighbor behind me might have an idea as well. The newer construction, I believe they all have roof decks.
I mean, I would imagine that's the only way you're going to get any kind of outdoor.
They don't have any, exactly. They don't have any outdoor space otherwise.
Yep. I agree.
Okay. And, basically the block was built up from 2012 to now in different sets because some developers, 912 and 914 were done together. 900, 901, 903, and 905 were all done together. Obviously, 905 wasn't built. That's why we're here.
Okay.
So it's mostly all construction done in the last 12 to 14 years.
Okay, and then do you know what the height to the top of the parapet is in comparison to the homes on either side? At 903 and 907?
Plans. I believe we're matching the parapet of both properties, and, or at least the properties to the left, 903 and 901. It looks like the parapet is 3 feet, and it's partially railing. I don't know the height of the parapet wall of the neighbor at 907.
Our height to the roof line is 29 feet, 7 inches.
Okay. But 38 to the pilot house, which was my question, but thanks.
Questions from our attorney?
None at this time.
Questions or comments from the audience? Could you give up your seat, please, sir? Hi, do me a favor, get close to the mic. And could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Good afternoon. Liz Green Schultz, LizGreenSchultz.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am.
Please proceed.
I will be as brief as I can, but
Well,
the board is missing
Testify.
some key information. I am the owner of the newest constructed home on the street. There are a number of problems on this street that far exceed mere stormwater. I didn't know them when I bought my home, and egress did not occur to me when I bought my home because I trusted that the home was built safely. I am asking this board to deny this variance because to me, the question is, should this developer be permitted to build on this lot this year? And that is a very clear no to me. The reasons include water on the street. I will give a little more detail, but in some, there's a private sewer on the street that was not built to have this many homes on the street. And I only learned, well, I'll come back to that. The water on the street, the basement problems, the egress, and the construction plan with respect to this particular property are my 4 main concerns. With respect to the water, the city does not claim ownership over the sewer and the water infrastructure on the street. And as I said, it was not built for this many homes. It is, I was told in the community meeting, this is where I learned this information for the first time. It is an undersized sewer pipe in, quote, terrible condition. That is what the board said at the prior meeting in this case.
For the whole block?
Yes. There are about 17 homes on this street that access this sewer pipe. It was not built for that. So this is apparently a known problem that, again, I only learned from the board in the community meeting. They said the last time development came up on this street, the neighbors filled the room, 30 people all complaining about this. My assumption is that those people sold to us because the neighbors on the street don't really seem to know this now. So I was told it's an undersized sewer pipe in, quote, terrible condition that could cost millions to excavate and repair. We do not have a homeowners association on the street. There are 2 small water drain inlets for 17 homes, and a prior contractor destroyed one of the drains with the construction of one of these homes by letting the concrete drain into the storm drain. Moving on to the basement, basements have water problems on this street. There should not be a basement put in this property. It makes no sense for the new owner to then assume responsibility for.
So I'm going to object I don't know what her knowledge is in terms of the other properties. Plus, like, it's bordering on expert testimony in terms of, what she thinks about this property as well.
So what you know to be true yourself?
I own the home that is adjacent to this lot, and I get water in my basement.
What's your address?
907 South Shell Street. There is no egress from the basement. So
From your basement?
Correct. So I don't know what an egress well from a basement is, but I am not aware of any basement on this street having egress from the basement.
Okay.
Mine certainly does not. As I mentioned, the egress, did not occur to me when I built the home. Only
You built
through,
that house yourself?
well, no,
You bought the home?
I bought the
Yeah,
home.
right.
I might have misspoken. I apologize.
Sure.
So it did not occur to me when I purchased the home that there is no egress from the upper floors of my home.
Okay.
And obviously that is a problem not only with respect to fires, but domestic violence, burglaries, any number of situations. Let's assume for a moment that this home gets built. How would the buyers know about the stormwater problems on the street and the egress problems? So they're inheriting a problem that is either being caused or worsened by the city granting these variances that is not being fixed by the city because the city doesn't claim ownership over the sewer. With respect to the construction plan in this particular project, at the last meeting, no real plan was presented for construction logistics beyond a mini excavator and planks. Shell Street is a pedestrian street. Cars cannot come down. So every home that has been built on the street has caused a problem for the neighbors, including the most recent build. A truck got stuck and the neighbors were expected to climb over the truck in order to get to their homes. So I would not personally be comfortable with this board granting a variance absent a much clearer plan for how materials will be brought down the street, how it will affect the adjacent properties, including the fact that I already get water in my basement, and all of the homes on the street and some homes that are not on Shell Street but are on Montrose, the adjacent street, all tie into the same sewer that, as I mentioned, is
So I'm going to object in the sense of there's no, I don't even know how relevant it is, but, she's making allegations regarding the sewer line. I don't know what's what. Again, this is a single-family zoning classification. We want to put a single-family home here. It sounds like if there was any type of development, she would be against it.
Well, why don't you continue?
Thank you.
Right. Let's just try.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
I will point out for the board that water was not mentioned at the last meeting. So I assume this team probably learned of these stormwater issues along with me and the sewer issues, but a plan has not been presented to this board for what they're going to do about that. And I learned from the last hearing that the board advised that all of the neighbors who can get rain barrels. However, with new construction, gutters are internal. They're on the interior of the home. So rain barrels will not help. So no matter what happens, we know we have an inadequate sewer for all of the homes on the street without a plan for how to fix that.
Why don't you try to sum up where you stand?
I think that's all, if I could just have a brief moment.
So I would assume you're against this project.
I am. And my understanding is that I have several neighbors in the Zoom as well. I know they were there at 2 o'clock. I don't know if they're still present.
Do you have any questions, Al?
Yeah. Would you be against any development for this property?
Well, if you can build in compliance with existing zoning law, then I don't really have a basis for objecting for that. But the neighbors currently use the lot. I actually offered to buy the lot, so it's not that the lot would merely go to waste for the city.
But your issues regarding the inadequate, piping that's in the street, it doesn't matter the size of the lot. I mean, the size of the building structure. Of course, if we built it by right, we wouldn't be here, but it would have the same issues regarding stormwater, inadequate piping below. There would be no change in what your issues are and the construction issues too. None of those issues would change if it was a by right project or a variance project.
Well, I would have no basis for opposing a by right project, so.
No, I get it, but the issues that you're talking about would be the same whether it's a by right project or a variance project, right?
No, it would not, and here's why. That lot is the only permeable surface on the street. The zoning code requires, I believe it's a 7-foot yard. So under existing zoning code, they are not permitted to build on this street because a yard is required for the street. The fact that the city in years past granted variances does not mean it is safe or healthy to build on this lot now.
So why don't we do this? Let me see if there's anyone.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And thank you, you've been sitting there.
Yeah, but one question.
Sure.
You have no rear yard, right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a hand up from a Joe Banks. I will allow them to speak.
And could you go sit back down? Sure. I could,
Can you hear me? I can't hear you, Chairman.
can you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Joe Banks, Joebanks.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Proceed.
This is the first I'm hearing about it. I was notified by my neighbor. I live behind on Darien Street, and I do
Yep.
have a backyard. And this is, as she stated, the only permeable space on the property. And as the lawyer was trying to argue about knowing about what's going on, there was a property on the other side of Shell opposite this proposed development that did get water in the basement and did have a big issue and did have construction happening overnight that was a nuisance to me behind her block. So with respects to what the city allows, doesn't allow, charges taxes towards properties that are only walkable, which Darien is an only walkable street too. To add property to Shell Street will take away from the fact that when I bought this over a decade ago, there weren't 3 or 4 of the developments. So these issues are compounding based on developers that come in and do what they're doing. I believe this gentleman was the developer on the one next to the site, and I believe they claimed that it was going to be their son was going to live in it, and they sold it. So I think we get lied to a lot as property owners and as neighbors. And if they have issues with stormwater, it's going to compound onto our block. And if the city's not going to take ownership and charge the same taxes to a walkable street as someone who can drive up to their street, that's not fair to folks. And these guys are trying to develop something and then pass it on a problem to someone else.
All right, thank you very much for your time. You have any questions, Alan?
No.
Is there anyone else in the audience?
No further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
I do have a couple questions as a follow-up to the testimony from my client.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, Raphael, we showed you a by right option, which would include a 1-bedroom on the 3rd floor, a bathroom and a laundry facility on the 2nd floor, and no living room whatsoever on the 1st floor, just a kitchen. Is that something that you would be able to build financially and sell?
No,
Okay. And why is that?
because I mean, 1 bedroom. There's no living room apparently, so it's not worth to build, and it's
You would make no money on
no
that.
money at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Planning Commission.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. The appellant has demonstrated that the lot cannot support building in conformance with the zoning code's dimensional requirements. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for rear yard depth.
Alan, there was an awful lot said here, and I really do have to sit and talk to our group. I'm actually going to put this off 2 weeks so that I'm not killing myself next week with the amount of people. So what's that date?
Chair, that would be August 26th at 2 p.m.
August 26th at 2 p.m. We'll vote. And
Yes, that's correct, Chair. August
and then what we'll
26th,
do
2
is we're going
o'clock.
to take this to executive session that morning. Okay.
All right.
So we'll vote.
Did he adopt my testimony?
I don't, he can if you want. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want for record keeping purposes.
Yeah.
Raphael, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes.
Is it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt this in your own testimony? And we'd like to move these exhibits into the record. Thank
We
you.
are good. Thank you. All right. Alan, who's next?
I don't,
You can go online. You can listen online. The outcome. Yep. All right. Thank you. Reed Street. You got Reed Street?
that's Alex.
Okay, Alex.
Right.
Yes, you did.
All right, number 6, MI 2026 001-776 2859 to 61 North Free Street. Mr. Goldberg is our attorney. Could you state your name because it's already been sworn in?
Alex Goldberg.
Could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Sure. My client is Dune MFG LLC, and its representative, Joseph Veras, is sitting to my left.
All right, our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal or stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. Share your screen and proceed.
I'll try to be efficient to get the board back on track. This is a property that is zoned for single-family living, RSA 5, but has a long non-residential history. My understanding is it served as a furniture warehouse for a furniture manufacturer that operated on 5th Street. This property is obviously on North Reese Street. My client is an artist. He's a metal fabricator that does large scale and small scale pieces for displays and other types of things like that. I have a sample of some of his work. And he currently has a space that is at American Street and Diamond Street that he's grown out of. His business is going well. He needs a space that's a little bit larger to do larger scale pieces. And he's hoping to be able to utilize this building structure. It's attractive, and we're hoping to obviously give it some TLC on the facade as well as some renovation work to the interior to be able to fit his needs. We are dealing with one refusal for artist studio and artisan industrial. Again, he works with metal mostly to build his pieces. I'll give you a flavor of what kind of equipment he uses, but he can obviously at the end answer more detailed questions. Static tooling for bending, mechanical non-electric tools, some pneumatic bending tools, a horizontal bandsaw, and TIG welding, which my understanding produces no smoke, no spark, no noise, and is the cleanest version of welding. There are no toxic chemicals used in his work, only water-based finishes. And he also has a machine that filters air 10,000 times per hour and just honestly sounds like a fan. We met with the coordinating RCO on May 12th. They were interested in what he does. They supported the application and just asked that, we implement soundproofing measures, which we plan to do, and we manage the trash, which there will not be much of, and obviously be a good neighbor, which of course Joe is interested in doing. He's already had conversations and begun to develop relationships with the neighbors on the block who welcome him to the block. He also circulated a petition to nearby neighbors. You can see that many of these signatures, I believe all of them, are on the 2800 block of North Reese Street. Looks like there's Cambria on there as well. So, the word is out about what he's trying to do, and his neighbors are supportive. While this block is primarily zoned single family, there are non-single family uses, two specifically that are directly across the street from him. An auto shop at 2860 North Reese Street and a garage at 2821 North Reese Street. Sample work. So this is some of the work that he does. You can see the work in progress at the top, and then on display at what I assume is a mall on the bottom. His company is called Noivara. He's got a presence online and on social media where you can see more of his work. And as you can see, some of these things are big, and in the space he was at, it required a lot more, piecemealing once they left his space. Some of that may still be required in the space he's trying to go into, but it will give him a little bit more flexibility. Here's a zoning map. Photograph. So this is the front of the property. Here it was in 2012, so it's substantially the same as it was back then. Notice posting. Here's to the right on North Reese and to the left. Joe has one employee besides himself. He rides his bike, or will plan to ride his bike from from where he lives currently. So we do not believe parking will be an issue. It's not a customer facing space, so there will not be people, coming to pick up things from him. And, we believe, from that aspect, minimal impact on the neighborhood. The renovation we're planning to do, we're planning to use rock wool for soundproofing, and also whatever fireproofing will be necessary, we plan to do as well. Currently, the building's vacant. You can see there. It consists of 2 floors and a basement. Here's the plans and drawings. So this is just a cleaned up version of the facade. And here's the floor plans. So the basement is pretty much as is, for storage mostly. First floor right here, there's an office in the rear. He's got a bathroom, and he has a hoistway, sort of like a dumbwaiter, to bring some materials up to the second floor. And then obviously a staircase leading up to the second floor, where there is, you can see the existing stair opening is being moved to where it is now. An additional bathroom upstairs, some skylights to let in some additional light on the top floor. But for the most part is designed to be open space to give him as much flexibility to build his pieces, as possible. Here's the RCO meeting notice. We met with APM in May. We mailed out 180 mailers. The application for the variance. Deed to the property. He has owned it since 2021. And here's proof of tax clearance. So with that, I'd like to ask my client to adopt my testimony.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer? And if you could get close to the mic, thank you.
There you go.
Joseph Varas, Varas.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed, counsel.
Joe, did you hear my testimony today?
Get closer again,
You don't even
please.
have to- just-
You don't have to push a button, just leave the light on.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Was it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Okay.
Questions from the board?
Yes, I have a few questions.
Okay.
One, in a lot of the photos that you showed of his current space where he's working, it's a double height space. And this one seemed to have pancake floor plate situation. And so I guess my question is, how is any more interior renovations being done to cut into the floor plate to allow for that double height space at this location?
Is your plan to cut through the floor at all? And is this your space where these pieces are, or is this just where this piece was
That
made?
was actually, so I built that structure at the Navy Yard. It
Okay.
was for a client that was situated in the Navy Yard. It went to New York, so it had to be modular.
Get closer to the mic, please.
It had to, basically that object had to break down and fit into crates for shipment. So I built it in 4 sections in my current shop, which is actually 1,000 square foot. So I built it in quarters on its side. I have 13-foot ceilings in my current space, so you have to be adaptable when you're working in a small space. So that's what I plan to continue to do here, just on a slightly larger scale.
Okay, and I just wanted to check because it looked like it was a relatively small ceiling height. It looked like it was about an 8-foot high ceiling height
Do you know
for
the
the
ceiling height?
basement and the first floor.
Yeah, so the ceiling height in my current space is 13 foot, and the ceiling height in the shop that I'll be moving into is also 13 foot.
13
But
feet.
it's I think 6 times the size of my current shop.
Okay.
So-
And then the just second question is about the ADA bathroom on the non-accessible second floor.
Sure. I don't believe the project architect is on the call. Is Matt Master Pasco in the virtual audience by chance?
Council, I do not see him in the virtual audience.
I'm not entirely positive why it was designed to be an ADA bathroom on the second floor.
Yeah, I guess my question is, was there a future plan to convert the mechanical
Stairs.
to
The
elevator?
elevator?
Yeah.
I don't think so, but Joe?
If that were a possibility in the future, I would not be opposed to making the elevator mechanical
Okay.
for access. Yeah.
My question is about the neighbors and their concerns.
Sure.
First about noise and hours of operation. So how often do you feel, or the hours that you would be working there, and like it would, how would you respond to their noise and toxic materials complaints?
Our current schedule is Monday through Thursday, 9 to 5, 1 hour lunch, and there are no toxic chemicals. I work with water-based materials. I think people were triggered by the word paint. Think Bob Ross, not painting cars. It's fine art. It's the application of non-toxic materials for our own health, as well as others. We're honestly a little bit overkill with air quality and like procedures and things like that right now. That's why we utilize like water-based materials and non-toxic on wood and metal and things like that. It's generally like tung oils and natural options for sealing that need to be reapplied later by the owners. It's like there's an explanation and an education.
Speak up
process
just a
of-
little bit, Joe.
There's an education process of how to maintain these objects for the owner. So to allow for non-toxic applications.
And you do have a system for removing those, even though they're, because people feel, but like you have a system for paint removal and stuff like that when needed.
If we use finishers, so I use sometimes like a powder coater in Camden, so I'll bring the materials there. The powder coater will do the stripping and the refinishing and things like that. So we're not planning to do much finishing in this space, and we do have air recirculating air.
And do you anticipate making like noise banging metals and stuff like that?
It's a pretty quiet operation. You can see on the facade that there's essentially a vestibule. So the idea is the vestibule will sort of hide the noise. It's going to be 2x6 with rock wool on the facade and on the party wall on the neighbor's side where there is a home. It's vacant on the other side. We do plan to do as much sound deadening and fireproofing as possible on the party wall on the facade.
All right, and you just got my last question. The neighbor that's immediately adjacent to you, do you have their support?
I do. Yeah, I have a good relationship, honestly, with all the neighbors, and
Thank you.
I have a question. Just because it's on a residential street, how often would you be getting deliveries, and how long does a typical delivery take to unload? Because since there's no driveway or
Right.
entrance for a truck.
Yeah, right now our shop truck fits on the sidewalk in front of the building where there's an overhead door. So I have a 15-foot bed. I generally will pick up steel and park on the sidewalk and hand load it in. We're not going to have a forklift, or we're not going to have any sort of mechanical objects for unloading trucks and things like that. We do occasionally load objects onto trucks, finished objects and things like that, but it'll be like a box truck pulls up. I'm usually proactive with putting a cone out. I don't know if that's necessarily the right thing to do, but to avoid the drive up and sort of people getting upset that their path is blocked. It's like maybe the time it takes to open the door, put the object on, close the door, and sign a sheet.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions?
Yes.
from Marge?
Yes. What kind of pieces are these that you're making? Are there? It's artisan industrial, so the question is, what kind of pieces are these? Are they? They're metal, you said, but other than that, I'm having a little trouble.
Yeah, it's like mixed media generally, anything from paintings to sculpture to the object shown right now. The sample work is it's an interactive space on 57th Street in New York, and it was just essentially like a booth. I don't know. It's like display fixtures and things like that.
Okay. And you sell these?
I have maybe like 5 clients that I actively do work with who request things. So it's sort of consulting, collaborative design work, figuring out how to make their vision sort of come to reality, and then the execution of it.
Okay. And then you make it and then it gets shipped to some location? Is that how this works?
It may go back on that same truck that I mentioned, and I may deliver it to this one was New York, but other places sort of in the tri-state. It may get picked up by a box truck. We use a vending service in Pottstown, that does the logistics like pickup and delivery and things like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Attorney,
No questions at this time.
questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I don't see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. Comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use would not cause undue detriment to the community beyond what might otherwise be expected at this location and should have minimal impact in this building, which was constructed as such. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for artist studios and artisan industrial use.
MI 2026-001-776, 2859 to 61 North Reese Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is a yes.
Carol Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Hi, McAdams, my vote is yes.
Hi, Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Layla Beebe, my vote is yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Who's doing 12th Street? Okay. So MI 2026-001-875, 3150 North 12th Street. Al Nachumson is the attorney. Mr. Nachumson, just state your name for the record.
Alan Nachumson.
Could you identify your client, a relationship to the property?
Yeah, to my left is Rashid Williams. He owns RTW Accommodations LLC, the owner of the property.
Okay, our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Did you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
Alan, how do we stand with the RCO? What's going on with that?
I believe we have a meeting with them August 20th, so we would like to present and then hold it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. As you saw, we had to send a 45-day letter. We don't do that often, but we didn't have any response from them just to preserve our rights. We always want to meet with the community beforehand. 3150 North 12th Street. So this was previously approved as a triplex. We're coming back here to get updated approvals from the zoning board. You can see it's a 3-story structure, flat facade, lintels, cornice line, traditional Philadelphia architecture. We have 9 exhibits here. At the conclusion of my presentation, I would ask that Rashid be sworn in, and I have a few questions for him. I also have Logan Dry, the architect's representative here. So this is an RSA 5 property. It's a rather large lot size of 1,324 square feet. We have 2 refusals for this proposed triplex. The first refusal, as you can imagine, was because of the use of the property as a triplex. It's an RSA 5 property. Again, not out of character in that this was previously approved as a triplex. Second refusal, we have a porch to the left of us that's been filled in. Because it's been filled in, it's considered now the front facade, so we don't fall in line. But if it's form over substance, our front facade actually matches with the front facade of every single property on that block. But because that porch has been filled in, and that's why we have that second refusal. Property history here, you can see here is that a triplex was previously approved for this property, never built. We did not own it at the time. Maps of the area, you can also see from the zoning map of how there's mixed zoning of RM1, which would be allowed as a right, CMX2, CMX3.
So you're not sharing anything, just so you understand. Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That would be helpful. I thought I shared. Hit the share button. All right. Can you see now? All right, sorry about that. As you can see, we have a mix of zoning classifications here, which we border RM1. There's CMX2, CMX3. There's a school across the street, so it's SP-Civ. We're near commercial corridor on Allegheny Avenue. We're actually near train tracks too, which kind of speaks volumes as to not having a single family use near train tracks. It's not typical. Photographs of the property. This is the end of our block facing North 12th Street is a vacant lot. It's been a vacant lot for some time, as you can see, since 2008, as far back as Google Street View goes. Proof of posting for today's hearing. This is North 12th Street. Oh, this is an electrical facility here on the other end of our block. So it's an electrical facility here on North 12th Street. North 12th Street to the left of the property. This is a school. Our plans, again, from KCA. We have no dimensional refusals at all. Our property goes 4 feet out of the ground, and the ceiling height is 8 feet 1 inches. So you can see we're 4 feet out of the ground, and then in terms of the ceiling height, 8 feet 1 inches. Floor plan's pretty straightforward. You come in, there's a common vestibule area. We come into here, bedroom, couple bathrooms, living area, kitchen in the living area, another bedroom. As you can see, there is no, to get rear access, we don't go through our bedroom. We have actually direct access to our rear yard. There's a lower level, which has a home office, like a gym area, a secondary living area, and another bathroom, and then the laundry facilities there. Instead of unit number 1, you go up a flight of steps. Same thing, living room, you have a kitchen area, ventilated trash closet. By the way, first floor, the trash is stored outside. You have a bathroom and then 2 bedrooms. And then you go into unit number 3 or unit C, same type of floor plan, living room, kitchen, bathroom, the ventilated trash closet's here, washer and dryers in there, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. There is no, I don't believe there's a roof deck access structure here. Again, we gave our 45-day notice on July 17th, at least 45 days before this hearing, just to preserve our rights to present it from this board. Proof of mailing of that notice is here. We are meeting with the community on August 20th. Here's our application for zoning variance, along with the notice of refusal and the project information form, the deed to the property showing that RTW Accommodations LLC is the owner, and then our certificate of tax clearance showing that no money is owed. With that being said, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I would ask that Rashid be sworn in, and I have a few questions for him.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Rashid Williams, Rashid Williams.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel.
Yeah, Rashid, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes.
Is it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt this as your own testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes. How many multifamily properties exist on this block?
Good question. We have
Specifically North 12th Street.
North 12th Street.
Yes.
All right. I know I had it here. 3144 and 3122 on North 12th Street.
And are any of those more than duplexes?
No, they are not.
I think, my general concern with this is that this is a block where all the properties are 2-story. They are pretty intact for a row of row homes. And this proposal is adding a story and adding a unit more than everything else on this block.
I hear you. I mean, this was previously approved as a triplex.
Yeah, but I wasn't on that zoning board, so.
No, I hear you. And obviously, I knew, the board was going to have some concern about, what you're talking about, that 3rd story, and we can talk about that. And, we've talked to our client about potential remedies, about setting it back, even though it's not required, if it makes the board more comfortable to have that 3rd story. I would say we always want to try to give more living area to individuals than less. Also, we're the end property as well. It interconnects on that intersecting street. So we're basically a corner property for all intents and purposes. And it's a rather large lot. I think we're, I can do an analysis, but I think we're one of the larger lots on the block. So we're at 1,324 square feet. So it's a nice design. It was previously approved this way. It makes it more affordable for the residents in terms of rental rates to have 3 units as opposed to 2 units.
Depends on the rent of the 3 units, but yes, I get what you're trying to argue.
Can you go back to the plans?
Sure. I'll make sure I share my screen.
Should pass the rendering too while you're at it, 'cause I don't
Yeah.
think it was a porch when the rest of the houses are porches on that block.
Yeah, I think there's a mix, but you know, we can look at that as well. I mean, that's why we always love to have the community meeting before here to kind of deal with some of those issues. So unfortunately, we did not have that opportunity, but you know, again, if that's something that, you know, the board feels more comfortable with the porch, that's not going to affect, you know, the design aspects and from the interior, and you know, we can deal with that. But the person to the left of us who did have a porch, they filled theirs in. So, and that actually goes to one of our refusals. Sorry, it's just taking a while. Come on. All right, let me get out of this for a sec. Computer's slow today. All right, let's see if we do it now. Share the screen. All right, here we go back that way. There we go. All right, there's the rendering. So again, from a traditional Philadelphia row home perspective, we have lintels, we have a cornice line, we have windows that kind of match up. There's no bay window. It's a nice flat brick facade. Not a lot of nice light and air. So I think board member Graham asked me to show that. Board member Johns, what would you like to see?
The floor plans, but I'm glad you did show the elevation, because the rest of the houses on the block do have porches, even though the one next to it is an enclosed porch. So having something like that sort of so different than the rest is maybe a little troubling. I don't necessarily have an issue with the fact that it's 3 stories because it's at the end of the row. The next property that's next to that actually faces the next street over, and they're all 3-story buildings. And the building across the street is 3 stories, I believe. And then there's the, you know, sort of open space behind that. So I don't necessarily have an issue with the 3-story in this particular situation, but I do understand board member Wynn's concerns. I think there's a way to maybe do something at the roof to address that situation, or at that third floor, kind of like what we saw early. I don't know whether mansard fits in this neighborhood or not, but you know, there's the potential there. But I guess the other piece is that the rest of the houses on this, only 10 houses or something on this side, and they all have porches, right? So there's something that could possibly be done to kind of make that work and be more consistent with the character of the rest of the block. And just one other sort of minor weird thing, is you've got the bed at the back on that second floor, but the door is kind of like in a weird spot. So you have to, even the way you arrange furniture, just created like a weird kind of circulation space, but it has nothing to do with zoning. But those are my comments.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think to go back to my point, I think 2 things. One, every house on this block has an aligned porch at that, right? Even the house that is filled in next door, they're all at the same height. This is actually proposing even your like stairs at a completely different height. So I think there were ways like that if you were to rethink the facade, that this could blend in better with the rest of the block. It doesn't. The windows don't exactly match up. It breaks the cornice line that exists. So I do think like there's ways that it could be made to fit better in with the rest of the block, because it is an intact block, which we don't have in a lot of these neighborhoods.
All right, so no, I definitely hear about the porch and make it fall more in line with the character of the neighborhood.
But definitely appreciate the fact that you raised the basement up of the, you know, that 4 feet. It's better than a lot of other things we've seen in terms of the height of the basement.
Questions from our attorney?
None at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any hands raised.
Planning, I'm going to do a resumptive hearing on this because I'm not sure where we're going to end up or what it's going to look like, right?
That is correct,
Right,
Mr.
so
Chair.
you want to hold the vote on that?
I thought we were going to do whole, here and hold. Do you want to
Well,
resume?
what I mean, I'm going to hold, but I'm going to make it a resumptive because I think he's heard an awful lot, right? And,
Can we get,
typically you come back and you'll respond to what you heard.
yeah, I would ask that maybe we not wait to mid-November.
Yeah, that's what I said. Well, get and meet with the RCO. So
Yeah.
you go see the RCO.
Yeah.
Then you heard some things here.
Yeah.
Right? You make some changes, you come back for a resumptive hearing, I'll give you a little time.
Yeah, but
I
maybe
mean,
not
I hate to do it
mid-November.
again, but 11/17, 9:30.
Well, the only thing I would say is if we can, because this is not our fault, this one
I'm
is.
saying it is
yeah,
your
yeah,
fault,
yeah.
but I mean, I think you do have to take some time to figure out what you want to do, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
so, do we have a better date that we can push it up a little bit? Ian, we have anything else?
Not for a resumptive hearing, no, Chair. We can
Yeah,
do a
so-
hold if it's only one or
So
two
it'd be
things, but
11/17 at 9:30.
All right.
I'm sorry about
All
that,
right.
okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, now who's doing number 12?
What's number 12?
Number 12,
No, that's not me.
it's the,
I only get the hard one.
you only get the hard ones. No, most of yours are just, easy. It's, this is straightforward, straightforward.
Hmm.
Straightforward. Even Cheryl's laughing about that being straightforward. Look at her. Number 12, MI 2026-002-059, 1122 McClellan Street. Alex Goldberg is the attorney. Mr. Goldberg, just state your name, please.
Alex Goldberg.
Okay. Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure, my clients are Carmen LaRosa and Denise LaRosa. They're the owners of the property. I
And-
believe Carmen is in the virtual audience.
Right, and I understand here, this is going to be here in hold because we're waiting on a correct refusal, is that right?
Yeah,
That's
w-
correct.
that's
Right?
right. I can,
Okay.
yeah.
Other than that, it's straightforward, right?
Those are his words.
Or vice chair. Don't give me that one. He got to come up with his own. Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and begin.
Okay. So, let me just raise my hand so I could be promoted to panelist. While that is happening, this property is street to street from McClellan to Seigel. It's owned by my clients. They're from South Philadelphia. Their family currently lives in the single family home there, and there's a detached garage in the back facing Seigel Street. I don't know if the ad. Oh, there we go. The entirety of the application is to split the lots in half. We're not proposing any construction, and to legalize a use in the rear lot on Seigel Street. Let's see now, sharing my screen. We are not proposing to make any modifications to the existing single-family home on McClellan or to the existing storage garage on Seigel Street. We are probably just going to put a by-right fence across the backyard and split the open space in the back. The reason my client wants to do this is twofold. Number one being he wants to ultimately rent this to someone who's not his family. And right now there's, with the exception of a lockable door, there's passage between his garage where his stuff is in the back and the home that's there. And I think he would feel more comfortable putting a fence there and having this two separate properties. And then for insurance purposes, having the two uses separated is cleaner and was recommended to him by his insurance carrier. There is no development proposed on the Seigel Street. We met with sorry, I got ahead of myself. This is the notice of refusal. All of these refusal items, the dimensional refusal items, are existing conditions of the site that are created because of where the lot line is drawn. The occupied area of the site in total is not changing, but we're flagged for that because of where the lot line is being drawn. The same goes for the lot area. While not out of character, we are not meeting the lot size requirement for Lot A and the rear yard requirement. Again, the open space between the building structures is staying the same. The line is being drawn such that the rear yard doesn't comply. The two use refusals specifically have to do with the rear lot, which is parcel B. Non-accessory parking. Carmen has, I think what he told me is he has a classic Corvette. He wants to keep that in there. And he has, which you'll see photos of, storage of building materials in the rear. We applied for use of storage and building materials and equipment, I think is what it's called under the code. And that, I guess, was not clearly put on the refusal, but that's sort of ultimately what it's going to say, which requires a variance nonetheless. We met with East Passyunk Crossing in July. There was no one in opposition. The entire committee was in support, and all the attendees either supported or abstained because I believe they were there for a different project. These are similarly situated lots with non-accessory parking, so what we're asking for is not out of character. This is our block, so we're 1122. These other lots are split or were split and have parking garages on the back. Other lots in the neighborhood as well. There are also other lots below 960 square feet. Again, this is technically because of where we're drawing the line, but just for the board's understanding, it's not out of character from a lot size. It's also de minimis because we're required 960 and we're proposing 923. On McClellan alone, 1116, 1112, 1110, and 1108 are all below the required lot size. Have a bunch of those in there for the record. Here's an aerial view of the site. You can see the open space back here. That's essentially where the line is being drawn. I'll show you more clearly on the zoning plan. Here's an aerial view. Zoning map. Interestingly, this lot is split zoned. We're not cutting the lot where the zoning changes because that doesn't line up with where the building ends. So if this is approved, the McClellan Street lot will be entirely RSA 5, but the Seigel Street lot will be split zoned RSA 5 and CMX 2. Google Maps perspective. Here's some photographs. So this is the front of the street. This is the front of the property. It's the rear. Here's notice postings on both street frontages. This is to the right on McClellan, residential block. We're not proposing to change anything about that. And then Seigel Street, you can see is a rear street for the most part. There are some properties on the opposite side of Seigel Street that are using that as their frontage, and some of those properties are actually have a commercial use, such as 1118, which has an artist studio and retail sales, 1120, which has a photography studio, and the corner at 1826 South 11th, which has wholesale and distribution of tofu. Didn't know we had one of those in Philadelphia. Here's the interior photographs of the single-family home. These the photos are shown as empty, but there is it is occupied. Here's the garage in the back. Old structure. You can see a lot of his stuff is in there, and we just would like to keep it that way and document that use. And then here is the proposed plan. You can see where the line is being drawn right here, which creates the conditions that require us to get variances for lot size and rear yard depth and occupied area. Here's the RCO meeting notice with East Passyunk Crossing. Mailing certificates, application for the variance, deed to the property. Carmen and his wife Denise own the property in their own names. Has a positive relationship with his neighbors. And the proof of tax clearance. So with that, I'd like to ask Carmen to raise his virtual hand and adopt my testimony.
Carmen? Carmen?
Carmen LaRosa will be rejoining as a panelist, Chair.
Thank you. Carmen, are you on? Do we see him?
See him, he's
Yes,
muted.
Carmen LaRosa is in the panel, but is not speaking.
Carmen, you have to unmute. All right, counsel, you're also the court. We're going to take your testimony. Questions from the board?
I have a question about the lot subdivision. So right now it looks like with the current lot, even though it's split zone, it's majority RSA 5, which means the whole lot takes, the RSA 5 carries.
Yep.
When they're split, what percentage of lot or parcel B is CMX2?
That is a good question.
It's 50? Oh, okay.
I think it's probably more than 50% CMX2.
Okay, which was partially I feel like my concern is looking at the rear of these, most of the other garages and houses in the block have not been subdivided, and that subdivides parcel B and allows parcel B to potentially become overbuilt in an alley, without having to come back before the zoning board. And
Well, if it complies with dimensionally, which is not a part of my client's plan.
Understood.
But overbuilding, you'd have to overbuild with the proper setbacks. I'm not sure if there would be egress issues. I mean, it would be a project.
But it's also the one that's at the corner next to the alley. So I feel like, yes, you're right. All of the things that you're saying, there's a lot of what ifs, but it is in the best position in that alleyway to overcome the what ifs.
Okay.
So I guess I just have like a slight I don't know who that goes to. I feel like it goes over here actually.
Yeah, and I think
like it goes over here.
and my understanding is, in a situation like this, I think the planning commission would choose like the most restrictive zoning to apply to the property.
Typically, yes, but that typically also would have happened in your OPA review, like for the subdivision. So yeah, so it's like, I think that's my first question. My second concern is about addressing now, because if they're two separate, like, yes, the current owner is the same as the house, but should he ever sell parcel B, like, what's going to be the future designation for that rear alley?
Well,
'Cause none of that was on the site plan.
We'd have to submit an application to the OPA if this permit is approved. I mean, from a sort of logical numbering standpoint, I think the Seigel Street would be 1121.
Yeah, I mean, less about the number, but more about, is there a possibility to deed restrict it to deed restrict the relationship to the house?
I don't think so.
I know that's complicated.
I'm not quite sure on that.
Yeah.
But you're right, it would have to have, the address would be on the back
The
street.
Siegel Street
Yeah,
side.
it would be up.
Yeah, it would have its own address.
Yeah. Okay.
And own tax ID number and all those things.
Well, yeah, if it's another part.
All right, other questions?
Yes. Have you done any of this? Has there been any subdivision
No.
plan advance?
Well, that's part of our application that we're in front of the board for today. The only physical subdividing of the lot that will have to happen is a fence between, in the lot line. There's not, the buildings are not connected, so they don't have to be physically detached because they already are. Is that what
But
you're
the
asking?
properties do.
The properties do, correct. So if this is approved, we would get a zoning permit for, for the use and for the creation of 2 lots, and we'd apply for, new tax ID numbers. We would draft a deed of subdivision. We would submit that to the city, and that's how properties are subdivided. But we haven't gotten there yet because we don't have the permit to allow that.
You don't have to. It's called redrawing of lot lines, and
That's right. And
we don't give those permissions.
In this case, that's what our application includes, just like earlier today with 7040 Oxford, where that application was trying to split 1 lot into 2 lots. Similarly, this application is trying to split 1 lot into 2 lots. Because of that request, it creates conditions that require variance in addition to the uses. And my understanding is that is under the purview of the board because of the variances it creates. If it was a by right subdivision, let's say on a vacant lot of this size, I don't think we would be here, but it's not vacant, and we're not proposing to demolish anything. Is my understanding correct, counsel?
I don't think so.
What was set forth right now, but we're holding it here, we're
Okay.
going to hold it.
I mean,
so
the
we can discuss
description.
Yeah, there's a here and hold. I understand that, but
It is.
so
I don't. We don't. We can't. You haven't even submitted anything for the subdivision, so
We have. The subdivision plan was submitted to LNI and approved by the survey district. That's how we got the refusal, which says in the description.
So that's what I was asking you. I asked you if you had submitted the subdivision plan.
We did. We did. And that's how.
Oh, you said before that you hadn't. That's why I was asking.
I misunderstood. We haven't sort of finalized the subdivision. We submitted the
I
pro
understand
forma.
that, but I was asking if you had submitted the subdivision
We have.
plan and request.
We
Okay.
have.
All
We
right.
have. Yep.
So then I understand our involvement. Okay. And then I guess I'm just still confused as to what this subdivision really accomplishes, or
Sure.
what the benefits of this subdivision are. So now he's going to have this storage space
Correct.
on what will be in essence a separate lot. And
Correct.
why would he need that?
Because he doesn't want to have his garage with his personal belongings on a lot that he's renting out to, a tenant, essentially. Bringing the McClellan Street property closer in conformance to the code because it no longer has a storage unit on it and it's an RSA 5 property, and bringing the Sligo Street property closer in conformance to the code because it is
So
primarily.
he's not living in the other property. He's just renting it out.
On McClellan, he's just renting it out. He's renting it out to family. Currently, I think his family has plans to leave, and he's going to find a qualified tenant to live there.
Okay. And then he can't just lock this space? Why does he need to?
His insurance provider recommended that he split the lots because of the building materials that he has stored on the same parcel. And I think personally he feels more comfortable being able to put a fence up and divide the lot on a true lot line in the rear, in addition to his locked door.
And he's planning to do something with these building materials, or they're just going to be sitting in this storage space?
The storage use is what we're asking for: storage of building materials and supplies, and also non-accessory parking because he has a car that he keeps there. We're not. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Questions from our attorney?
You keep saying storage. Storage isn't the right use.
That's right. Our application was for storage of building materials and supplies. When I spoke to Hillary earlier today, what she told me was it was a newer examiner. They didn't properly relay that, but that is what is going to be on the refusal for when the board ultimately votes on this.
Well, you're going to do an amended. Remember, you're doing.
I think that she had, it wasn't clear to me, and I'm happy to follow up, whether I was doing that or whether she directed L and I to do that. I'm happy to request that if that's,
I'll double check with
Okay.
Hillary, but just so you know, it's going to be an equipment and materials storage yards and buildings.
that's exactly right.
Okay.
Yes.
But we're holding this anyway.
Okay. I thought it was for that reason, but if there's another reason.
What it says.
For the corrective
Yeah,
refusal.
for that.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. We're on the same page. We're on the same page. Okay.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Chair, I do not see any hands raised.
Planning Commission.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. Comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. This property is also partly split zoned with the CMX2 commercial mixed-use district. This property, as constructed, is already occupying more area and has a smaller rear yard setback than the zoning code would allow at this location by right. The minimum lot area proposal variance is de minimis in nature. The property currently hosts 2 garages, so the proposal would be in character with the existing arrangement. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variances for maximum occupied area, non-accessory parking use, storage use, minimum lot area, and minimum rear yard depth.
Ian, do we want to give this a date? Or we'll just wait when they get this?
I'm sorry, Chair. What was the question?
Do we want to give this a date or we're going to wait to hear from them?
That's at your discretion. If we need to continue, it would be the January date. Otherwise, we would be looking at the resumption date.
Oh, we don't need to resume.
We don't,
Okay.
here's what I'm going to do. We're going to close this today, other
Okay.
than this corrected refusal.
Yep. Why don't we do 2 weeks then, Chair?
Sure, 2
So-
weeks,
Yep, that would be
Um,
August 26th at 2:00 p.m.
August 26th at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you.
All right, who's
I'm
number
done.
15? Thank you, by the way.
Thank you.
I don't know, I've lost track of them. 15 is 1646 North Third. You guys want to, take a five, why don't we take a 5 minute?
Yeah.
I was hoping to make
Okay.
it, wow. So, number 15, 2026, 002 405 1646 North Third Street. Mr. Knockomson, have you entered your appearance? Did you mention your name yet, or did we stop?
Alan Knockomson.
And could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is Josh Krantz, the owner of the property.
Right, and our vice chair has a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can begin your case.
I just need to be, oh, wait, no, right here. Never mind. We met with the community. We modified our plans based on what the community asked of us, and we have support of the coordinating RCO based on those modifications. Originally, this started as a triplex. We went down to a duplex. You'll see in the presentation materials a letter of support from Old Kensington Neighborhood Association. You also will see a revised proviso plan form where we reduced the amount of units and made other dimensional changes to be more in conformance with the Philadelphia zoning code. At the conclusion of my presentation, I'll ask Mr. Krantz to virtually raise his hand, and he'll be sworn in. All right. We only have the refusal for the multifamily living. This is a 1,721 square foot lot. This is a rather large lot. You'll see, we're going down to 2 units. We have a letter of support from the group as well as the nearby neighbors. Again, what we presented to the group in terms of reduction of the unit count from 3 to 2, reduction of the size of the pilot house, decrease the occupied area, all are reflected in our revised plans. I mean, the most important thing to them was 3 is too much, and I would agree with that. I think 2 was the appropriate number. That's what happens when you're able to meet with the group and know what they're thinking. And here are revised plans. We have a distributed petition of nearby neighbors in support of this project. We even have the person next door, who would be most directly impacted in support of this project. Maps of the area.
This is your last one that
I think so. Yeah. So this is an interesting lot. Look at this. Like, I mean, this side, it's crazy. It's like goes from really itty bitty, and we're the largest one on that side of this street. So we're, adjacent to Cecil B. Moore. We're near North American Street, some substantial streets. Photographs of the property. That's the cleanest lot I've seen in a while for a client. I do applaud him. We tell all of our clients to maintain their properties. This is our orange notice poster. This is North 3rd Street to the right of the property. This is a 3-story block. North 3rd Street to the left of the property. Our plans and drawings, as I stated, this is a 3-story structure, 2 units. We're 4 feet above ground, 4 feet 1 inches below ground. Pretty straight. Well, let's not say straightforward.
Please.
No, it's going to jinx it. It's exactly. So we go into our vestibule area. We have a bedroom. It's just easier to see. Bathroom, kitchen, living room, or a dining room in the living room. And then you have outdoor area in the rear. Then you have a lower level area, which is just a secondary living area. We don't anticipate, and then just storage area for utilities and stuff like that. We do have a bathroom down there. We just think of it as someone who works virtually from home. A lot of people do that nowadays. They need some separation from their main living area. Second floor is another unit. You have a bedroom here. You have a bathroom here. You have a kitchen here, dining room, living room. And then you go up to a bi-level and you have 2 more bedrooms, a couple bathrooms. And then there's a roof deck access structure.
2 units?
2 units now. We're going down to 2 units. So, and, just proof of mailing, we have, I know this is a long day for the board. I think you've seen all of our documents, and proof of
We only
mailing.
have 6 more cases, so don't worry.
Yeah. So, I think, I would ask that Josh be,
Why don't you bring them on?
promoted as a panelist, or?
Josh?
They'll be coming back in shortly as a panelist, Mr. Chair.
Yes, hello.
Josh, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Josh Krantz, JoshKrantz.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you please turn on your video?
Yes.
Counsel?
Josh, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes.
Is it true and correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Specifically, the proviso to reduce the unit count from 3 to 2. You agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, where's the trash going to be for storage? Trash storage for units?
All right, so this trash on the first floor unit will be stored in the rear. And then the second floor unit, there's a ventilated trash closet in the kitchen. I also think, and I didn't mention this, and Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't need to promote Logan, your project. There's an alley, we don't connect, right, to the property to like Cecil B. Moore. So there's actually a 3-foot alleyway along the side of our property, right?
Correct. Yes.
So people, if they necessary, can also go front to back. I don't anticipate that's going to be the case, but you know, that's another option too.
And was there a second floor deck
The
in the rear?
upper unit has a deck. I don't think, there's no deck for the first floor unit, right? Or excuse me, there's no deck on the second floor, right? In the rear, is there?
No, okay.
Is there a deck in the front? Can you pull up the elevation? Again, I'm rendering.
Yeah, let me do it. No, there's not. It's an interesting design, but let me show you. Hold on. Oh, here we go. No. Oh, the rendering just must be. Let me just go to the front page. My indulgence. Let me just screen. All right, here we go. There are front decks, front patio areas.
That's the front.
Not rear. This is the front. Trying to get, there you go. No, that's the front. So there is nothing in the rear, but in the front.
Okay.
And then you can see here, that's the 3-foot alleyway to the right of us.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
None at this time.
Questions from the virtual audience?
Chair, I do not see any hands raised.
Planning Commission?
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. This is the largest property on the block of uneven lot sizes, making this proposal in character with the corner location of the property. There is no development on this block as well, and the appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use would not cause undue detriment beyond what might otherwise be expected at this location. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for two-family household living use.
MI 2026-002405, 1646 North Third Street. I vote yes with proviso. Revised plans, one page, stamped by ZBA, August 12th, 2026. Maximum 2 dwelling units.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso. I'm sorry, I had trouble getting off of mute.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Layla Beebe, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank
good-
you for your work today.
Thank you. Have a great night. All right.
Okay, number 14, MI 2026-002-327, 2450 North 30th Street. Devin Upta is the attorney. Devin?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I do not see Mr. Okta in the, wait a minute.
Oh my God, if he's not there, she waited all day.
Thought I hadn't seen him, but I got him now. Hold on.
You got him, oh, good.
Right, yes. Promoting him to panelist right now.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is she for this?
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Morning.
Good.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Devin Ukda, UQDAH.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
My client is Richard Jones. He's a member of the LLC that owns the property.
Okay, and our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their
Yes.
accuracy? All right, thank you. You can see your
Yes.
screen to begin your case.
Are you able to see my screen?
It's coming up now, sir. It's up.
Okay, Mr. Chair, so this is for property 2450 North 30th Street.
Yep.
You might be aware, but this property came up before you prior. So I'm going to go through this rather quickly. What I have here is a notice of refusal. So this is a vacant lot. They're looking to erect and build a three-unit apartment building on an RSA 5 unit. Here I have the deed. So what I have here is the surrounding properties. So again, this is 2450 North 30th Street in North Philly and Strawberry Mansion. You have Myrtlewood on the bottom side and then Parallel on the top. Again, as I mentioned, this property is currently listed as RSA 5. What I will say is that there is commercial properties at the corner of properties, and there's a bunch of lots actually on the block. So it's pretty much 50% of the block is actually vacant lots. There's a current picture of what the property looks like now. It's the corner of the block. So as you look, if you go a block down, there's commercial housing, government housing on that side as well. So it's not far from the area that my client would, my client has similar housing as in the area. Now I want to show you the specs of the project. So as I mentioned, it will be 3 units. It's a picture showing that the taxes are zero balance. So what I have here is some testimonial from some neighbors in the area. So as I mentioned, some of these testimonials are from some while ago because this project, this is the second time it's come in front of you. So it's been a while since we originally actually started this process. And I've listed here on the block. These are a list of abandoned or vacant lots that are on the actual block. Here are some petitions signed by neighbors who are in support of our project. Some pictures of surrounding areas where you see vacant lots and some commercial spaces. Is a proof of mailing. It's proof of posting. And this is a letter of support from the RCO. And that concludes our presentation.
You want to bring on your client?
Mr. Jones, are you in the audience? Richard Jones? Can you hear me?
I'll promote him to a panelist now, Council.
Thank you.
Has he been promoted?
Devin, go back to the drawings while you're waiting for him to get on.
Good afternoon.
Hi, sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Richard, Richard, Jones, Jones.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Mr. Jones, did you hear my testimony?
Yes.
You agree with my testimony?
I agree.
And do you adopt my statements?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from the board?
Could you just explain what's going on with the basement, please? Bring the basement drawing up. Floor plan, I'm sorry.
Um, yeah, so in the basement there's a bathroom. You talking about that?
Yeah, but why don't you do this? Why don't you go to the plans for the
Yeah.
basement, the whole plan? We
Yes.
can look at that. And what we're trying to figure
I
out
have the
what,
picture of the drawing. I have the pictures of the plans up in front of you.
well, you got the side view here, the cut, right?
Yeah,
We want to see the whole, yeah.
there you go,
There you
that
go.
part,
Thank
thank you. So what is your trash plan for all the units?
So I think this area is on the 2 week pickup area. So they would just
For
do the
trash
regular.
storage for trash?
It would just be outside. The
Outside.
neighborhood, like yeah, like normal trash. They didn't. The neighbors when we met with RSO, they didn't access to do like a
So where are you going to store the trash cans prior to trash day, or the trash prior to the trash day?
Is there trash closets in the units?
Are there? What does he ask me? I'm sorry. Units can store trash in their apartment and then just take it out twice a week.
There's no, is the question is there a dedicated closet in the units for trash? That's the question.
No.
So, and on your first floor level, it looks like you have to go through a bedroom to access the rear yard.
Correct.
Okay. That for me, that's a non-starter to have to go through somebody's bedroom to go to the backyard. Because typically your trash is stored out there, or you're having a barbecue and people are running, you don't want people running through your bedroom to go to the rest of your unit. So that's a concern, big concern for me, that layout. And what's the depth of the basement below grade? Can you go back to your section?
So my client is fine with doing private trash as well.
Say that again, Devin.
My client is fine with doing private trash. If we have to do private trash, they're fine with doing that as well.
Well,
So
yeah,
if this
that's
sec,
not the issue, but
go ahead, I'm sorry.
good, Mike.
So in this section, this shows that your basement is almost 8 feet below grade, which is a non-starter for me. Um, because that's, you're lower than, quite frankly, a grave. And it just creates a generally bad situation in terms of light, air, ventilation, and quality of a space. So that's problematic for me.
I just want to point out this project was approved for 2 units already. We're only coming back in front of you because we're trying to add the additional unit that we also got the approval for.
I didn't hear most of what you said.
This project has already been approved for 2 units by the RCO. We're coming back because we're trying to add the additional unit that they agreed to approve.
This is not built, correct?
No, this is a vacant lot.
Okay, so that's what we're reviewing. We understand why you're here, but this is what we're reviewing, is what we have in front of us. And those are my concerns with what you have in front of us.
Is there any particular demonstrated hardship for having 3 units instead of the 2?
Yeah, so because of the vacant lot, with the funding, it would only work if we did the 3 units. Without the 3 units, the project wouldn't move forward. It would just remain vacant. Units that have 3 units in rooming housing.
Well, I have an issue with the basement living as well, so that's something that your client may want to, consider if 2 units would be feasible here as opposed to 3.
So it is possible to do this and we just not have the basement living. So with your approval, we can do it and just remove the basement living and just use the basement as storage.
So, any other questions?
If you took away the basement living, would you then reverse the, like the bedroom units? Would the one bedroom end up being lower, higher? Because obviously it still wouldn't be a two-bedroom unit on the first floor.
Yeah,
street level. So how would you
it would
rearrange?
be it will be a one bedroom on the first floor, and then the basement probably would just be used for storage.
So then you would have a one bedroom, and then a two-bedroom would be the highest.
Correct. Which we're fine with doing.
Well, let's, before we go on anymore, what are you going to do with the first floor where the entrance to the rear yard is through a bedroom? What are you going to do about that?
I mean, we could maybe
Why don't you bring
rearrange
your
it.
client, why don't you bring your client on and talk to your client about that? Why don't we try to get that straight?
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
So the rear the the rear exit is through a bedroom. Is there a way that we can change this so that it's not a bedroom that's right there?
I would have to speak with an architect to confirm, but I believe so. I would have to speak with her to confirm everything. But I believe there is.
Okay. So we can be in agreement. We'll just make it so that it's not the bedroom that's that's right there at the exit.
We can do a refiguration of the plans
Right,
for sure.
right. Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time.
Come on up, please. I know you've been here a long time. Hi. If you would get as close as you can to that mic.
Okay.
Right, and could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Okay. My name is Bonita Cummings. Strawberry Mansion Community Concern
For the court reporter, could you spell your name?
is Bonita is my first name and Cummings.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please start your testimony.
So I have permission to speak.
Yeah, of course.
I just first need to say that Strawberry Mansion Community Concern supports redevelopment and supports additional housing opportunities. And the reason that this is very important is because the narrative is that we are opposed to development and or affordable housing. So I just want to clear that up for everyone, that we are not opposed to affordable housing and or new development.
Okay.
Because this narrative is getting weaponized and is trying to ruin people's reputations,
Well, why don't we
things
do
of that
this? Let's
nature. But as it's
concentrate on
relative to
this
2450,
case here, this
right,
case here.
2450 North 30th Street has had 2 meetings. It's come before this board in 2025, where the thought was that it was a pre-existing property, but it really was a new development, which is why we're back here at this time.
Sure.
So the issue before the board is not whether housing should be built. The issue is whether the requested variances are necessary and whether they preserve the integrity of the Strawberry Mansion Neighborhood Conservative Conservation Overlay adopted by City Council.
Agreed.
So if the overlay is disregarded, and in this case, they want to go higher than the heights of that whole side of the block, we are not sure if they were actually turning the porch to meet with the conformity of the porches in the block. And then they're asking to also impact air circulation, light, odors, because they want to go further back out with the with the property, then the variances are, I mean, the refusals are saying they want to, so we're asking the zoning board to not create a condition in this block that the pre-existing residents will be harmed by. So we would ask that our overlay not be stripped here, as stripping away at our overlay strips away at overlays all across the city. So this property's height is too high. They want to go higher than the height of the pre-existing residents on the block. We sent photos in to the board demonstrating that this block is really a very intact block, and it's a working block. So there are 15 orange cones in your photos that we sent to you showing that the neighbors blocked their parking spaces off with these cones over 15 different properties. So you have that showing that to you. So impacting this block by 3 more apartments creates a density that this block is already harmed by. And they're trying to make like, oh, this block is so barren and is all these vacant lots. It's not a lot of vacant lots. It may be some unhabitated properties, and there are some lots, but it's a pretty intact block. And the residents, some of the residents are blocking their spaces off in this block because there was a carjacking. And so the women who work, some of them have to leave to go to work very early in the morning. Like we got 5:30 a.m. women traveling out of their homes. So trying to put 3 stories into this block would first raise the height. So we are just asking to preserve our overlay. We're asking that if you felt the need to grant this process, that it would not violate our overlay. It would not be more than 2 units. Of course, no basement living. And they would need to really identify a solidified trash process, because 2 days doesn't necessarily mean for 3 units of residents that it would be sufficient for them to, for the trash to be. So we sent the whole letter, and you can see what our concerns are. Primarily, our concern is the overlay. 3 stories violates our overlay because they have to go too high, and it violates the refusals that the overlay talks about.
Okay. Evan, do you have any questions?
Yeah. Miss Manita, I'm just curious. You're saying we. I have a copy of your vote summary. Did your RCO support this project? Did the neighbors support this project?
Pardon me?
I have a copy of the voting summary, and it looks like they were all in support. Is that accurate that the neighbors supported the project?
The summary is based on the process that you all had in place.
Yeah, the RCO meeting.
Right, at the RCO meeting, and it was 3 applicants based on just people being outside. Y'all did a meeting where people were on people's phones outside.
They were on Zoom.
It really was only 2 residents. One, we said, okay, because she said her mother's property was next door, we put that as support. But there was conditional support from the RCO based on not violating our overlay, which we spoke with you all about at the meeting. And that's what this summary is showing. It shows interested parties were 2, and then there was a 1 applicant and 1 attorney. So the support from the RCO is in not violating our overlay. And if you can do 2 units and not take your property up higher than the rest of those properties in that block, is what we're trying to preserve, which we expect.
Okay, can I call up the neighboring property owner, because the that's not accurate based on what happened at the meeting, and it's not accurate based on the voting summary. The vote was based on 3 units.
No, the vote was based on, well, that it may have been based on what you're saying in terms of the residents, but the conditional, what we're saying, we had 3 votes conditionally that also wants to preserve our overlay. And your development and trying to continue to promote this block as some destitute block is an inaccurate description to try and create the type of infrastructure impact that property will have. And we're asking the board to consider what we're saying as it relates to the overlay, because the overlay impacts not only Strawberry Mansion, but it impacts all of the overlays of the city if we start stripping away what the overlays are meant to preserve. So that's what we're saying. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Chair, can I call up the neighboring property owner?
Why don't we do this? Why don't we see if there's anyone else in the audience first, okay? Is there
Sure.
anyone else in the audience who wants to speak on this issue?
Yes, Chair. I have a hand up from Mina Shabazz.
Okay.
I've allowed them to speak.
Good afternoon.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, Mina Shabazz, Aminah, last name Shabazz. Can you see me?
Not yet,
Okay.
no.
I would have to promote you to panelist, ma'am.
Okay, because I'm out here.
Hold on. Do you
Go ahead.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am the nearest neighbor to the project, yes.
So why don't you tell us what your thoughts are?
My thoughts are that I am currently on the block. I strongly support it being 3 units next door. I am out here with about 7 to 8 other individuals who have been on the Zoom since 2 o'clock, who want to testify that they also support it being 3 units. There are 18 empty lots on the block. 18 spaces where houses should be and families should be. There are 6 boarded up houses that are abandoned on the block. There is plenty of parking. There is plenty of space. There are several empty lots on this block. It does look barren. It does look empty. This project is on the side of the street where all the houses are 3-story. 2 houses down from me at 2456 is a triplex. It's already a triplex. It's 3 units. Not the immediate next door, but one over. And one of the residents there is out here and she wants to identify herself and speak. We strongly support this project. The block captain, Miss Bodie and her son are out here. They've lived here 60 years, 6 decades. They strongly supported being a triplex.
So part of your testimony is you said 18 people out there, how many?
There are 18 empty lots, but if you turn on the camera, I can introduce you and show you everybody that's been out here waiting for 4 hours to.
Let me promote you to panelist, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please pardon me, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Hi.
We see, I see you.
So I just from where I'm standing, so I'm literally right on the block.
Okay.
And I'm going to turn the camera around. There's an empty lot. There's 1, 2, 3 in succession boarded up houses that nobody lives in. Down the street, at the end, there are 10 other empty lots on the block. At the end of this block is more. Clip comes around here all the time and cleans up these lots. To say there are no empty spaces on this block, here is an empty space where 4 houses were right here.
Okay, all right. I think you.
And then further down the street and further, but I want to introduce you to the people that have been waiting to speak. Hold on.
Well,
This is the lot that we're referencing.
Yep.
That's empty. Here's the house that I own. And here's a triplex right here. And I will turn the camera around. And how do you do this? Like this. You could just introduce.
Hey, everyone. My name is Damaya. I live at 2456 North 30th Street.
All right, hold on. Could you spell your name for the stenographer?
It's DAMYA.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are you in favor of this project?
Yes.
Or against? All right, thank you very much.
And this young man has been on the block for a very long time. You could
Right.
just say your name.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell?
My name
for the
is
stenographer?
Pierce Coleman. I live 2461 30th Street.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth?
19132.
He said, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and are you in favor of this project or against?
Yes.
All right. You're in
And then,
favor. All right. Well,
and then,
no, listen to me, Mina, I think we're fine. We're fine.
you sure? Because the block captain is right here. He really wants to speak. I'm sorry. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Hi, Block Captain, how are you? Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Carl Bodie, CARLBODDIE.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth?
Nothing but the truth. Yes, I do.
All right, thank you very much. Are you in favor of this project or against?
Yes, I am.
You're in favor of the project?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Free unit.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate
You're welcome. All right.
Nina, thank you very much for helping us. We appreciate it.
You sure you're good? Because I have two more.
I think we're fine. I think we're fine.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Planning Commission.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the current RSA 5 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in strict conformance with the zoning code. This is a single-family neighborhood with a specific local height overlay, so the 3-unit, 3-story proposal is out of character with its community context. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variances for multifamily household living use, height, and maximum occupied area.
Thank you very much for your comments. And thank everyone who called, and thank you, the people in the audience here. We've heard a lot about this. We're going to hold this for 2 weeks. We will vote on that Wednesday, all right, at 2 p.m.
The 26th?
The 26th at 2 p.m. Okay? Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. All right. I got Joe Console, right? It's 14. 14. 16. God almighty. MI 2026-002-649, 8521 Mansfield Avenue. Joseph Console is the attorney.
Hey, guys.
Joe, now I understand why you said this morning, I'll see you tonight.
Yeah. I sat through an entire depressing Phillies loss on the radio while I was waiting to be heard, so I'm not in the best of moods right now.
Okay. Could you just state your name for the record? You've already been sworn.
Yeah, Joseph Console.
All right. And could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah. My client's David Dwight. He is the trustee and owner under the trust for his aunt, Elizabeth H. Hamilton.
All right. And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yep. Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Thank you. You can share your screen and begin.
Okay. All right. Share, bada bing. Hey everyone, Joe Console, 8521 Mansfield Avenue. This is a property that has been in my client's family for decades. My client will attest that to his knowledge, it's always been in a 2-unit property. As you'll see, it's set up as one, although it was never legalized. There are the property next door appears to have the same setup, and a couple of the other properties on the block appear to as well. We had some neighbors come into the RCO meeting and claim knowledge of this, but it does not seem like, it seems like they were these were built as duplexes, but never actually legalized. And my client can explain. You'll see that his aunt passed, and a lot of her stuff's still in the property and things like that, but you'll see that it's a 2-unit property. So here's the refusal. Property is seeking 2-unit variance for this property here, owned by the Elizabeth Hamilton Trust. She put that property into trust, zoned RSA 3. Here's our letter of support from the 50th Ward, along with their explanation of the meeting. It notes that the neighbors, some of them were aware of the duplex, the duplex is a block, And I guess there was some concern that he was planning on potentially renting or selling the property, but it's in an estate, and this is his job to disseminate the property in some way. And so, while that might have caused some concern, we still got a letter of support from the neighbors, and they humbly request that they grant the variance. There's the property. We're the one on the right, showing 2 doorbells. There's the entrance. Go up to the one unit, go to the right to the other unit. It's the interior of the property. Here's the basement. These are quite old, boilers and things like that. So hopefully you see 2 of everything. This is one of the garages. Interestingly, both this property and the property next door, I wish I had that back photo, but these are 2 garages that are connected to this property next to the 2 meters. So each of the units has its own garage. Meters. I don't know why I put that in there. It's a little blurry. So the first photos were the downstairs unit. Now we're looking at the upstairs unit. Our postings. Proof of mailing. We included the trust in the back. And we emailed the tax clearance certificate, although I did not include it in the packet that I'm showing you on the screen now. I'll call Mr. Dwight to say hello and adopt my testimony.
Sure.
Are you still there, Mr. Dwight? Talked to him like 2 hours ago.
Counsel, what is the name of the person again?
David Dwight.
Okay, thank you. David Dwight, please raise your virtual hand. I see 2 people answering to that name in the virtual audience today. Okay, once more, David Dwight, please raise your virtual hand and wait to be sworn in.
Mr. Consul, you're an officer of the court.
Yes, sir.
We'll take your testimony. Questions from the board?
Oh, I heard a pop.
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
Chair, excuse me, Chair. Mr. Dwight has raised his hand.
What did you say?
David Dwight has raised his hand.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Promoting him to panelist, waiting until he accepts.
Jace, we're having a hard time hearing you, Jace.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
You don't have to be sorry.
Yeah, just promoted him.
Sure, thank you.
Looks like they've declined. I'll go ahead and allow him to speak.
Good evening,
Hello, can
sir.
you hear me?
I can, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Okay, my name is David Dwight. Sorry, I'm having a hard time getting
No,
my
that's okay. It's okay. Could you spell your name for the stenographer?
David, D-A-V-I-D, Dwight, D-W-I-G-H-T. I'm the third.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, please proceed.
Mr. Dwight, did you hear my testimony just now regarding your family's property at 8521 Mansfield Avenue?
I did. It was my great aunt's property.
Great aunt's, I apologize. And do you adopt that testimony as your own?
Yes, I do.
All right. And it's your contention this property has been set up for, as far as back as you can remember as a duplex?
Yes, it has always been a duplex.
Okay. Nothing further.
Questions from our attorney?
I just want to put on the record, I believe council mentioned that there's 2 accessory indoor parking spaces, and it also looks like there's 2 parking spaces outside.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any further hands, Mr.
Planning
Chair.
Commission?
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 3 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique circumstances or physical conditions of this property that would prevent it from being used in strict conformance with the zoning code. A search of nearby properties does not show any multifamily conversion, so the proposal is out of character with its single-family community context. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance from multifamily housing.
MI 2026-002-649, 8521 Mansfield Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Carol Gaston, my vote is yes.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Ty Owen, my vote is yes.
Layla Beebe, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. Consul. Thank you, Mr. Dwight.
Thank you, board.
Okay. Number 9, MI 2026-002-044, 4450 Main Street. William O'Brien is the attorney. Mr. O'Brien.
Yes.
Oh, there you go, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Good evening. Yes, William O'Brien, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, O-B-R. Can't hear me?
Bill, do it one more time. Do it one more time. You were breaking up.
It's William O'Brien, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, O-B-R-I-E-N.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. O'Brien, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, the owner of the property, my client is Manioc Historical Properties, LLC.
All right. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, the documents have been submitted.
Okay, thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen to begin with your case.
Thank you. This is a request for a change in use to visitor accommodations. Here's a copy of the refusal. That is the only item on the refusal, is that use issue. This is a copy of the RCO's letter of no opposition. It was unanimous in that regard. And I want to point out some of the explanation, which is on the screen. It's highlighted. However, they start with saying that they generally oppose visitor accommodations in the neighborhood. And then they go on to say, however, this proposal is in the Main Street Commercial District, where we believe visitor accommodations are a beneficial and natural extension of the commercial district's mix of commercial space and rental housing. We question why visitor accommodations were excluded from the commercial districts in the first place. Here's a map of the area from Atlas. This is the subject parcel. It is between Main Street and the same Manioc Canal and towpath that you heard earlier today. This is the iconic Manioc Bridge. It's right next to that. And the area is generally CMX 2.5. Visitor accommodations don't begin until CMX 3. So that's why this is a refusal. This is a zoning permit that was issued in 2024. The property was badly damaged in September of 21 in Hurricane Ida. My client did not own the property then. They purchased it vacant and in pretty bad condition. So they got the zoning permit, which changed the use on the second floor from office to multifamily. That was done over the counter. And then the following year in 2025, they were issued a commercial building permit for level 3 alterations for almost $750,000 to bring the building back into shape. I will note that the building is a contributing resource in the Main Street Manioc Historic District, the National District. And at first, my client had interest in putting a third floor on. The Historic Commission staff discouraged that, and my client accepted the commission staff's opinion. Here is a photograph of the facade of the building. Whoop. I think I have to change. Bear with me. Well, can you see that?
Yeah.
So there's the facade. The first floor is vacant commercial. I understand that there is an interested tenant, and this may be occupied as soon as next month. And then the second floor are 3 apartments. I'm going to skip to page 26, and you can see the approved floor plans. This goes back to 2024 when the zoning was approved for 3 apartments. Going from the south side of the building, you have a 1-bedroom unit on the second floor. In the middle of the building, there is a 2-bedroom unit, and on the north side of the building, another 1-bedroom. I'll show you some photographs. Okay, this is the entrance staircase on the right side of the building. This accesses the 1-bedroom on the north side. This is where the staircase enters the living space in that apartment, the bathroom in that apartment, the bedroom, laundry, and utilities. This is the staircase on the south side of the building. This is the hallway from the second floor hallway. You see a door facing you, and then there's a door frame on the right. Those are the entrances to the 2 apartments. The one on the right, where you see the door frame, is the 1-bedroom. The door in front of you is the entrance to the 2-bedroom apartment. There's the kitchen for the 1-bedroom. That's the bedroom, bathroom, laundry, and utilities, mechanical rather. This is the kitchen for the 2nd bedroom, the bathroom for the 2nd. This is a picture of the historic Engine 12 building across the street. 1st bedroom, 2nd bedroom, and that's about my presentation. I do have the managing member of the LLC, the owner, on with us. I think their intention, although they're allowed to rent it 1 night at a time, I think their intention is to limit it to 3 nights so that there's not going to be frequent turnover, that there'll be at least 3 nights minimum use. And then the other documents in the exhibit package include the zoning notice, the application, the deed, the zoning photographs of the zoning poster, and revenue clearance. I would ask
We have everything.
I'd ask Brian DeMerg to raise his hand.
Brian?
Mr. Chair, they will be coming back in as a panelist.
Thank you very much.
Understood.
Sarah?
I just noticed, Mr. DeMerg's joining, that Manioc does not have any temporary housing. We did have a bed and breakfast very close to this location on Gay Street, but that recently sold and the purchaser is going to convert it back to a single family home.
Yep.
So this busy commercial district really could use some temporary housing for the many shops and restaurants.
All right. Brian?
Hi, how you doing?
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
It's Brian, Brian, Domergue, Domergue.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Mr. Domergue, are you a managing member of Manioc Historical Properties LLC?
I am.
And were you in the audience and did you hear my testimony?
I did.
Is it truthful?
It is.
And do you adopt it as your own?
I do.
Just one other quick question. You have two entrances, one here on the right side, which accesses a one-bedroom, and then here on the left side or south side of the building, another entrance that accesses the other two. Are there areas of trash storage for those apartments?
There is trash receptacles, closets on both sides of the building, on the right and the left, that all the tenants can store their trash in.
Great. I've got no further questions. Perhaps the board.
Questions from the board?
Yes, do you have prior experience with visitor accommodations?
I do. I did have temporary rentals in Myrtle Beach at one point in time. We also have multiple residential units, our group in Manioc, in Roxborough, and around the city and outside the city. We also, have on staff property maintenance, and our office is located on Main Street, down the street from this building.
Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time, Mr.
Questions
Chairman.
or comments from the virtual audience?
Chair, I do not see any further hands.
Planning Commission?
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing CMX 2.5 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. There is no unique circumstance or physical condition of this property that would prevent it from being used in strict conformance with the zoning code. A search of nearby properties does not show any close-by conversions to visitor accommodations, and this is a high-traffic location which gives this proposal a high potential for community nuisance, making it out of character with the location. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the request variance for
Thank you. MI 2026-002-044, 4450 Main Street. I vote yes with proviso. Temporary variance to expire 8/13/29, and also use limited to second floor with other previously approved uses to remain.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Carol Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Netta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes with provisos.
Taya Wood, my vote is yes with provisos.
Layla Beebe, my vote is yes with proviso.
Mr. O'Brien, thank you very much. We're sorry we kept you so late,
No,
but
no.
I'm glad we got it in and done today.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board.
For sure.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience whose 2 o'clock case has not been called, even though it's 6:39?
Chair, I do not see any hands raised.
Oh, good. Okay, so we're going to go right to our 3:30 list. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman. I will be chairing this meeting of the zoning board. With me is our vice chair, Tanetta Graham.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Our board secretary, Cheryl Gaston.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board members, Michael John.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Taya Wynn.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Ryan McAdams.
President, Mr. Chairman.
Layla Beebe.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Our attorney is here, Lynn Reuter Huber, and also our executive director, Ian Haggerty. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation. Whether in person or on Zoom, if you're called to speak, please state and spell your name, wait to be sworn in. After that, state your name each time before testifying. To enter an appearance, indicate the property address on your Zoom webinar, speak with a staff member, call the ZBA office by the close of business tomorrow. Call 215-686-2479. leave your leave the property, provide with your name, email, and the case address. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand when directed so that we can have you speak. Please, when we call on you, click the join as a panelist button. Use the Q&A for procedural questions, not about the case. And if you are joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. Let's go and check our schedule for today. Number 2, MI 2026-001-150, 614 to 16 Rodman Street. This case has been continued until 1/13/27 at 3:30 p.m. Number 4, MI 2026-001-350, 3301 North 6th Street. This case has been continued until 1/13/27 at 3:30 p.m. Number 6, okay, number 6, MI 2026-002-005, 3636 Survivor Street. This case is continued until 1/13/27 at 3:30 p.m. Are there any requests for continuances other than that? We're going to go to our case number 1. MI 2026-001-143, 1925 Page Street. Now, Dear Austin is the owner applicant. This is a pro se.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be a co-host for this
Thank
session.
you.
They are coming back in as a panelist.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
I'm sorry we're here so late, but we had a lot of cases today. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Nadir Austin, Nahdir, Austin, Austin.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you understand that you're here for application for a personal care home?
That's correct. Yes.
And that you are requesting a special exception approval for this district?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can share your screen and tell us what you're trying to do.
Okay. Give me one moment. Share. So I'm going to start with this brief presentation slide deck and then go through the interior pictures within my exhibit that I submitted. But this is just a special exception, ZBA. This is a notice of referral. I'm requesting a personal care home.
Nadir? Dear, you froze up.
Oh, you can't hear?
Yeah, could you do it again, please?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay. Yeah. So I was saying that this is actually, let me just go to another area of my house. It just said my connection was unstable. If you give me like 30 seconds, I just want to move to
We'll
the
give you
area.
30 seconds.
Oh. Sorry. Okay. I apologize for that. So notice of referral, I apply for, personal care home in an RSA 5 district to increase density from 3 to 5 individuals. These are all children. So I just want to go through, this is a Chapter 3800 home. It's a youth residential home. So just want to go give a high-level program overview. So I requested up to 5 youth. These are school-age children. Target age is from 8 to 11. This is residential. Within the house, it will be 24/7 supervision, adult wake supervision. So it's 24/7 staff, up to 2 adults per shift. And this is again, a Chapter 3800 Pennsylvania regulations. It's just a normal home for kids that's coming through the child welfare system. So essentially, what a daily life looks like. It's just school, home activities, normal home with procedures in place around staff and all that stuff associated with staff, and that's it. The residential character for this is just, it's no customers, so no customer traffic, youth don't drive. There's, adjacent properties, no impact to the adjacent properties. Life safety, we're applying, applicable with all building fire codes. And there's a lot of fire requirements from the Chapter 3800 that we met those requirements. So no expansion, fixed demand, it's just, for public infrastructure, and the physical capacity does meet the requirements for 5 kids in terms of square footage. So this is the block right here. This is my property. And adjacent to my property is one of those 3-story roof decks, student housing, I guess. This is 19th and Page. So this is just looking at the residential character. So I think, this does fit well within the residential character. It's high density, a lot of student housing in the community. Here's one adjacent to mine that was built up about a year ago. And this is my property right here. Then at the end of the block right here, we have 4 units that's been zoned for 4-unit building. Uh, and that's this one right here. So, and then there's a lot of development in this neighborhood with 3-story houses, higher density than mine. And this particular one next to me is 6 beds, 6 baths. So, and it also zoned as RSA 5. So let me just show you some pictures of the inside, the property. So it's been set up, this is the living room area. This is where a staff person would sit right here, a desk right there. This is the dining area. We have like first aid kits. There's a lot of requirements from the Chapter 3800 regulations that require, youth rights and different postings that we have on the wall, first aid kits. And those type lock medication storage, those types of things. Here's the kitchen area. We got a fire extinguisher. And then this is the back area right here. So before I go ahead, that's the back door going into the back area. So that's our egress. And then this is the back area. So this will be a staff only bathroom. There's a half bath back there with a washer and dryer. And then the backyard, just standard backyard. And then upstairs, so this is the full bath. And then we have a front bedroom right here. So bunk bed, a desk. And let's see, sorry. And then this is that's the front bedroom, middle bedroom, again, a bunk bed, a desk. And then this is the back room right here with a single bed. And that's it. That's my presentation. Any questions?
Question, have you had experience doing this?
I don't have experience. My team has extensive experience in this. One of the members of my team actually was a supervisor at the Net Henry House, which is a delinquent group home for boys. So
And
yeah.
what kind of people do you get here?
So for this right here, this is child welfare. So this is
Right.
all dependent children.
Right. Okay. Other questions from the board?
Yes, so in this facility, are you gonna have youth of both genders or of different genders?
Oh, male only.
Male only, okay, and then what are their ages?
Target age range is 8 to 11.
Okay, and then, how does this work in terms of schooling? Because I know oftentimes if they're coming from a list, are they immediately getting transferred into school in the neighborhood? Are they going to their original schools?
Yeah, so this is design preferences around school of origin. So, this is local Philadelphia youth. They'll go to their school of origin. If for whatever reason they are unable to attend that school, any safety issues, any issues there, they will go to the local school, but the preference is the school of origin.
And then since, I mean, with kid as young as 8, how are they, like, what is the staffing plan to be able to support them getting to where they need to be during school time and then
Yeah.
after school time?
So we'll have a designated driver for transportation. So there's going to be designated drivers for transportation to transport each kid to their school and picking them up from school as well.
Okay, and then I noticed like you have the staff bathroom and then the staff sort of has a desk in the, what is like the kind of public space of the house. What will be sort of the purview of the staff versus what the youth can do on their own?
Sorry, can you repeat that
What
question?
will be the purview of the staff versus what the youth can do on their own? I'm asking specific to things like house maintenance, cooking.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of like life skills. I mean, that's something, it will be each youth will have their own individual service plan. So we're going to have ISPs for each youth in terms of their developmental goals, their developmental opportunities and stuff. So there'll be opportunities for cooking, maintenance, chores, and just teaching the kids life skills and responsibilities. And that's built into the program.
So the kids will be cooking in the kitchen, but it sounds like,
Well, I mean, the older kid, so it's from 8 to 11. So if an older kid want to cook, supervising, supervised, right? So everything is about building those skill sets, not just expecting the kids to just cook for themselves. No.
no, I wasn't going off of that. It's just this is the youngest group that we've seen come that since I've joined this board, and every other company that's proposed this, including all the way up to adults, has had a person on site, and the youth weren't allowed in the kitchen. So I think I'm just trying to understand where are the zones and the areas in the house that the youth could be versus what are the areas that are going to be staff only.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. So like the back of the house back there, staff bathroom, all that, that's staff only, right? Like, and staff will be like doing like there's a washer and dryer back there. Staff will be washing clothes and all that kind of stuff. So that will be staff only. The kitchen, again, it's all about the developmental opportunities. This is a youth driven in a way. Like if they're interested in, I got a niece, she's, 10 and she's very interested in cooking. So if you're interested in something like that, then sure. Supervised, of course. But yeah, so there are opportunities there.
And then what's going to be the plan if any of the youth have things like medication that they need to take, and how are they going to be secured on site?
So the medication, every staff will be medication administration trained. So that's a requirement. And 2, for storage of medication, we actually have like a locked storage bin for, let's see, I'm just going to go there. So this right here above this little first aid kit, that box right there is a locked storage for locked medication. And there's also a locked medication cabinet in the refrigerator as well, in case some medications are refrigerated. So any medications around the kids, all staff will be medication administration trained. And that's a requirement.
I think my last question is around staffing. How many staff do you intend to have on site at any given time, and what are their shifts?
Up to 2, and they'll be doing 12-hour shifts, 12-hour shifts for continuity, building relationship with the kids, and you don't want too many people in and out. So up to 2 staff at any given time, and it will be 12-hour shifts.
With the 12-hour shift, I mean, I just know from other long shifts, typically there's an employee break area or employee rest area. It doesn't look like there is one designated here. Is there a space, or are they expected to be awake the entire time they're on their 12?
Well, they are expected to be awake the entire time. Yeah, this is a wait.
Do you have the support of your neighbors on both sides?
Yes. And I submitted that letter for the RCO neighbor support. Yep.
And you said this was like a highly dense area. Like, what is your plan? Like, is there a plan to help integrate the young people in the community, or?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, so a lot of this is focused on, integration in the community. So we're planning different programming activities and around the community and resources in the community. There's a lot of resources in this community with Temple University right there. So yeah, that's the idea here, is to safely integrate them into the community.
What's the basement being used for?
The basement is not being used. I mean, it's just our standard HVAC system down there. It's not, there's actually a lock on the basement door that prevents any entry into the basement.
It looks like you're already set up. Are you already utilizing it as a for a program?
No, not currently. I submitted the zoning back in February, so we got set up and stuff. We can license at 3. That we can license at 3. So I'm doing I set up for that licensing process to go through that licensing process as I zone this as well. Kind of doing this in parallel.
Gotcha.
For your, I know we mentioned the children being integrated into the life skills and the cooking. What is just the everyday plan for their meals? Do you have a meal service? Are the staff expected to grocery shop and cook? Is it ran like a normal household? Or is there certain, like a meal plan?
Well, it's twofold. Yes, there's a meal plan. There's going to be a menu for everything, but no, this is just ran like a household. Staff will be expected to cook, grocery shopping. I have a supervisor who's going to be dealing with a lot of the menus and grocery shopping while staff prep all the meals for the children.
Okay.
Is this the only property you're running?
Yes.
Right, and so you have a supervisor, up to
Yeah.
2 other people working at any given time, and yourself?
That's correct. Yes.
And five people would support all those people, money-wise?
Well, oh no. Well, so it's going to be, so it's 24/7 staffing. So there's a minimum of 5 full-time employees.
Right.
But up to 2 people at any given time supporting 5 children, myself and a supervisor. That's correct.
Right, okay, all right. And this is going to be your only job?
Yeah, full-time, yeah.
You have other part-time jobs?
Yeah, I do other work. Yes, that's correct. But this is going to be like my full-time. Once this starts, this is going to be full-time.
All right, any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Mr. Chair, I do not see anyone in the audience with their hand raised.
I'm filling in for Planning Commission.
No, sure.
Nina Solomonic, the Planning Commission.
Nina, just for the record, could you spell your name?
NinaSolomonic.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommended a change to the previous RM1 residential multifamily zoning at this location. In 2014, this property was remapped from RM1 to its current RSA5 residential single-family attached zoning. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use would not cause detrimental impacts beyond what might otherwise be expected at this location. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for personal care home use.
MI 2026 001143 1925 Page Street. I vote yes. Temporary variance expires 8/13/29.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Carol Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Layla Beebe, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you. Number 3, MI 2026 001273 1425 North 7th Street. Nathaniel Levy and Shimon Levy.
Mr. Chair, I have promoted Nathaniel Levy and Barn Levy. They will both be coming back in shortly.
When we continued number 6 on the list, it should have been continued attorney moving party.
I'll get that before.
Okay.
We'll take care of that.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We most certainly can. Could you please state who's going to testify?
I am Nathaniel Levy. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay, good. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Nathaniel Levy, Netanel, last name Levi.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Our vice chair has just a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and is your application, you trying to erect a structure for a single-family household living?
Correct.
It's already done.
No, no, it's a vacant land.
Okay, vacant land, okay, all right.
Yes.
And you know you've been refused you have several refusals for height and as well as the parking. You understand
Correct.
that? Okay, all right,
Yes, I
thank you.
do.
You can share your screen and tell us what you'd like to do.
I am gonna pass it to my brother, which is the architect on the project. He'll present everything and show you the exhibit and floor plans.
Sir, you have
Yes.
to testify, right?
No, you're right.
Can
you hear me okay?
No, listen to me. Sir, you're the owner, you have to testify. You can call your brother if there's certain things you want to point out, but you're the owner, you're the one that's.
Oh, sure. Can he share the screen?
He can share
He
the
has
screen
all
for
the
you,
exhibits.
absolutely.
He's the architect on the project. Just
I understand, but let him share the screen and you can, by the way, we have all your paperwork.
wonderful.
So all the paperwork, so what I would recommend you do is go to photos and plans and show us the property.
Can you see the screen okay?
Now you.
Can you see the screen okay now?
We can see, you might want to make it a little bit bigger.
Okay.
Why don't you start?
So this is a vacant land that I owned for many years. It was actually previously approved for a 3-unit building. I live in the neighborhood at 1319 North 6th Street. And unfortunately, I contributed to some of the development in the area and felt like multifamily is not needed anymore due to density in the neighborhood. So I decided to make a single family. And again, the refusal is just for 2 feet higher than the 38 and accessory parking. And if you can see in the picture right next door, there are garages and many other houses on the street have garages. The backyard is pretty large. It's a 3-bedroom house. And if you want, I can go over the plans.
Why don't you go over the plans?
Go ahead, Bar, if you can give me the floor plans. Show me the picture of actually, Bar, if you can go down, show me the picture of the streets from different angles. So if you can see, that's North 7th and Jefferson Street. Many multifamilies in the area. And you see the bottom right picture, the garages on the adjacent homes to the lot. Now, if you can go down to the floor plans. Okay. So supposedly basement and first floor kind of thing. It's the parking is going to be on grade, and then the rear will have a bedroom. Bar, can you tell me how much we're going down
Minus
in the base?
3 feet 1 inch.
3 feet 1 inch. We're digging down for this. That's not going to be the entrance to the house. You can see the entrance to the house is different going up to the first floor. It's a pretty interesting and unique layout. Split level on this floor, living room and kitchen in the living room, dining room in the rear. And you see the rear yard is 36 feet, which is very big for a rear yard. Then going up to second floor, 2 bedrooms, bathroom, and that's actually not a bedroom in the back. It's more like an office. Bathroom in the middle, washer and dryer side by side, and going up to the 3rd floor, it's the master suite. So pretty straightforward design for Philadelphia houses. Again, we're asking for front load parking that it's covered. So we're not really showing a lot of setback. If you can show the renderings, Bar. Yeah. So that's basically what it is.
Okay, questions from the board?
Is there a section?
Yes.
Thank you. I do just want to point out this is a 4-bedroom house. While I understand what you have listed on the second floor, that is going to be considered a bedroom. So
We won't consider as a bedroom. It doesn't have
it's not about you, it's about L&I. So,
oh,
yeah.
um
It will get appraised as a bedroom because of its size and because it has a window and it has a closet.
So
okay.
what was the how did the community the RCO meeting go? And was there any opposition to the parking?
No, no, we had support. We met with APM, um, and Moss from Old Kensington was also there, and she was perfectly fine with that. But we didn't have any opposition.
Should have it here. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Houses on the block have front-loaded parking.
Yes.
How many houses on the block
Oh, how many houses?
have front-loaded parking?
Well, there's garages, not
That's right. Well, we'll call that garages. How many have garages?
garages. I don't exactly know. I know the two right next to us have it. Var, do you have pictures of the block that will show more?
I didn't count. This is kind of an attorney thing to do, but there are quite a few. I want to
Okay,
say,
all right.
yeah.
All right. So both places next door have front-loaded
Correct.
garages. Okay.
Yes.
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any hands.
Planning Commission.
Ina Solomonic, the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommended a change to the previous RM1 residential multifamily zoning at this location. In 2014, this property was remapped from RM1 to its current RSA5 residential single family attached. There's no unique circumstance or condition of this property that would prevent it from being used in strict conformity with the zoning code. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variances for accessory parking and maximum height.
MI 2026 001273 1425 North 7th Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Carol Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Wynn, my vote is yes.
Layla Beebe, my vote is yes.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now, number 5. MI 2026 001574 3118 Solomon Street. Stacy Barton is the owner applicant.
Mr. Chair, they'll be coming back in as a panelist shortly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hi,
I'm Stacy Barton, ST.
Do me a favor. Listen, why don't you state your name, state your name and spell it for the stenographer.
Yep. Stacy Barton, STACIE, Barton, BARTON.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Hi, good evening. Have
Hello.
you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you understand that you're here for visitor accommodations?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that do you understand you were refused because it was the visitor accommodations are prohibited in this zona district?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and show us what you'd like to do.
Okay. Just to make this go as quickly for you guys as possible, do you want me to just go through my...
Take your time.
Okay. Well, I think I'm like the last one, right? So I'm like, get y'all out of here. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, so Here is my notice of refusal. Do you guys want me to just run through all my documents then?
So we have all of your documents. So what I would recommend you do is go to photos of what your property looks like, okay?
Okay, sure.
And then tell us what just say what you're trying to do.
Yeah, so basically, uh, this is my home. I have lived in Philly for a long time, specifically on this house since 2021. Um, at the time when I purchased it, I did not anticipate moving, but I do travel a lot for my job. And so about a year and a half ago, I started doing short-term rentals when I would be away from home. Um, Now, fast forward, we have since moved in my dad and my sister with special needs. And now my fiance, we're getting married next year. So we needed to figure out different housing. We couldn't live here. And so now, but my business is still based primarily out of Philadelphia. I run my own business. And so I travel back and forth and come up to Philly several times throughout the year. So I would like to be able to keep it as a short-term rental. The reason I'm applying for the visitor accommodations is because based on the rules with Philadelphia, it has to be your primary residence. And we actually purchased a home at the beginning of the year that I have now made my primary residence. And so hence the change of use request. I can show you, do you guys want to see pictures, I guess, of
Why don't you
the,
show us the photos?
okay, sure. Here is the outside of the house. And then these are just all the ones that are up on my Airbnb. Um, Here's the living room area, and then bedroom, and then there is a second bedroom, but it's so tiny, so it's really just primarily an office. Um, and then where's my kitchen? My kitchen and the bathroom is right here. And then there is a backyard area as well. But yeah, so that's the house. If you need to see other photos, I'm happy to pull anything else up. These are all
So
on.
who's gonna manage the place for you?
So I actually am the one who does all the bookings. I communicate with everybody who comes to my house. So I actually have a friend though who has been coming to the house for a very long time, for about but almost a year. She comes and waters my plants normally when I'm away. She makes sure that the bed is made properly, that things are stocked up like toilet paper, paper towels, stuff like that. And then I also have a cleaner who comes separate. So I have two people who are constantly coming in and out of the house, attending to it when I'm not there. And then when I am there, I'm the one that does all that.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, I guess what's your emergency plan if something happens with a tenant and they need to get in contact with someone immediately when you're not in town?
Yeah, that's a great question. So my friend Jen, she's like my boots on the ground, basically. So she pretty much runs everything for me. She's a very quick drive away, and can handle anything. I haven't had any emergencies in the year and a half that I've been doing Airbnb, but luckily I do have many people on speed dial who would be able to help me. I also have several neighbors who keep a very strong, watchful eye on the property for me that I can call at any point, who would quickly go over there and check on everything. So I'm very fortunate to be a part of like a strong, almost like neighborhood watch street. People who have lived there for a very long time, which I appreciate. So.
Okay, and then how are you managing trash removal? Is that the cleaner? Are you putting it on your renters or your short-term stays when they visit? Are they putting it out just on normal trash day?
Great question. That is all run by my friend Jen or my cleaner.
Okay.
Right. Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands raised.
Planning Commission.
Nina Solomonic with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single family attached zoning at this location. There's no unique circumstance or physical condition of the property that would prevent it from being used in strict conformity with the zoning code. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for limited lodging use.
Thank you. So MI 2026-001-574-3118 Solomon Street. I vote yes. Temporary variance to expire 8/13/29.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes, with proviso.
Earl Gaston, my vote is yes, with proviso.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Layla Beebe, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you. You have your votes. All right, and number 6, MI 2026-002-005-3636 Survivor Street. The vote on this has been changed to attorney moving party. Okay?
You said vote.
The what?
You said vote. So,
Okay,
yeah.
this has been changed to attorney moving party. Okay, all right. Is there anyone in the audience whose case has not been called? Well, I want to thank everybody, but I got to tell you, Cheryl,
Yes.
you hung in there the whole day. I wanted to say, just stop, go back and lay down somewhere. Cheryl, you are one tough cookie. I'm going to tell you right now. That's why when you were a lawyer, I always voted in your favor. I was afraid of you. Thanks, everybody.
I just wanted to let you all know everything went well.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We all
He said that, I'm good. I don't have any restrictions, that